Imagine climbing to the absolute peak of the world, only to find out you're just collateral damage in someone else's anime fight. That's the tragic reality for our boy, Li Fan, who is currently enjoying a very premium cup of wine. It's his birthday, and as the Grand Preceptor, he has beautiful women feeding him grapes and treating him like a literal king. The entire imperial court is bowing down, wishing him a long and prosperous life. He takes a long sip, reflecting on how he spent 50 years struggling to reach this level of absolute power. When he first transmigrated into this world, he was just a broke scholar carrying a heavy backpack and wondering where his next meal was coming from. But now, with a silver braid and an empire under his thumb, he thinks his life is officially perfect. He's got dancers, wealth, and influence, making this the ultimate retirement plan. Naturally, the universe decides to ruin it immediately as a giant fireball streaks across the sky towards his mansion. Li Fan steps out onto the balcony, looking up at the sky with a face that says his peaceful evening is officially cancelled. Two massive energy swirls, one fiery yellow and one deep purple, are tearing the clouds apart. Up there, two teenagers are having a high-altitude property damage dispute. The commoners instantly drop to their knees to worship the immortal masters, while Li Fan just stands there, questioning his life choices. He realizes these aren't just myths. Cultivators are very real, and they are currently hovering over his expensive roof. The muscular guy covered in flames, Ko Hong, is yelling at the purple sword guy, Dao Xuanzi, about some stolen golden core technique. Dao Xuanzi demands the technique back, pointing his giant purple sword like he didn't just spend a century being brothers with this man. Ko Hong smirks, threatening to release a toxic cloud of immortal miasma that will melt everyone in the city below. Dao Xuanzi isn't interested in negotiating with a terrorist, so he charges up a massive blade of purple light. He swings the sword down with enough force to split the horizon. Ku Hong summons a giant fiery dragon to block it, creating a clash of elements right above the highly populated city. The energy collides, creating a blinding white light that signals the end of the neighborhood. The resulting shockwave sweeps through the streets, turning grand pagodas and mansions into instant rubble. Li Fan can only watch in horror as his beautiful home begins to shatter into a million pieces. When the dust finally settles, our Grand Preceptor is pinned under a massive stone slab, looking thoroughly unimpressed with his birthday present. He crawls out, coughing through the ash, only to find his entire family crushed to death under the debris. This is the exact moment his perspective shifts from a peaceful old man to someone who wants to burn the heavens down. His mind briefly flashes back to the city gates, a cruel reminder of the empire he spent 50 years building. He remembers the fine wine he was drinking just minutes ago, the beautiful women who were pampering him, the absolute respect of 1,000 bowing subjects. All of it was snatched away because two overpowered jerks couldn't settle their beef in an empty field. He went from a broke scholar to the peak of mortal existence, only to end up right back at the bottom of a rock pile. Standing amidst the burning ruins of his capital, Li Fan is surrounded by nothing but fire and dead bodies. The once bustling city has turned into a literal graveyard, with barely anyone surviving the blast. Bleeding out and leaning against a broken pillar, Li Fan realizes how utterly powerless he actually is. He laughs bitterly, wondering how cultivators could even exist in a world where he checked every corner for them. During his reign, he sent imperial fleets across the seas and armies to the frozen north, searching everywhere for the path to immortality. He had completely given up, believing magic was fake, only for it to show up and nuke his entire life. He stares up at the sky, where the massive shadows of the cultivators still linger, wondering where they came from. Realizing he's about to die, Li Fan decides to activate his cheat, summoning glowing blue runes around his body. The system charges up, declaring that truth will become false, and falsehood will turn to truth. He enters a digital space with his system, Huanzhen, which has the handy ability to turn his current reality into a simulation and reset him to the start. He explains that this was actually his second life. In his first life, he was just an ordinary merchant who failed his exams and grew old. He only unlocked this cosmic rewind button on his deathbed during his first run, which is why his second run was so successful. But before he rewinds the timeline again, he decides to write a quick decree to his surviving troops. He commands his garrison to take control of the ruined capital and secretly track the movements of those two cultivators. A few months pass, and the ruined city slowly begins to rebuild under military control. When his guards report that the cultivators have vanished without a trace, Li Fan decides this timeline has officially run its course. He calls out to his system one last time, confirming the reset. The memories of his grand life shatter into digital cards as his body reverts back to his youthful self. He stares at the phantom images of Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi, promising to be ready for them next time. Falling through the clouds, he vows that in his next life, he isn't playing the political game, he's going on a god-hunting spree. Back in year 1, our boy is young again, which is great because his joints don't make weird popping sounds anymore. The system notes that he did some incredibly weird things upon waking up, nearly prompting his aunt to force-feed him exorcism water from the local witch. He decides to run a fast-forward simulation of his life, instantly acing his exams, inventing gunpowder 50 years early, and building a loyal army. By year 6, he marries a high-ranking noblewoman, and by year 10, he's got a healthy son and a perfect family dynamic. In year 15, the emperor passes away, and Li Fan climbs the ranks to become the vice minister of war, eventually securing the title of Grand Tutor. He secretly investigates palace scandals, clearing the empress's name, while quietly building a file on everyone in power. The emperor gets mysteriously assassinated on his way to the capital, clearing the path for the crown prince to take the throne. By year 30, Li Fan is the absolute ruler from the shadows, to the point where the public doesn't even know the emperor's name. He even takes his dedication to the empire so far that the Empress Dowager ends up giving birth to his biological son. But by year 50, the cultivators arrive and destroy the city again, ending the simulation and presenting him with 4 choices for his real run. He looks over the options, which include keeping an item, keeping his cultivation level, or keeping someone's memories. Since he has no cultivation yet and memories are risky, he decides the most logical move is to select option 4 and accelerate his system's charging speed. He explains that Huanjin acts as an automatic death shield, but it requires a lot of energy to trigger when he takes fatal damage. He confirms his choice to charge the system, prioritizing survival over temporary perks. His status screen pops up, showing he has lived for a cumulative 166 years across 3 lifetimes. He recalls how carrying too many memories can literally crush a normal person's soul, which is why increasing his mental fortitude is crucial. He reaches his hand out over the city, declaring that in this real run, he is going to steal the secrets of immortality. He plans to use his knowledge of modern gunpowder alongside that nasty immortal mortal miasma the cultivators mentioned. Since the cultivators came from the eastern abyssal ruins, he decides to send a team there immediately instead of waiting 50 years. He remembers waking up in the Empress Dowager's bed in his previous life, feeling empty, realizing mortal luxury is just a temporary distraction. When you've ruled the world twice, even the premium grapes and absolute power start to taste like cardboard. But the existence of those 2 fighting gods showed him a brand new path worth pursuing. Vowing to achieve eternal life, he prepares to greet his future guests with a very different kind of reception. Using his decades of political cheating experience, he easily takes first place in all 3 imperial exams, shocking the entire realm. He requests to serve in Wen County, quickly bringing the local government under his absolute control. By year 5, he assassinates the Prince of Langya's family, replacing the prince with a completely obedient body double. He even steps in to fulfill the wedding night duties with the Princess of Langya himself, ensuring the future heir is of his own bloodline. When the old emperor falls ill, Li Fan marches to the capital, placing his puppet prince on the throne and executing his rivals. Now serving as the Grand Tutor, he wields absolute power, steering the entire nation's resources toward his research. By year 35, his lead scout reports back with some major news regarding the abyssal ruins. The scout explains that the thick fog over the abyss clears for only 12 hours every 15 years, revealing a bizarre, upside-down landscape. Through their telescopes, they saw floating cities, majestic mountains, and mythical beasts flying through rosy clouds. Li Fan's eyes narrow, confirming that the path to the immortal world is indeed down there. However, the scout warns that a violent astral wind shreds anything that descends past a certain depth, regardless of how tough their armor is. Li Fan turns away, realizing he lacks the magical defenses needed to bypass the wind. He stares at the full moon, realizing his only option is to wait for the 2 cultivators to show up. He has 15 years left to turn his empire into a giant death trap. Fast forward to year 50, and the quiet night sky over Xuanjing is about to get very loud. Right on cue, the sky splits open, and the 2 cultivators descend, shouting the exact same pre-battle cliches. But before they can even draw their swords, a massive barrage of artillery fire and rockets launches straight up from the city. Ko Hong is forced to block a volley of burning metal, completely shocked that the weak mortals are currently shooting back. Dao Xuanzi stands majestically on his floating purple sword, looking like a man who has never had to pay a single parking ticket in his entire life. But his grand entrance is immediately cut short as our boy's local matchlock club starts putting on a very loud, non-consensual fireworks display. Ko Hong catches the bullets mid-air with a glowing yellow force field, staring at them like he's trying to figure out if these are actually dangerous or just rude. He pulls one out of the air and inspects it, genuinely impressed that a bunch of low-tech mortals managed to build something that explodes without using a drop of spiritual energy. Of course, his professional admiration ends there as he smugly notes that outside of this magic-deprived wasteland, a gun is basically just expensive scrap metal. Hovering amidst a sea of flames, he decides that since these mortals dared to shoot at him on his day off, he is officially going to delete their entire city. He glares down at the palace streets below, preparing to unleash his signature, highly destructive flame technique. He screams the name of his move, summoning a giant roaring yellow fire dragon that lights up the dark night sky. The fiery beast slams directly into the palace courtyard, unleashing a massive shockwave of pure thermal energy that reduces everything to ash. Kohong smirks at his handiwork, but his smugness vanishes the second the smoke starts to clear. He stares in utter disbelief, wondering how on earth a bunch of fragile human beings managed to survive his ultimate dragon attack. Standing right there in the middle of the raging fire are the soldiers, looking completely unbothered, as if they just walked through a light summer breeze. Dao Xuanzi floats down, pointing out that the bullets caught in Kohong's shield are wrapped in a very familiar, toxic red mist. It's the highly feared immortal miasma, meaning these mortals didn't just throw a random party, they were specifically waiting for them with chemical weapons. Realizing they've walked straight into a carefully prepared death trap, the two cultivators decide it is time to pack up and fly away. But before they can escape, Li Fan's magically amplified voice booms across the ruins, publicly announcing that the two have obtained a sacred core formation method. Sarcastic rumor mill is now fully online, and to make things worse, a volley of giant, miasma-infused red cannonballs shoots up to block their exit. Kohong fires back with another blast of flames, desperately trying to keep the toxic red projectiles from touching his skin. Dao Xuanzi screams at his partner to get out of the way as the sheer volume of explosive orbs becomes too much to handle. The projectiles detonate in a massive cloud of blood-red smoke, completely overwhelming the sky. A toxic, red rain of concentrated miasma begins to pour over the burning ruins of the courtyard. Cut to the ground level, where our two majestic, godlike immortals are now face-planted in the mud, surrounded by a tight circle of gun-toting guards. One of the lead soldiers steps forward, politely suggesting they surrender right now if they want to keep their heads. Dao Xuanzi can only laugh at the sheer absurdity of being cornered by people who still use outhouses. Knowing he's a goner, Kohong pulls off his storage ring and shoves it into Dao Xuanzi's hand, telling his brother to take the loot and run. With his last breath, Kohong closes his eyes, his spiritual aura fading away as a golden dragon silhouette rises into the air. The fiery dragon slowly shrinks, wrapping itself around a twisted wooden staff that floats in the glowing light. The mystical staff hangs silently in the air, representing 200 years of cultivation, reduced to a single drop of loot. The system display pops up to confirm the sad news. Kohong is officially dead, killed by a bunch of guys who don't even know what a mana bar is. His lifeless body turns to dust, proving that 2 centuries of intense training can be completely neutralized by some spicy red vapor. Up on the cliffside, Li Fan watches the battle wrap up, but his sharp ears pick up a strange, low hum vibrating through the sky. He sighs deeply, realizing his dream of capturing a live immortal in this run is dead because he made the miasma just a little too effective. Back down in the crater, Dao Xuanzi slowly stands up, covered in blood, but still refusing to surrender to a bunch of regular humans. His eyes glow with a cold, terrifying blue light as he declares that he will never accept such a pathetic defeat. He looks around at the soldiers with absolute disgust, cursing them for using underhanded tricks that violate the basic rules of cultivation. He calls Kohong's death completely worthless, furious that his brother died at the hands of a hidden coward. Slowly rising into the air, Dao Xuanzi prepares to show them what a peak cultivator looks like when they stop caring about survival. He tells the surrounding army to open their eyes and look at his ultimate wondrous item. Raising his hand to the sky, he channels every single drop of his remaining life force into one final spell. The clouds split open, and a colossal ancient stone sword descends from the heavens like a spear of divine judgment. The massive sword slams into the earth, unleashing a violent wave of purple energy that vaporizes the entire city. As the blinding light reaches the cliffside, Li Fan barely has time to mutter his system's name before his screen turns completely white. And just like that, our boy is back in his 20-year-old body, gasping for air, with a very severe case of phantom sword pain. He sits up, reflecting on how he totally underestimated the sheer power of a dying cultivator and the unexpected loyalty between those two brothers. He recalls how Dao Xuanzi completely gave up his own escape just to avenge Kohong, realizing their bond was far stronger than he anticipated. He ponders the brutal nature of the cultivation world, realizing that if even brothers can be this fierce, the world outside must be a literal nightmare. He smirks, playing with imaginary puppet strings in his mind as he formulates a much smarter plan for his next run. He checks his status screen, noting that his mental age has reached over 1,000 years, though his reset power is still stuck at 30%. Cut to year 35 of the new, real timeline, where Li Fan stands at the edge of the foggy abyssal ruins, waiting for the perfect moment. Right on cue, the sky starts to rumble as the thick barrier of white mist begins to shift. A massive wave of white fog erupts from the chasm, shooting upward into the blue sky like a reverse waterfall. Once the path is finally clear, Li Fan pulls out his brass telescope and peers down into the dark abyss. He focuses his lens, squinting his eyes to see what lies at the very bottom of the ancient ruins. The dark void slowly begins to reveal a massive, ancient stone wall hidden deep beneath the clouds. Carved into the giant rock face are 4 massive, glowing red words that say the path to immortality is dead. Below the carving is a massive, silent graveyard of ruined, ancient cities stretching as far as the eye can see. Li Fan lowers his telescope, his face pale with shock, as he realizes the entire cultivation world might have already been destroyed before he even started his journey. 50 years have passed, and Ku Hong descends from the sky wrapped in a roaring sphere of flame, ready to cause some serious property damage. He charges at Dao Xuanzi, screaming that he has officially gone too far this time. But before they can even trade blows, a hidden unit of soldiers ambushes them, shouting that they are acting under Dao Xuanzi's orders. Ku Hong catches the bullets, but his face twists in horror as he realizes they are coated in the toxic red miasma. He glares at Dao Xuanzi, cursing him for being a backstabbing coward who would resort to using mortal weapons. Dao Xuanzi is utterly bewildered, desperately shouting that these armed men are absolutely not under his payroll. Right on cue, one of the soldiers yells back, mocking Dao Xuanzi for breaking his promise to lead their clan out of the wasteland once Ku Hong was dead. Ku Hong's brain completely short-circuits with rage, convinced that Dao Xuanzi is the mastermind behind this setup. Realizing the voice is coming from a magical trace, Dao Xuanzi closes his eyes and instantly pinpoint the coordinates of the speaker. He unleashes a massive slash of purple energy, completely leveling a nearby stone building where the voice was echoing from. But instead of finding a hidden assassin, he looks down to see a small, mechanical box floating in the wreckage. He grinds his teeth in frustration, realizing this person is incredibly cautious and is using some kind of weird technology to frame him. He crushes the speaker box with his magic, but the damage to his reputation is already fully done. Ku Hong refuses to hear another word, wrapping his fists in a furious layer of yellow flames. He screams that he's done running, summoning his ultimate flame technique to end this once and for all. A massive column of fire erupts from his hands, rushing towards Dao Xuanzi like a blazing tidal wave. Dao Xuanzi sighs, drawing his elegant purple sword to defend himself against his own partner. He swings his blade, slicing the giant fire dragon cleanly in half with a single flash of purple light. Meanwhile, the hidden soldiers keep yelling to assist Ku Hong, perfectly playing their role as the ultimate instigators. Ku Hong laughs like a maniac, convinced that Dao Xuanzi's noble persona is finally crumbling under the pressure. Dao Xuanzi can only call him a complete fool for falling so easily for such a blatant, low-tier frame-up. Ku Hong ignores him, boasting that he just mastered a brand new technique that is perfect for sending him to the grave. He slams his hands together, summoning a burning orange cage that traps Dao Xuanzi inside. Dao Xuanzi screams, channeling his purple spiritual energy to shatter the barrier with raw force. The fiery cage explodes, and Dao Xuanzi flies high into the air, ready to unleash his absolute strongest move. He summons his colossal celestial stone sword, Dao Xuan, sending it hurtling down towards the earth. Ku Hong matches him, transforming his wooden staff into a massive glowing golden dragon to meet the giant blade. The two colossal forces collide in the sky, creating a massive shockwave that shakes the entire capital. But while the two immortals are locked in their struggle, our boy's artillery unit launches a massive barrage of miasma shells directly at Dao Xuanzi. The shells detonate in a massive cloud of red smoke, completely swallowing Dao Xuanzi's figure. His giant stone sword crumbles into dust, and his body disintegrates as he falls from the sky like a tragic, defeated lawn dart. The system confirms his death, showing that Dao Xuanzi is officially out of the game after 2 centuries of training. With the battle over, Li Fan steps out from the shadows, dressed as a humble, old preceptor holding a wooden staff. He bows deeply, acting like a terrified mortal who only wants to save his clan from the crossfire. Ku Hong looks down at him, exhausted and bleeding, but genuinely impressed that a mere mortal had the guts to interfere in their fight. Li Fan plays his role perfectly, claiming he only did it to secure a tiny chance of survival for his people. Ku Hong sighs, agreeing that the world is indeed a harsh place where everyone is struggling just to get by. He complains about how Dao Xuanzi lied to him, admitting that even for immortals, leaving this forsaken land is incredibly difficult. Li Fan's eyes widen, acting shocked as he asks if there really is no way for anyone to escape this place. Ko Hong crosses his arms, confirming that they are essentially trapped in a giant magical cage. They move to a quiet underground shelter to sit down and discuss the mechanics of their imprisonment over tea. Ko Hong explains that only a peak golden core cultivator could survive the barrier, while anyone at the foundation stage would be shredded instantly. Li Fan looks completely devastated, asking if there's truly no hope for regular mortals to ever see the outside world. Ko Hong laughs, telling him he's already old and has one foot in the grave, so he should just enjoy being a local emperor. Li Fan leans in, asking if his descendants could escape if they managed to cultivate to the foundation stage like Ko Hong. Ko Hong bursts out laughing, pointing out that this land has absolutely zero spiritual energy and is covered in toxic miasma. He tells him to forget about it, explaining that to cultivate, a mortal would first need to reconstruct their entire body outside this toxic zone. Li Fan stares down at the table, realizing that the boundary between immortals and mortals is a literal physical wall. Ko Hong confirms there is absolutely no way, and Li Fan quietly stands up to take his leave. He walks out of the stone room, leaving Ko Hong resting alone in the dark. The second the heavy stone door slams shut, a thick cloud of concentrated red miasma begins to pump into the room. Ko Hong gasps, realizing too late that the ventilation has been completely replaced with toxic chemical gas. He screams in absolute agony as the red mist fills the sealed stone chamber. Standing safely outside, Li Fan cold stares through the glass, noting that since immortals and mortals can't coexist, he was never going to trust a single word anyway. To conquer a world of gods, a man must first understand the ancient lies that separated them from humanity in the first place. Through the captured records, a terrifying history unfolds regarding the true origin of the immortal mortal miasma. It wasn't some natural magical barrier, it was actually a highly contagious, mutation-heavy plague that targeted spiritual energy, causing cultivators to rapidly lose their powers and die. Terrified of losing their hard-earned divinity, the ancient sects launched a brutal, large-scale slaughter campaign against the infected mortal populations. But their desperate attempt at pest control backfired spectacularly, as the plague mutated, clung to the air, and began vaporizing even more cultivators. Realizing they couldn't kill their way out of a pandemic, the surviving elite devised a massive escape plan called the Great Migration. They gathered every remaining mortal, packed them onto massive transport vessels, and permanently banished them to barren, magic-deprived grotto heavens. Over the next few thousand years, new mortals were born in these isolated lands, still carrying the invisible genetic shadow of the ancient plague. To protect their own survival, the gods officially labeled this toxic genetic signature the immortal mortal miasma, creating an eternal boundary between the two worlds. The places where these progenitor humans were dumped became known as the immortal forsaken lands, designed to keep them locked away forever. Reading through this ancient history in his office, Li Fan realizes just how incredibly lucky he was to even encounter two cultivators in this tiny, quarantined world. But at 70 years old, with his mortal body slowly ticking toward its 86-year limit, he knows his time is rapidly running out. He clenches his fist in frustration, refusing to accept the idea of repeating the same meaningless mortal loop for another 300 years. Holding his wooden staff, he walks back down into the dark dungeon to pay his favorite imprisoned god a visit. Bound in heavy iron chains, Ko Hong looks up and laughs, mocking the old man for still chasing fairy tales when he already has one foot in the grave. But Li Fan leans in, suggesting that if they can find a way back to the cultivation world, he might have a way to restore Ko Hong's shattered cultivation base. Ko Hong's eyes widen in rage, cursing Li Fan for being a treacherous snake who is clearly trying to pull another fast one on him. Li Fan doesn't flinch, calmly pointing out that a risky chance at survival is still better than growing old and rotting in this wet stone cell. The argument works, and a defeated Ko Hong sighs, explaining that during the ancient migration, the sects used massive flying vessels called arcs to transport the mortals. He describes a glorious ancient era where massive magical ships filled the skies, before a sudden, mysterious cataclysm brought the Golden Age to an end. Li Fan frowns, asking if this great cataclysm was just a fancy name for the plague they were discussing earlier. Ko Hong shakes his head, revealing that while the miasma was annoying, it wasn't the thing that actually broke the back of the great immortal sects. He looks at the carvings on the stone wall, explaining that the true crisis was a fundamental flaw in the laws of magic itself. He reveals a terrifying truth. In this universe, a single cultivation technique cannot be practiced by more than one person at a time. In the ancient days, sects opened their gates wide, eagerly teaching thousands of disciples the exact same methods. But they soon made a horrifying discovery. The The more people practicing a specific technique, the lower the magical efficiency became for everyone involved. This cosmic bottleneck turned every sect into a literal battle royale, where masters slaughtered their own apprentices just to free up their own magical progression. Since cultivating the same method allowed people to track each other's physical locations, rogue cultivators couldn't even hide in the mountains without being hunted down. Li Fan asks how anyone even manages to cultivate today if the laws of magic are basically a cosmic zero-sum game. Ko Hong explains that modern survivors must join massive factions like the Myriad Immortals Alliance, trading contribution points for incomplete manuals. Or they can sign a soul contract with the Five Elders Council, essentially trading their freedom for a safe, approved path of progression. Li Fan scratches his beard, confused as to why cultivation methods seem so common if everyone is busy hoarding them. Ku Hong laughs bitterly, explaining that all the publicly available manuals are incomplete fragments, intentionally capped at the very basic levels. Li Fan grimaces, realizing that if a cultivator has to throw away their progress and switch to a new manual for every single realm, their previous work is entirely wasted. Ko Hong explains that they bypass this issue by using a highly coveted secret technique called the Supreme Primordial True Scripture. This miraculous scroll allows a cultivator to safely disperse their current magical realm without losing their foundation, letting them quickly catch up after switching manuals. Li Fan stares at the ceiling, realizing this convenient little system was likely designed by the ruling elite to keep the lower-tier cultivators perpetually starting over. Ko Hong then drops a massive bombshell, revealing that the technique he stole from Dao Xuanzi was not just some basic manual, but a rare, legendary scroll leading straight to the nascent soul realm. Hearing the words nascent soul, Li Fan's eyes gleam with a dark intensity as the pieces of the puzzle finally start falling into place. Ko Hong mentions old rumors about mortals secretly finding ways to slip back into the immortal world, though most dismiss it as idle street gossip. But Li Fan knows that where there is smoke, there is usually fire, and he is more than willing to dig up the entire world to find that spark. Ko Hong can only stare in disbelief, wondering how an old man with one foot in the grave can still have this much chaotic energy. Li Fan offers a formal deal. If Ko Hong helps him locate a path to the outside world, he will set him free and return all his belongings. He promises to hand back everything, including that priceless nascent soul cultivation scroll. Ko Hong snaps his head up, asking if the old man is actually serious about returning the ultimate prize. With his freedom and his magical future on the line, the chained cultivator eagerly agrees to the alliance. Over the next decade, Li Fan spends his days buried under mountains of ancient history books, searching for any trace of the Great Migration. He mobilizes the entire imperial army to excavate ancient tombs on a massive scale, completely ignoring the angry protests of his ministers. Unfortunately, 16 years fly by in the blink of an eye, and our boy finds himself back in the dark bunker, leaning heavily on his staff. His physical body is completely worn out, trembling like a candle flickering in a violent wind. Knowing he has only minutes left to live, he raises his wrinkled hand to inspect the contents of Dao Xuanzi's stolen storage ring. A glowing gold scroll emerges, confirming it is indeed the legendary nascent soul cultivation method. Alongside the scroll is Dao Xuanzi's damaged sword, floating silently in a pool of blue light. Suddenly, a bright blue notification screen flashes right in front of his eyes. The system detects that the damaged celestial sword can be used as fuel, asking if he wants to proceed with a manual recharge. When the universe gives you a cosmic reset button, even a pile of broken garbage can be refined into the ultimate cheat code. Old Li Fan doesn't hesitate for a single second, tapping the screen to confirm the system recharge. The glowing purple sword dissolves into digital pixels, successfully raising his anchor charge progress by 1%. He discovers that reaching 100% will unlock a second anchor point, letting him choose exactly which age he wants to restart from. He clenches his fist around his wooden staff, realizing that as long as he can gather enough of these rare magical treasures, he can permanently escape his mortal limits. With the sword fully consumed, he packs up the remaining spirit stones and decides it is officially time to pull the plug on this lifetime. He triggers the reset, entering the familiar blue digital space where the system asks him which reward he wants to retain. He selects the option to keep a physical item, watching as a holographic display of his stolen loot floats before his eyes. Since he can only bring one object back with him, he wisely grabs the glowing nascent soul scroll. Back in his 20-year-old body, the system confirms that the rare manual is now permanently bound to his soul across all future resets. Our boy lets out a dark, highly satisfied smirk, realizing this permanent binding mechanic completely changes the entire game. He reflects on his previous run, realizing that ordering a massive tomb-robbing campaign on day 1 caused way too much political backlash from his ministers. This time, he is going to play a much more subtle, 20-year-long con to trick the entire empire into doing the dirty work for him. By year 5 of the new loop, a mysterious new academic group called the Ancient Seeking School suddenly emerges, presenting long-lost classical texts to the emperor. By year 6, the emperor falls gravely ill, but is miraculously cured within days after the school presents him with a secret, immortal elixir. In year 11, the government conveniently uncovers a massive tomb-robbing ring, arresting over 100 professional gravediggers. Operating as the local prefect, Li Fan writes a highly dramatic letter to the capital, asking the emperor how to handle these criminals. Hooked on the youth elixirs, the greedy emperor spares their lives, sending them to excavate every ancient tomb in the country in search of more magic pills. By year 23, the state-sponsored excavations successfully piece together the history of a forgotten dynasty known as the Qi dynasty. Capitalizing on the hype, Li Fan offers a massive noble title to anyone who can locate the burial site of the first Qi emperor. 2 years later, his army successfully carves a path into the ancient emperor's tomb, revealing walls covered in pristine, thousand-year-old murals. They step into the main burial chamber, finding a massive cavern filled with floating mountains submerged under a silent sea of artificial clouds. The soldiers hold their torches high, marveling at the invisible pathways that allow them to walk across the empty air. Atop the highest peak stands a simple thatch hut woven entirely from fine, glowing golden threads. Li Fan points a finger forward, calmly commanding his guards to open the golden door. The heavy doors creak open, revealing a dusty interior covered in ancient cobwebs. Li Fan steps inside, his sharp eyes focusing on a wooden memorial tablet resting on an altar. The tablet reads, "Tomb of Yi Xing, outer disciple of the Taiheng sect." Li Fan touches his chin, realizing this grand emperor was actually just a low-tier grunt who was exiled to this barren world by his own sect. He notes that even in death, the man identified as a humble disciple rather than a king, proving how desperate these exiles were to return home. He stares at the murals, wondering if the outer disciple left behind the coordinates of the legendary flying ark used during the migration. But when his scouts finish searching the inner chamber, they report that the main coffin was looted over 1,000 years ago. Our boy's face immediately twists into a mask of pure, unadulterated rage at the realization that someone stole his loot before he was even born. He stands in his office, his back turned to his trembling subordinate as the dark energy in the room starts to rise. He throws a massive tantrum, flipping his desk and scattering valuable scrolls all over the floor. He rages at the universe, furious that every single time he gets close to a breakthrough, the prize gets snatched away at the last second. He takes a few deep breaths amidst the wrecked furniture, quickly forcing his cold, calculating composure back to the surface. He issues an immediate global decree, promising to make anyone who finds a single clue about the flying ark an instant lord. 10 years pass, and by year 35, his lead shadow scout kneels before him with some very urgent news. Now an old man once again, Li Fan snaps his head up, asking if they finally located another intact tomb. The scout explains that a team of workers uncovered a strange, unmarked grave, but were instantly blasted back by a violent, invisible force field. Hearing about the magical barrier, Li Fan grins, ordering his men to pack up their barrels of miasma to neutralize the ancient spell. The troops splash the toxic red liquid onto the tomb doors, causing the blue magical seal to hiss and dissolve. The ancient stone doors shatter into a million pieces, opening up a dark passage leading deep underground. Staff in hand, Li Fan walks down the corridor, telling his soldiers to report the absolute second they spot anything shaped like a boat. A few minutes later, his scout runs back, shouting that they found a highly unusual object buried deep within the inner chamber. Li Fan runs down the dark stone stairs as fast as his elderly legs can carry him. He stops dead in his tracks, his eyes wide with shock, as his torchlight illuminates a small, ancient wooden boat resting in the center of the room. Some men chase women, some chase money, but our boy Li Fan is currently playing chess with actual gods, just to steal a ticket out of his own universe. He stands deep inside the ancient tomb, holding a tiny, toy-like wooden boat and reading a dead cultivator's 3,000-year-old Yelp review of the mortal wasteland. The records reveal the tomb's owner was Qian Hong, a Foundation establishment cultivator who fled into this quarantine zone to escape his enemies. Since this place is completely devoid of natural spiritual energy, his limited supply of spirit stones quickly dried up, causing his magical powers to rot away day by day. He spent his remaining decades searching for the legendary flying ark in Yi Xing's tomb. only to find the vessel's core power spell formation was already completely ruined. Realizing he was doomed to die in this backwater world, he left behind a final message inviting any future cultivator to take one of his remaining treasures. The first item is the halting steel fragment, a powerful, wondrous treasure that defended the tomb for millennia, though Li Fan's toxic miasma spray has unfortunately rendered it completely ordinary. The second item is a pair of cultivation scrolls, detailing a basic qi condensation method and a standard foundation stage method. But Li Fan's eyes narrow as he notices the system display shows both scrolls currently have one active cultivator in the world outside. He wonders how anyone could possibly be cultivating these specific methods when the tomb has been sealed for over 3,000 years. He realizes that the great sects must keep master copies of every manual, recycling them back into circulation the second the previous owner kicks the bucket. It's basically a spiritual library system, proving that the cultivation world outside is just as corrupt and bureaucratic as any mortal government. He sighs, dropping the recycled scrolls back onto the floor with a look of absolute disgust. He picks up the small wooden boat, the Tai Hang Ark, realizing his hundreds of years of waiting have finally yielded a ticket out of this place. He smirks, knowing that while he has no idea how to fix a magical ship, he knows two highly qualified mechanics who are arriving in year 50. Cut to year 50 of the real loop, where Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi are hovering in the sky, ready to tear each other apart over a stolen manual. Dao Xuanzi looks thoroughly annoyed, wondering if a simple core formation scroll is really worth their mutual destruction. Suddenly, a loud, majestic voice booms from the palace balcony below, demanding to know who dares to bring such arrogance to his capital. Dressed as the grand silver-haired preceptor, Li Fan looks up at the two fighting gods and politely invites them downstairs for a little chat. He sits them down in his luxurious palace hall, serving them premium tea while he prepares to spin the grandest lie of his career. He raises his wine cup with a jovial laugh, claiming his long-dead ancestor prophesied their exact arrival from the abyssal ruins thousands of years ago. Ko Hong stares at the old man, his jaw dropping at the sheer audacity of a mortal trying to pitch him a destiny story. Li Fan grandly introduces himself as the leader of the clan, keeping a completely straight face during his performance. Dao Xuanzi narrows his eyes, demanding to know how any mortal ancestor could possibly predict their movements 1,000 years into the future. Ko Hong scoffs, pointing out that in their 100 years of roaming the cultivation world, they've never heard of any magic capable of such perfect foresight. Li Fan calmly sips his tea, asking the two cultivators if they have ever heard of the legendary Taiyan sect. Ko Hong immediately gasps, his skeptical attitude evaporating at the mention of the ancient sect renowned for its flawless calculation arts. Li Fan takes a slow, dramatic breath, letting the silence build the tension in the room. He proudly confirms that his ancestor was indeed a high-ranking member of the Taiyan sect. He explains that his ancestor volunteered to lead the mortal migration to this wasteland, sacrificing his own magical future to protect his family. Dao Xuanzi leans forward, demanding to know why the grand ancestor would go to such lengths to stop them from fighting. Li Fan gestures warmly, explaining that since they are the keys to his clan's escape, he couldn't let them kill each other over a silly little core manual. Dao Xuanzi signs deeply, noting that out in the real world, cultivation scrolls are so heavily monopolized that turning on your own brother is basically standard procedure. Li Fan shakes his head in mock pity, standing up to deliver his ultimate bait. He slams his fist down, revealing that his ancestor left behind a pristine cultivation method that leads directly to the Golden Core realm. The two cultivators jump out of their seats, their eyes glowing with intense greed as they ask what the old man wants in exchange. Li Fan summons a projection of the damaged Tai Hang Ark, explaining that his ancestor calculated that only a swordmaster and an artifact specialist could repair it. The description matches their exact specialties, leaving the two cultivators completely stunned by the flawless accuracy of the ancient prediction. Li Fan tells them to follow him to the chamber to inspect the manual, keeping his expression perfectly neutral. But as they walk, Dao Xuanzi subtly blocks Ko Hong, silently warning his brute partner to let him handle the negotiations. Ko Hong backs off with a nervous smile, completely unaware of the political play happening right in front of him. Li Fan leads the elegant swordmaster away, his inner monologue celebrating how easy it is to manipulate these prideful gods. He takes Dao Xuanzi alone into a dark, rocky chamber hidden deep beneath the palace. Dao Xuanzi freezes, his spiritual senses immediately picking up the faint scent of the toxic immortal miasma, lingering in the air. Li Fan quickly reassures him, claiming he only uses the gas as a security measure to protect his family's greatest treasures from greedy thieves. He pulls out the scroll, presenting it to the swordmaster under the dim red light of the cavern. The system display flashes, revealing the true identity of the scroll, the Thousand Mysteries Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter, a genuine nascent soul method. Dao Xuanzi's elegant composure completely shatters, his eyes wide as he realizes this is a legendary technique that most cultivators would slaughter an entire country to obtain. Li Fan smirks internally, watching the elegant immortal fall hook, line and sinker for his trap. He lies that he only claimed it was a golden core method in front of Ku Hong because he knew the hot-headed giant would immediately try to take it by force. Deeply impressed by the old man's sharp mind, Dao Xuanzi bows respectfully, promising to make Ku Hong repair the ark with all his strength. Li Fan laughs warmly, rubbing his hands together in mock gratitude. Dao Xuanzi returns to his partner, lying straight to his face by confirming that the mortal really does possess an ancestral core formation scroll. Ku Hong lets out a greedy, sinister smile, already planning to murder the old man and take the scroll the second the repairs are done. Ku Hong suggests they just rob the old man right now, but Dao Xuanzi quickly slaps the idea down, warning him that a Taiyan sect descendant is too dangerous to mess with. He lies that repairing the boat is an easy task anyway, secretly keeping the nascent soul secret entirely to himself. The next day, Li Fan hands over the tiny wooden boat to the two cultivators, promising to provide them with whatever materials they need. It takes the two immortals a full year of intense, daily labor to fully restore the core spell formations of the tiny wooden vessel. Li Fan holds the glowing, fully repaired ark in his hands, his heart racing as his ticket out of this cage is finally operational. Ku Hong proudly explains that the ark can grow up to 1,000 meters in length, though their limited supply of spirit stones will only let them expand it to the medium size. He smugly adds that piloting the ship requires the divine sense of a qi condensation cultivator, asking if the old mortal needs them to drive it for him. Li Fan doesn't say a word, instantly leaping onto the deck and using his system-assisted mind to expand and pilot the massive ship flawlessly. Ku Hong can only stare in absolute shock, wondering how a regular human is currently operating a high-level magical vessel with zero spiritual energy. Li Fan laughs, strokes his silver beard, and claims it is just a minor family trick not worth mentioning. He hands them the promised scrolls, politely asking them to accompany him to the edge of the ruins. 3 days later, the two cultivators bid him farewell, with Ku Hong friendly suggesting they meet up at Kongyun Mountain once the old man escapes. He tosses Li Fan a hand-drawn paper map of the exit route, apologizing for the lack of professional jade slips in this wasteland. With their business concluded, the two cultivators transform into streaks of orange and purple light, flying back into the sky. Flying high above the clouds, Ku Hong notes that while the old man has a sharp mind, his physical body is so old, he probably has less than a decade left to live. Dao Xuanzi agrees, noting that in their world, everything is completely meaningless if you don't achieve eternal life. Ku Hong asks his partner what kind of manual Li Fan gave him, completely unaware of the massive scam. Dao Xuanzi lies with a flawless, friendly smile, promising to help his brother once he breaks through to the Golden Core stage. They dive back down into the thick protective fog surrounding the abyssal ruins. Ku Hong charges ahead, completely fearless as he descends into the dark chasm. Cut to the massive, swirling vortex of the eastern abyssal ruins, the literal gateway to the heavens. Inside the high-tech cockpit of the Taihang Ark, old Li Fan realizes he has 14 years before the fog naturally clears, but his body won't survive that long. Knowing he has nothing left to lose in this life, he decides to launch the ship into the deadly barrier immediately. The massive wooden ship dives straight into the dark chasm, surrounded by a protective blue energy shield. The hull begins to shake violently as the ship collides with the terrifying wind blades of the astral wind layer. Bracing himself against the console, Li Fan celebrates the ship's built-in shield, knowing his mortal body would have been turned to paste without it. After a tense half-hour of navigating the violent turbulence, the ship finally breaks through into a calm, golden sky. The vibrations stop, replaced by a blinding, holy light that floods the entire cockpit. He enters a glorious montage. He successfully escapes, joins a sect, forms a golden core in a century, and begins his smooth ascension to the heavens. He becomes the supreme immortal emperor, shatters the spatial barriers of the universe, and ascends to the glorious god realm. Starting as a humble miner, he battles his way to become the absolute god king of the universe, standing at the pinnacle of existence. Suddenly, Li Fan gasps, his eyes snapping open as his entire trillion-year legacy is instantly vaporized by gravity. He is hanging upside down from the ceiling, realizing his grand god king ascension was just a highly realistic hallucination caused by the illusory light layer. He looks out the window, watching the swirling clouds of the actual barrier outside. He consults his paper map, confirming that the autopilot successfully navigated through the illusion and reached the third layer, the inversion layer. He climbs back down, realizing he only woke up because the ship's automated system steered them back on track. He decides to let the ship handle the steering entirely while he focuses on feeding it power to accelerate. The ship shoots forward, leaving a bright trail of blue light in its wake. The vessel glides smoothly through the blazing inferno of the fourth layer, the flowing fire layer. He smirks, thanking the ancient engineers who were smart enough to leave a fully automated autopilot back door in the ship's system. The ship dives straight through the freezing depths of the fifth layer, the profound ice layer. It navigates the violent lightning strikes of the sixth layer, the thunderstorm layer. Finally, the ship enters the final, quiet void of the seventh layer, the darkness layer. Li Fan grips his staff in pure excitement, believing his 6 lifetimes of struggle are about to be rewarded with the true cultivation world. But out of the pitch-black void, a colossal, terrifying monster mouth lined with thousands of sharp teeth opens up, swallowing the entire ship whole. The screen flashes, and our boy wakes up gasping in his young body, wondering how those 2 cultivators managed to bypass that giant space whale without getting eaten. He checks his status screen, noting his mental age is now over 1100 years, and he has successfully retained the Taihang arc for his 7th life. Operating in year 4, he returns to Qian Hong's tomb, using a specialized spray to slowly weaken the magical barrier of the stale. He touches the glowing stone, using his system to absorb and recharge his anchor progress. The blue screen confirms his anchor charge is now at 26%, meaning he only needs to recycle 3 more wondrous items to unlock his next starting point. In year 5, he stands at the edge of the abyssal ruins, looking down at the thick barrier of white mist. He tells himself he is only going to take a quick look from the safety of the cliff. He watches the white fog swirl in the dark chasm, the temptation growing stronger by the second. His eyes glow with a cold red intensity, knowing he already has the repaired ship and the nascent soul scroll in his inventory. He pacing back and forth, asking himself if he really has the patience to sit around and wait another 15 years for the fog to clear. He stops at the edge, deciding that a true cultivator can't let a little fear of a giant space monster keep him from reaching his destiny. He grins into the dark abyss, ready to launch his ship right now, confident he can dodge the giant mouth on his second try. He spent multiple lifetimes mastering politics, conquering nations, and robbing ancient graves, all for one simple goal: to finally escape this mortal prison and achieve immortality. Standing at the edge of the abyss, our boy Li Fan is confident that if he can just slip past that giant void monster guarding the exit, he will finally be free. The abyssal depths are completely silent right before a blinding column of golden light erupts from the Great Formation, shaking the entire cavern. Engraved in the ancient ruins is a chilling, blood-red warning left by cultivators of old: the path of immortality is dead. Li Fan breaks out in a cold sweat as demonic, echoing voices try to lure his mind directly into the abyss, nearly baiting him into jumping to his death without his ship. 15 years of patient preparation pass, and inside his 8th lifetime, a fully prepared Li Fan pilots the Taihang arc straight into the chaotic violet lightning of the thunderstorm layer. The purple lightning begins to fade as a strange, freezing wind starts to blow, signaling his entry into the pitch-black void of the final darkness layer. Floating blue specks of light emerge in the darkness, and our guy uses every single sensory spell he has to scan the void for the legendary monster. Before he can even register a threat, a colossal mouth lined with giant, jagged teeth suddenly emerges from the shadows, ready to swallow the entire ship whole. Li Fan's eyes widen in sheer horror as he realizes this cosmic beast isn't just a wild animal. It possesses a deep, ancient malice specifically directed at mortal intruders. With a deafening roar echoing through the void, the Taihang arc pulls a neck-breaking vertical dodge, narrowly scraping past the closing jaws of the whale. "Upward! Go faster!" he screams, pushing the Ark's spiritual engines to their absolute limit as they retreat back into the purple thunderstorm. The giant beast abruptly stops its pursuit at the boundary, leaving Li Fan panting as the glow from the lightning layer finally illuminates the monster's true silhouette. As the smoke clears, our boy is left completely speechless, his face pale with dread at what he's looking at. The creature is a gargantuan cosmic whale with glowing blue eyes, so massive that the entire 1,000-meter flying ship looks like a microscopic toothpick in front of its mouth. The sheer size difference is ridiculous, but Li Fan quickly calms himself, realizing that having infinite resets means he has infinite retries to figure out this giant fish. Over the next 15 years, he launches attack after attack, trying to force his way through the darkness layer, only to get intercepted faster and faster every single time. By year 35, he notices that on the specific days when the abyssal mist recedes, the giant whale is slightly delayed, giving him a small, golden window of opportunity to dive deeper. Taking a massive gamble, he charges his ship's shields to full power and rockets straight into the abyss at maximum speed. A faint, beautiful illusion of the cultivation world begins to appear below, but the freezing wind picks up, and the beast's terrifying cry echoes once again. Before he can even react, the massive blue glowing eye of the whale appears right in front of him, and the giant jaws snap shut around his ship. The light in his eyes fades as the wooden hull of the Ark splinters into a million pieces. With his ship crushed to sawdust, Li Fan instantly triggers his system, ending yet another simulation and resetting back to the beginning. Checking his status screen, he notices his psychological age has stopped increasing at 11-16 years, meaning his mind has finally adapted to the erosion of time. He lets out a dry, sarcastic sigh, realizing he still has over 700 years of mental sanity to burn through before he completely loses his mind. Now in his 8th lifetime at year 4, our boy immediately heads back to Qianhong's tomb to perform his classic, state-sanctioned grave-robbing routine. He feeds the broken pieces of the defensive halting stele to his system, boosting his anchor progress to a comfortable 51% with a smug grin on his face. By year 5, the mysterious white mist recedes again, and with his void transformation charge sitting at 90%, he has no choice but to wait. In year 20 and year 35 of this run, he tries to force his way through the darkness layer again, getting eaten each time, though his driving skills are undeniably improving. By year 50, Li Fan has grown into a majestic, silver-haired patriarch, realizing his elderly reflexes and declining mental state make a manual escape impossible. Since brute force failed, he decides to visit his 2 old cultivator friends, Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi, right as they are having their usual explosive mid-air duel. After hosting a lavish banquet and getting them thoroughly drunk, he casually unrolls a scroll featuring a detailed drawing of the giant whale. He spins a masterclass lie, claiming his ancestors warned him about a giant space whale guarding the exit of the immortal Forsaken Land. Ko Hong looks at the drawing in pure confusion, scratching his head and wondering how he managed to completely miss a giant fish during his own trip down here. But the elegant Dao Xuanzi freezes, his calculating eyes narrowing as he recognizes the creature in the painting. Dao Xuanzi explains that according to ancient records, the legendary beast-taming sect once controlled exotic creatures that could tear through space itself. Ko Hong's eyes widen as he finally remembers the name of the legendary beast, the fearsome, space-traveling rift-splitting whale. When Li Fan asks if they know any tricks to bypass or distract the beast, the 2 cultivators just look at him blankly, admitting they have absolutely no idea. Our boy sighs deeply under his breath, realizing that in this world, if you want something done right, you really have to do it yourself. Starting his 9th lifetime, he immediately rushes back to Qianhong's tomb, but the system remains completely silent, refusing to absorb the already depleted stale. He spends the next few decades testing various ideas, but by year 65, he is an 85-year-old man, nearing the absolute end of his natural lifespan. With his body failing, he decides to completely give up on active steering, letting the Taihang Ark slowly and naturally drift down into the abyss. The wooden boat slowly floats through the terrifying astral wind layer, the illusory light layer, and the roaring seas of the flowing fire layer without any steering. It continues drifting quietly through the freezing winds of the profound ice layer, slowly descending deeper. The Ark passes through the chaotic purple lightning of the thunderstorm layer, heading straight into the pitch-black void of the darkness layer. Old Li Fan gasps in sudden realization, snapping his eyes open as he waits for the inevitable jaws of the whale to crush him. But nothing happens. The ship is drifting completely undisturbed through the pitch-black void, and the monster is nowhere to be seen. Seeing the glowing exit of the formation right in front of him, he panics, thinking he's about to miss his chance, and yells to push the ship to maximum speed. The ship's engines ignite with a brilliant blue flash, rocketing forward at full speed. Instantly, a deafening roar shakes the void as the massive rift-splitting whale emerges from the shadows, locking directly onto the ship. As the giant jaws close in, Li Fan suddenly has a massive light bulb moment, realizing exactly why the beast only noticed him the second he accelerated. The giant whale is completely blind. It ignores any object moving at a constant, unaccelerated velocity, but aggressively attacks anything that changes speed. Realizing he has finally cracked the puzzle of the formation, the old patriarch bursts into a wild, ecstatic laughter, feeling the heavy chains of his mortal prison shatter. His mad laughter echoes through the cabin as the giant whale's teeth snap closed right behind the boat, missing them by mere inches. With a brilliant flash of cosmic light, the Taihang Ark breaks through the final spatial barrier, leaving the roaring whale behind as it enters the true cultivation world. The intense spatial pressure makes blood stream from his eyes and nose, but our boy couldn't care less as he flies through the cosmos. Wiping the blood from his face, he looks back at the great immortal severing formation, his perspective of the universe completely changing. But as he stares back into the void, his triumphant smile instantly vanishes, replaced by an expression of absolute paralyzing horror. Another colossal rift-splitting whale emerges from the dark, floating peacefully in the deep space outside the formation. And then, dozens more appear, followed by hundreds, and then thousands upon thousands of giant space whales floating in the dark void. From his new elevated perspective, he watches the endless swarm of whales carving out giant, dark patches of empty space from the universe. So, our boy finally escaped his mortal prison after 9 lifetimes. The only minor issue? He is currently a heavily bleeding 90-year-old old man about to crash land. The Taihang arc shoots out of a massive dark spatial whirlpool, spiraling out of control as it enters the sky. The ship breaks through the clouds, revealing a breathtaking view of majestic floating mountains suspended over a vast blue ocean. With blood dripping down his face, the elderly Li Fan looks at the celestial landscape with a weak, weary smile. "To finally see the cultivation world before I die," he whispers, his vision fading as his heart slowly stops beating. This life was not in vain. His body goes cold, and the familiar blue system screen flashes, resetting him back to the safety of his starting point. Waking up in his young, 20-year-old body, Li Fan realizes that after 9 lifetimes and nearly 500 years of struggle, he has finally touched the threshold of immortality. As he prepares his next run, he notices something highly unusual on the system's item retention list. The broken piece of the halting steel is available to keep. Curious to test a theory about the uniqueness of magical items, he decides to retain the stale fragment instead of choosing the usual system charge. His 10th life begins, and by year 3, our boy arrives outside Qianhong's tomb, pulling out the duplicate stale piece he brought over from his previous life. The moment the duplicate stale appears in this timeline, a magical reaction occurs. The duplicate begins to melt like ice under a hot sun, flowing directly into the tomb's defensive array. Li Fan smirks as his theory is proven correct. Unique heavenly treasures cannot exist as duplicates in the same timeline, forcing them to automatically fuse and strengthen the original. After using his custom miasma spray to weaken the newly boosted array, he enters the tomb and finds the original stale looking significantly repaired and highly intact. Since the stale is still partially damaged, the system cannot absorb it yet, so he carefully packs it away in his ark as a high-value asset for his future journey. By year 20, our boy spends his time ruthlessly executing corrupt landlords and hoarding mountain-sized piles of gold, silver, and jewels, knowing he'll still need mortal money to deal with people. When the court officials try to protest his massive grain-hoarding campaign, Li Fan doesn't waste time arguing. He simply summons the massive, 1,000-meter Taihang arc to hover directly over the palace. Seeing a giant, floating warship blocking out the sun, the terrified officials and commoners instantly fall to their knees, eagerly volunteering to gather his grain. With the entire empire working in absolute terror, an endless line of laborers quickly fills the massive ship's cargo holds to the absolute brim. With his pockets filled with gold and his cargo bays filled with food, Li Fan bids farewell to the mortal world, letting the ship autopilot into the abyss at a perfectly constant speed. The ship cruises through the cosmic void smoothly, the familiar spatial tearing sensation barely bothering him this time. He successfully passes through the Great Formation and emerges into the cultivation world, only to find himself floating over a boundless, empty blue ocean. Our boy's calculating face falters as he looks around, realizing he emerged in a completely different location than his previous run. To make matters worse, this endless ocean isn't featured on any map he stole from Kuhong, and his ship's engines are rapidly consuming his limited supply of spirit stones. He flies the ark in a single direction for 7 days and nights, scanning the boundless water without seeing a single trace of human life. 10 more days pass, and right as his ship's engines are about to sputter and die, the faint silhouette of a massive wooden vessel appears on the horizon. Our guy pulls out a brass telescope to get a closer look, but what he sees leaves him completely speechless. The massive ship is sinking, its hull torn open by a recent attack, with dozens of desperate passengers clinging to floating wooden debris. Among the drowning crowd, a panicked young man in a brown scarf screams for everyone to hold on, claiming he already sent a distress signal to their immortal master. Li Fan's eyes narrow as he catches the term immortal master, realizing this is his perfect opportunity to quietly blend in and gather information. He quickly shrinks and pockets the Taihang arc, diving headfirst into the ocean to join the struggling refugees. Swimming into the middle of the crowd, our boy puts on an award-winning performance, thrashing in the water and screaming for the immortal master to save him. Suddenly, a booming, majestic voice echoes from the heavens, commanding absolute silence as a dark figure descends from the clouds. High in the sky, a powerful cultivator floats above them, his face and robes completely obscured by a shimmering, blurry spell veil. Li Fan tries to speak, but realizes a powerful silencing array has completely muted the entire area, leaving the drowning survivors in absolute eerie silence. The mysterious smuggler raises a single hand, chanting a quiet incantation as glowing blue energy gathers around his fingertips. The sea violently erupts as a massive geyser of water rises beneath the sinking ship. With a casual flick of his finger, the cultivator lifts the entire multi-ton vessel completely out of the water, instantly repairing the giant hole in its wooden hull. With another lazy wave of his hand, a powerful gravity spell sweeps across the ocean's surface. All the drowning mortals are pulled out of the water, flying through the air and landing safely onto the ship's dry deck like a bunch of wet fish. Floating majestically above the deck, the obscured smuggler asks a simple, cold question. Who sent me the distress signal? The terrified mortals shiver on the wet deck, too afraid to look the powerful cultivator in the eyes. A calm, level-headed young scholar in light blue robes, named Su Changyu, steps forward, bowing deeply to take responsibility for the signal. The smuggler delivers a cold warning, reminding them of the rules of the trade. Once they reach their destination, their transaction is over, and they are complete strangers. Su Changyu keeps his head bowed low, politely acknowledging the harsh, transaction-based reality of the cultivation world. Satisfied with his compliance, the cultivator waves his hand, casting a powerful wind spell to propel the ship forward. The giant wooden vessel shoots across the water at incredible speed, leaving a massive white wake behind it. The smuggler stands silently at the bow, and the rescued mortals sit on the deck in absolute silence, too terrified to speak. Half a day passes, and as night falls, the glowing, prosperous lights of a massive island city finally appear in the distance. However, their ship doesn't head toward the main, heavily guarded docks. Instead, it sneaks around to the dark, uninhabited side of the island, entering a hidden karst cave. The ship comes to a halt inside the dark cavern, where several burly men dressed in matching black hoods and cloaks wait on the docks. The cloaked men board the ship and begin herding the mortals off, completely ignoring the silent, floating immortal master at the bow. They are led into a spacious stone hall, where the cloaked guards point to tables of food and tell them to rest before their identity registration tomorrow. The moment the guards leave, a spoiled young noble in ornate shoulder plates complains loudly, whining about how half of their group died during the journey. The spoiled kid runs his hand through his hair, ranting about how he is the son of the prestigious Prince of Zhenin, and how cultivation is nowhere near as fun as listening to music. Hearing his childish whining, the calm scholar Su Changyu steps in, coldly reminding them that every single one of their wealthy families paid an astronomical price to smuggle them here. Su Changyu advises them to shut up and focus on cultivating, pointing out that becoming an immortal master is their only ticket to returning home and saving their families from their dying lands. Sitting in the corner, Li Fan watches the group, realizing these pampered kids are actually refugees smuggled out of other quarantined mortal worlds. He strokes his chin, realizing that the cultivation sects have established a highly organized, highly lucrative human smuggling network across the isolated grotto heavens. Before he can analyze the situation further, a heavy, friendly hand suddenly claps onto his shoulder from behind. The chubby merchant kid from the ship smiles warmly at him, politely asking what official position or wealthy business he held back in his home state to afford the smuggler's fee. Our guy has spent several lifetimes assassinating emperors, outsmarting ancient cultivators, and poisoning entire cities. So when a random chubby merchant decides to sneak up and clap him on the shoulder, his immediate reflex is to grab him by the throat and prepare to end him on the spot. Li Fan looks down with a cold, terrifying glare that instantly drains all the color from the fat merchant's face, forcing the poor guy to quickly stammer out a polite goodbye and back away. Clutching his chest in absolute terror, the merchant scrambles away, sweating buckets as he realizes this quiet scholar has the terrifying aura of a seasoned killer who has stood at the peak of power for decades. The next morning at dawn, the large, dimly lit hall is packed with quiet refugees, everyone sitting on the floor anxiously awaiting the start of their new lives in the cultivation world. The middle-aged smuggler, Sun Zhang, turns around and addresses the crowd, explaining that he is about to take them to get their official household registrations so they can legally become residents of Liuli Island. His voice drops to a cold, threatening whisper as he sternly warns them to never speak a single word about where they actually came from if they want to keep their heads on their shoulders. He hands them a perfectly crafted cover story, telling them that if anyone asks, they are all wealthy refugees whose homeland on Western Diyu Island was completely wiped out by a massive windstorm. Following his instructions, the group changes into tattered, dirty clothes to look the part of desperate refugees, quietly marching out of the dark karst cave under the watchful eyes of several heavily armed guards in black cloaks. They are led through the busy, twisting streets of the city, where the local residents barely give them a second glance, before finally arriving at the massive wooden gates of a grand, luxurious manor. After a brief wait, a servant in a simple light blue uniform opens the heavy wooden side door on the left, silently gesturing for the group to follow him inside. They are led into a colossal, brightly lit reception hall, where several other smuggled refugee groups are already gathered, bringing the total number of illegal immigrants in the room to over 100. When their turn finally comes, Sun Zhang stepped forward, bowing deeply to a distinguished elderly man with flowing silver hair and a purple robe, respectfully addressing him as Steward Zhao. Steward Zhao glances down with cold, calculating eyes, asking if these are the new refugees to be registered, while Sun Zhang secretly whispers that every single person in this batch belongs to a wealthy, influential family. Sun Zhang pats his chest with a greedy grin, quietly confirming that they managed to squeeze a massive fortune out of these rich, noble families before bringing them over. He slides a heavy, glowing golden bribe directly into Steward Zhao's sleeve, smoothly explaining how a tragic natural disaster took away all their wealth, leaving them with no choice but to seek refuge on Liuli Island. Steward Zhao quietly pockets the heavy bribe, looking incredibly solemn as he comments on the devastating scale of the recent windstorm that reportedly wiped out over 200 islands and killed countless mortals. He commends the Tianbao Lu merchant group for their dedication to saving these refugees, promising Sun Zhang that once the local immortal master distributes the rewards, they will surely get their fair share. With the pleasantries and bribes successfully exchanged, Steward Zhao sits down at his desk and begins processing the official registration paperwork one by one. When Li Fan steps up to the desk, his tall, imposing figure and quiet, unbothered demeanor immediately catch the elderly steward's attention, causing the old man to stare at him in silence. Steward Zhao dips his brush in ink, asking for his name, to which our boy calmly and casually replies with his real name, Li Fan. The silver-haired steward slides a glowing green paper talisman across the table, instructing our boy to place a single drop of his blood directly onto the surface to bind it. Without a single moment of hesitation, Li Fan bites his finger, letting the sharp metallic taste of blood fill his senses. He presses his bleeding finger against the paper, and the talisman glows with a faint green light as it absorbs the blood, while Steward Zhao tells him to keep it safe as his permanent proof of identity. Steward Zhao goes out of his way to explain that this spirit talisman is absolutely essential for everything on the island, from claiming free grain to taking on official work, causing Sun Zhang to look on with a highly confused expression. Sun Zhang stares at the desk, his mind racing as he wonders why the usually cold and transactional Steward Zhao is being so incredibly polite and explanatory to a random penniless refugee. Once the paperwork is finished, the guards lead the group out of the manor, but instead of returning them to the dark cave, they guide them into a clean, walled stone courtyard of a private residence. Sun Zhang turns to the group with a smug, business-like grin, telling them that now that they have their official registrations, it is time to sign their service contracts. Su Changyu steps forward, calmly reaching into his robe to pull out a pre-prepared paper contract. With a completely blank expression, the young scholar bites his finger, ready to sign away his freedom to secure a foothold in this new world. He presses his bloody thumb firmly onto the paper, leaving a dark red print right over the name Su Changyu to finalize the deal. Su Changyu looks up, holding the burning edge of the finalized paper, explaining that according to the standard rules of the three-part agreement, he will sign the final contract once they are fully settled. Sun Zhang rubs his forehead in annoyance, muttering about how dealing with mortals from the exiled realms is always a massive headache, and that his organization only takes on this unprofitable job to appease the local immortal master. He explains the basic survival rules, telling them that their talismans allow them to claim a free room to live in, along with a free monthly ration of grain during their first year. Su Changyu ignores the talk of free food, looking straight at Sun Zhang as he asks the only question that actually matters. What do they need to do to begin cultivating? Sun Zhang smiles mockingly, explaining that since they came from the exiled mortal lands, their bodies are completely saturated with highly toxic miasma that must be fully removed before they can even think about cultivation. Li Fan quietly watches the conversation from the back of the crowd, as Su Changyu immediately asks how exactly they are supposed to get rid of this toxic miasma. Sun Zhang holds up a hand, explaining the first and most effective method, the island's body-purifying spirit pool, which can completely cleanse all the miasma from a mortal's body in just 24 hours. The catch? The rare materials required to power the spirit pool are astronomical, meaning Liuli Island can only afford to open it once every 3 years. He points out with a smirk that since it was opened a year ago, they will have to wait 2 more years, and even then, the competition is so fierce that a bunch of penniless, unbacked outsiders stand absolutely zero chance of securing a spot. Su Changyu's expression hardens as he immediately asks about the second method. Sunjong explains that the second method is to buy the profound yellow heart cleansing incantation from a local pharmacy, which, paired with expensive medicine and a strict diet, can clean the miasma in 5 to 6 years. 5 or 6 years, Su Changyu mutters, his fists clenching in tight frustration as he asks if there is any faster alternative. Sunjong's face goes completely dark, a creepy, predatory smile spreading across his face. He leans in closer, his eyes widening with a terrifying intensity as he whispers, the third method is to volunteer as a test subject, showing the majestic, older version of Li Fan standing proudly on his wooden ship, surrounded by swirling cosmic winds as he looks down from the heavens. The word test subjects immediately sends a visible wave of cold dread through the gathered refugees, their hopeful expressions completely vanishing. Sun Zhang explains that the local immortal masters are highly interested in studying the unique miasma inside mortal bodies, and every year they select volunteers to have the miasma chemically drained for research. He describes the extraction process as an excruciating, living nightmare of torture, warning them that the vast majority of volunteers go completely, irreversibly insane long before the miasma is fully drained. Su Changyu's face is completely shadowed, sweat dripping down his cheek as he quietly asks if there truly isn't any other way. Sunjong chuckles, mentioning a fourth method where high-level cultivators use legendary heavenly treasures to completely reconstruct a body, but notes that such treatment is so impossibly expensive that even the island lord doesn't qualify. He lets out a dry sigh, scratching his head and telling them to think over their options carefully in the coming days. He walks past them, acknowledging that while everyone who escapes the exiled lands possesses a strong desire for immortality, the reality of the cultivation world is incredibly harsh. Why seek out trouble? Sun Zhang mutters, looking back at them with a pitying expression as he tells them there is absolutely nothing wrong with just living out their lives as ordinary mortals. He advises them to put aside their foolish dreams of immortality, enjoy the simple pleasures of life, and live in the moment under the watch of the black-cloaked guards. Su Changyu stands frozen in the dark courtyard, his fists clenching so hard his knuckles turn white as he silently refuses to accept a mediocre mortal life after fighting so hard to get here. Once Sun Zhang leaves, the crowd quietly disperses, and our boy Li Fan immediately heads to the local registry office to claim his free housing using his newly acquired spirit talisman. The residential area in the north is incredibly dense, packed with hundreds of tiny, identical walled one-room courtyards built along stone pathways. The local guide hands Li Fan a simple brass key, pointing down the path as he tells him his room is the 7th house in row 6. Li Fan opens the door, finding a completely bare room with nothing but a wooden bed, a simple table, and 2 chairs. He shrugs, deciding it's good enough for now. He collapses onto the bed with a sigh of relief, glad that he managed to secure a legal identity and settle down on the island without raising any major red flags. Lying in the dark, he thinks about his fellow refugees, realizing that with the sole exception of Su Changyu, the rest of the group is completely mediocre and lacks the cold determination needed to survive. Our boy's main goal is to clear his miasma. He knows he has a literal mountain of plundered gold and treasure inside his Taihong Ark, which is more than enough to easily buy a spot in the spirit pool. But flashing that kind of absurd wealth as a newcomer would be a death sentence, immediately attracting the greedy eyes of powerful local cultivators. He needs a perfect plan to launder his money. Suddenly, a sharp, heavy knock on his wooden door breaks the silence, causing Li Fan to instantly sit up on the bed. He looks toward the paper screen door, where the distinct, plump shadow of a person is standing outside in the moonlight. Li Fan silently draws his sharp steel sword, his face turning incredibly cold as he prepares to eliminate whoever is standing outside, holding his mini arc in his left hand. He cracks the door open slightly, his eyes narrowing as he sees the smug, annoying face of the chubby merchant standing on his doorstep. The merchant pushes the door open, barging in with a cocky grin as he bluntly points a finger at Li Fan, asking if he actually snuck in from somewhere else. He steps closer, aggressively demanding to know Li Fan's true identity and what his secret purpose is for sneaking onto Liuli Island under a fake refugee cover. Li Fan's eyes go completely pitch black, a terrifying, murderous expression settling on his face as he asks how exactly the merchant figured out he wasn't part of the original refugee group. The fat merchant proudly explains that when their ship was sinking, he vaguely saw Li Fan suddenly emerge from deep underwater, which he initially dismissed as a trick of the light. But after carefully checking the faces of everyone in their group, he realized our guy was never on the smuggler's ship to begin with, pointing a dramatic finger of accusation. Li Fan lets out a soft, freezing chuckle, calling him surprisingly sharp, which only causes the merchant to laugh arrogantly, bragging about how the other idiots in their group are too blind to notice. "Are you absolutely sure no one else noticed?" Li Fan asks in a flat, deadpan voice as he steps behind the bragging merchant, his grip tightening on his sword. Without saying another word, our boy drives his sword straight through the merchant's back, the cold steel bursting out of his chest in a violent spray of blood. The merchant's arrogant grin instantly freezes, his eyes widening in shock as he collapses onto the wooden floor, gasping his final breath in a pool of blood. Li Fan stands over the fresh corpse, looking down with complete disgust as he calls him truly clueless, summoning the glowing blue spatial water of the Taihong Arc. He pours the magical spatial water over the corpse, watching as the physical body is silently and completely dissolved into nothingness, leaving absolutely zero trace behind. He comments on the merchant's stupidity, noting that the fool actually believed a fake registration paper made him a protected native, completely forgetting that in this world, an unbacked mortal has no rights. Li Fan analyzes the situation, knowing that because human smuggling is highly illegal, both the Tianbao Lu organization and the local officials would never dare to investigate the merchant's disappearance with a loud public search. "Even if they find out he came to see me before vanishing," Li Fan smirks, staring at his clean hands. "With no physical body or evidence left behind, they can't do a single thing to me." Just as he calculated, several days pass in perfect quiet, and aside from Su Chongyu dropping by once to ask a quick, harmless question, absolutely nobody on the island notices the merchant's sudden disappearance. Our boy spends his days walking through the city streets, casually chatting with locals, to gather information about the island's power structure, while figuring out how to launder his stolen gold. He studies the local geography, learning that this boundless sea region is called the Kongyun Sea, a massive territory containing tens of thousands of scattered islands, with Liuli Island sitting in the south-central area. He discovers the island is famous for delicious liuli fish, which occasionally produce liuli pearls used by immortal masters to refine elixirs, forcing the local lord to collect a massive quota of pearls every year. Catching these fish is the most popular job on the island, where the local government allows fishermen to keep 30% of their catch to sell, while 70% must be handed over as tax. The issue is that fishing requires massive boats, and finding the schools of fish is impossible without a special spirit lure, owned and controlled by the island lord's manor. The spirit lure is strictly distributed to official fleets and collected immediately upon return, meaning private fishing is treated as a major crime punishable by immediate execution. He also learns that a few days ago, a lucky fishing fleet discovered a deep shipwreck containing over a dozen chests filled with gold and jewels, allowing the crew to instantly become wealthy by keeping their 30% share. The news of the shipwrecked treasure caused a massive uproar across the island, prompting the local financial supervisor, Steward Kian, to personally inspect the docks, while everyone scrambled to secure a spot on the next voyage. Li Fan's eyes light up as he realizes this is his golden opportunity. If he can somehow secure a boat to go out to sea alone, he can simply dump his own stolen treasures into the water and discover a fake shipwreck to perfectly launder his money. He researches the leadership, finding out the island lord has 3 trusted aides: Steward Zhao in charge of personnel, Steward Qian in charge of finances, and Steward Zhao in charge of security. Remembering how unusually polite and helpful Steward Zhao was to him during his registration, our boy decides to pay a private visit to the silver-haired official to see if he can use him to secure his own private boat. This is a recap cover panel showing our boy Li Fan standing back-to-back with his younger armor-clad self, representing his continuous, ruthless journey through multiple lifetimes in search of eternal life. Realizing that a penniless newcomer cannot simply walk up and request a private audience with the island's most powerful administrative official, Li Fan decides to use Sun Jiang of the Heavenly Treasure Tower as his foot in the door. However, the second he approaches the grand building, the black-cloaked guards aggressively block his path, telling him to get lost and asking who he thinks he is to request a meeting with their supervisor. Li Fan calmly walks away, analyzing the situation. The Heavenly Treasure Tower is a merchant business, yet they kicked him out without even asking for instructions, acting as if they already knew exactly who he was. He wonders if something major has changed with the other smuggled refugees, causing Sun Zhang to suddenly turn hostile and actively avoid any association with him. After making some quiet inquiries around the neighborhood, he discovers the shocking truth. In his desperate bid to clear the miasma as quickly as possible, Su Changyu signed his final contract and volunteered to become a human test subject. Xiao Heng lets out a heavy sigh, explaining that with Su Changyu's signature, the 3 contracts are finalized, meaning the Tianbao Lu smugglers have completely severed all ties with the smuggled refugees. Stroking his goatee, Li Fan realizes why the smugglers turned hostile. They got what they wanted, but he didn't expect Su Changyu to take such a reckless, suicidal gamble. Xiao Heng clenches his jaw, complaining that he repeatedly warned Su Changyu not to be so hasty, but the stubborn scholar refused to listen to a single word. He reveals that Su Changyu was desperate because his younger sister back in the mortal realm is terminally ill, and he needed to cultivate immediately to find a cure and rescue her. Li Fan remains silent, offering no comfort as he notes how easily the harsh, uncaring reality of the cultivation world crushes the desperate. Despite the cold shoulder, our boy refuses to give up, calculating that since Sun Zhang showed genuine sympathy to Su Changyu, the smuggler isn't completely evil, he just wants to avoid getting dragged into mortal drama. Since he prefers dealing with people whose predictable motives he already understands, Li Fan heads right back to the front steps of the Heavenly Treasure Tower. The same black-cloaked guard immediately loses his temper, pointing a finger and shouting at him, asking if he has a death wish for returning so soon. Li Fan deliberately raises his voice, loudly asking the entire street if this is how the prestigious Heavenly Treasure Tower treats paying guests who are here to do business. The guard is left completely speechless as the passing crowds stop to whisper and gossip, forcing the guards to quickly usher him inside to avoid a massive public scene. Li Fan is led into a luxurious private guest room, where a quiet maid immediately serves him a hot, steaming cup of tea. He calmly takes a slow, delicate sip of the tea, completely unbothered by the fact that he was almost executed a few minutes ago. He sets the cup down, looking up with a polite smile as Sun Zhang enters the room. Sun Zhang walks in, explaining that the tea is Dayu Palais Dragon, a legendary plant that only grows around volcanic craters on Dayu Island, which has now become an incredibly scarce luxury after the island was destroyed. Li Fan puts his cup down, smoothly thanking Sun Zhang for his generous hospitality. Sun Zhang's face turns serious, warning him that their previous business is completely finished, and there is no reason for them to ever meet again. Li Fan looks at him with a steady, calculating gaze, stating that he is here to offer the Heavenly Treasure Tower a massive, highly profitable business deal. Sun Zhang scoffs, laughing in his face and asking what kind of business a penniless, newly arrived mortal refugee could possibly offer. Li Fan's eyes remain cold and steady, completely unfazed by the smuggler's mockery. Noticing his absolute unshakable confidence, Sun Zhang finally sits down at the table, serious now. Li Fan leans forward, asking if the Heavenly Treasure Tower would be interested in securing a guaranteed, highly exclusive quota for the island's official seafaring fishing fleet. Sun Zhang admits that fleet quotas are incredibly lucrative due to the valuable liuli fish and salvageable shipwreck treasures, but he points out that the fleets are strictly monopolized by Steward Qian, and even the powerful Steward Zhao can only secure 1 or 2 spots. What makes you think a newcomer like you can pull this off? Li Fan looks straight at him, proposing a simple deal. If Sun Zhang can arrange a private meeting with Steward Zhao, Li Fan has a foolproof way to convince him to hand over the fleet. His sharp, dark eyes carry the weight of a man who has successfully manipulated empires across centuries. Suddenly, a melodious female voice rings out from behind the screen, telling Sun Zhang that setting up a meeting with Steward Zhao is indeed a simple matter. The beautiful, veiled shopkeeper of the Heavenly Treasure Tower steps forward with her arms crossed, smiling as she adds, "But if you fail, I will personally have you chopped up and thrown into the sea to feed the fish." Sun Zhang immediately stands up, bowing respectfully as he welcomes the beautiful shopkeeper. Li Fan calmly nods, thanking the shopkeeper in advance for her cooperation. She rests her chin on her hand, examining Li Fan intensely, noticing that his calm demeanor proves he isn't just making empty, arrogant threats. Li Fan promises his word is his bond, while the shopkeeper warns him that the Heavenly Treasure Tower will expect a massive, corresponding benefit if they help him. Li Fan lays out his ridiculous terms. The island allows sailors to keep 30% of the fleet's harvest, and he will split that entire 30% equally between Steward Zhao and her tower, keeping absolutely nothing for himself. The veiled shopkeeper is completely baffled, asking why on earth he would go to such extreme lengths and risk his life if he doesn't want a single cent of the profit. Li Fan looks her straight in the eye, stating his only condition: he wants a guaranteed quota to enter the body-purifying spirit pool once every 3 years. Both Sun Zhang and the shopkeeper freeze, staring at him in utter disbelief. The room falls into an absolute, stunned silence. Suddenly, she bursts into a loud mocking laughter, pointing out how ridiculous it is for a middle-aged, gray-goateed uncle to still dream of cultivating immortality at his age. She finds it incredibly hilarious, laughing out loud at his seemingly pathetic ambition. She slowly catches her breath, leaning forward as her laughter dies down. Li Fan's expression remains completely stoic, his voice steady and calm. Even if I die on the path to eternal life, I will have no regrets. The shopkeeper's mocking smile instantly vanishes, her eyes widening as she feels the cold, terrifying weight of his absolute conviction. She stares at him through her veil, completely speechless. Placing a hand on her chest, she looks at him with a newfound respect, firmly agreeing to his terms. This is a promotional cover panel, showing a giant hand placing various mortal characters onto stone game pieces, symbolizing how cultivators treat mortals as mere pawns in their search for immortality. The shopkeeper tells Li Fan to go home and wait, promising she will send a messenger to notify him the moment a private meeting with Steward Zhao is arranged. Li Fan walks away, calmly giving his exact address in the northern residential district so they can easily find him. Once he leaves, Sun Zhang nervously asks if they really have the political strength to secure a highly sought-after spot in the spirit pool. The shopkeeper walks away with a calculating smile, noting that if he actually secures the fleet, the massive profits they will make over 5 years will easily cover the cost of a single spot, making this a win-win deal. She suddenly stops mid-stride, her expression turning incredibly tense. She grabs her chest, shivering slightly, as she admits that the look in Li Fan's eyes was genuinely terrifying, far beyond that of an ordinary mortal. On his way home, Li Fan stops by a local pharmacy, purchasing the Profound Yellow Heart Cleansing Incantation and several matching herbs to test his own natural talent while waiting for the meeting. For the next few weeks, he stays locked inside his room, quietly meditating and cultivating, until a shocking piece of news completely disrupts his peace. Su Changyu died. The panel shows a gruesome, stomach-churning pile of mangled red flesh, crushed organs, and shattered white bones piled onto a wooden cart. The corpse is sent back as an unrecognizable mass of bloody pulp that still twitches inexplicably, causing the gathered refugees to shake in pure terror. Since the smuggled refugees are completely broke and cannot even afford a basic grave plot, Li Fan quietly steps in, paying for a proper burial to let the determined scholar rest in peace. Xiao Heng weeps miserably in the pouring rain, while Li Fan stands silently beside the grave, feeling nothing more than a slight, practical sigh at the waste of a good talent. He reflects on Su Changyu, remembering him as a man of incredible willpower and decent character, who was easily the most promising of their entire smuggled group. Yet, even someone with his determination couldn't survive the brutal preliminary step of clearing the miasma, proving that the path of immortality is incredibly steep and unforgiving. This tragedy drives home the difficulty of their journey, and as he continues practicing the heart-cleansing incantation, facts quickly prove that our boy is absolutely no peerless genius either. The manual states that even those with completely mediocre, bottom-tier talent should feel highly refreshed and mentally sharp after just 2 weeks of practice. But after a full month of continuous, daily meditation, Li Fan feels absolutely zero changes in his body, proving his natural cultivation talent is essentially non-existent. He remains completely unbothered, calmly treating it as a standard daily chore, until a black-cloaked messenger finally knocks on his door. He is led into a beautiful, quiet courtyard owned by the Heavenly Treasure Tower, where the silver-haired Steward Zhao is waiting for him. Steward Zhao turns around, speaking bluntly. "I heard you want a fleet quota. You have a massive appetite, kid. What backing do you have?" Li Fan clasps his hands with a calm smile, asking if the steward thinks the regular profits of catching fish can possibly compare to salvaging direct chests of treasure from shipwrecks. Steward Zhao scoffs, pacing around the yard as he points out that shipwrecks are incredibly rare, and in his 12 years on the island, he has only seen a handful of major harvests. Li Fan steps forward, confidently stating that if he is given command of a fleet, he can guarantee they will bring back a massive amount of treasure every single time they go out. Extreme close-up of Steward Zhao's glowing red eye as he is startled by the absolute conviction in the mortal's voice. He strokes his long gray beard, looking at Li Fan in absolute shock. "Incredible, you didn't lie." Li Fan smirks, asking how exactly the steward was able to verify his claim so easily. Steward Zhao reveals he was born with a unique set of eyes that can instantly recognize truth from lies, explaining that Li Fan's body emitted a soft, pure white light, proving his words were genuine. Li Fan is fascinated, asking if the steward's unusually polite attitude during their very first meeting was also because of these magical eyes. Steward Zhao admits, "Yes, on that day, I saw that you were incredibly wealthy and had quite a bit of blood on your hands, so I wanted to form some good karma with an extraordinary person." Li Fan asks if the steward also knew Sun Jiang's refugee story was a complete lie. Steward Zhao scoffs, saying it doesn't matter as long as they don't cause trouble on the island. He adds that smuggling refugees is actually done under the secret orders of the local immortal master anyway, so there is no reason to make things difficult for Sun Jiang. Li Fan brings the topic back to business, asking if the steward can now grant him the seafaring fleet quota. Steward Zhao sits down, explaining that giving a fleet directly to a new, unbacked outsider would cause too much outrage and dissatisfaction among the local sailors. He proposes a compromise. Join the next scheduled voyage. If you can prove your luck by bringing back treasure, the crew will be convinced, and you can take over the fleet officially. Li Fan bows, completely satisfied. Steward Zhao is truly thorough in his thinking. Behind the screens, the shopkeeper is watching in absolute shock, her mouth open under her veil. What? He convinced Steward Zhao so easily? Once Li Fan leaves, Sun Jiang nods in agreement, while the shopkeeper wonders if our uncle actually has some crazy, mysterious backing to make such massive promises. Sun Jiang and the shopkeeper watch him depart, deeply intrigued by his mysterious background. The shopkeeper turns to Sun Jiang, ordering him to immediately gift Li Fan the title deed to a prime, vacant courtyard on East Street. Sun Jiang is completely dumbfounded. Huh? He protests, pointing out they spent an absolute fortune to acquire that courtyard to bribe Steward Qian. Why give it to a newcomer so cheaply before he even secures the fleet? The shopkeeper crosses her arms, looking incredibly determined. Just do as I say. If we wait until he succeeds, a mere small courtyard won't be enough to earn his friendship. Featuring the beautiful veiled shopkeeper of the Heavenly Treasure Tower, sitting in an elegant golden dress, representing her calculating, business-first role in our protagonist's new life. After Sun Jiang delivers the official title deed to his hands, Li Fan wastes no time moving into his luxurious new courtyard house on East Street, enjoying a peaceful environment that is infinitely better than the packed northern slums. The Heavenly Treasure Tower immediately sends a group of beautiful maids to make his stay comfortable, but our boy politely declines them all. When you're busy planning the grand larceny of local cultivation resources, a cleaning crew is just a security hazard. His peaceful wait is abruptly cut short as a sudden, violent windstorm hits Liuli Island, sending terrified crowds of locals running through the streets in panic as they scream for the protective mercy of the immortal master. Sitting cross-legged in his room, Li Fan is forced to open his eyes as a low, ominous vibration rumbles through the ground, shaking the entire wooden floor of his estate. He immediately rushes out of his room, his dark robes whipping around him as he heads to his courtyard to see what kind of disaster is descending on the island. A high-pitched, metallic hum echoes from the sky as massive, glowing blue lines of defensive energy begin to stretch across the clouds, sealing the island away from the storm. Li Fan looks up in pure awe, watching as the colossal defensive dome of the Island Protection Grand Formation quickly expands over the city. Massive, 100-foot waves crash violently against the glowing blue shield, and the sheer visual of a literal ocean slamming into a dome of light is a stark reminder of the crazy scale of this world. A booming, magical announcement echoes from the heavens, commanding all residents to stay indoors and remain calm as the defensive barrier goes to full power. Terrified of the raging sea, thousands of islanders drop to their knees in the middle of the streets, bowing and praying to the distant immortal master, as if he were a merciful god. Li Fan quietly stands in the corner of his courtyard, keeping his eyes on the sky-wide glowing matrix as the storm reaches its absolute peak. The massive blue barrier completely shuts out the terrifying howling wind and rain, reducing the apocalyptic storm to a silent, artistic light show above their heads. Staring at the tranquil, dry courtyard, our boy is deeply impressed by the absolute power of the immortals, realizing that their magic is the only thing keeping these fragile human settlements from getting wiped off the map. Suddenly, his highly sensitive eyes widen in shock as a massive, blinding flash of purple energy illuminates his face. A colossal, terrifying bolt of purple celestial lightning blasts down from the dark clouds, slamming directly into the center of the defensive barrier with a deafening crack. The sheer aftershock of the collision slams Li Fan to his knees, a trickle of dark blood escaping his lips as he gasps, horrified by the absolute crushing power of the heavenly thunder. He barely manages to brace his arms on the stone floor, his teeth gritting as another massive rumble signals that a second bolt of lightning is already descending. Multiple massive purple strikes rain down in rapid succession, completely engulfing the glowing blue dome in a violent sea of electricity and splashing waves. Our boy grits his teeth against the painful pressure, genuinely wondering if his 10th lifetime is about to end right here before he even manages to set sail on his boat. Fortunately, the ancient defensive formation is far tougher than it looks, successfully holding its ground against the lightning until the massive waves finally begin to calm down. It takes 2 or 3 days of endless, gray wind and rain before the massive windstorm finally recedes, allowing the sunlight to break through the clouds. Li Fan soon learns from the locals that this storm was actually considered relatively small. The storm 15 years ago was many times worse, shattering the southern arrays and permanently reducing the island to 1/3 of its original size. It took a dozen years of gathering refugees from other ruined islands for Liuli Island to slowly recover its vitality and population. Looking at the clear blue sky, Li Fan stands in his quiet courtyard, deeply humbled by the terrifying casual might of nature in the cultivation world. A few days later, official orders are distributed to every household, requiring the residents to inspect their local section of the defensive array using a special spirit talisman. The inspection is a massive, coordinated effort, with Steward Zhao, the shopkeeper, and every single resident checking their assigned nodes out of concern for their own survival. He learns that because the defensive stones maintaining the island were almost entirely depleted by the storm, the local immortal master had to immediately fly back to Wuxia Island to retrieve more supplies. The inspection is simple. They hang a green talisman in their yard and count 360 flashes as one small cycle. If it doesn't turn red during a large cycle, the local node is perfectly safe. Staring at the floating flashing talisman, Li Fan is amazed by the mind-blowing scale and intricate design of a defensive formation that manages over 300,000 nodes. 5 days later, a collective sigh of relief sweeps across the island as the tests confirm the array is completely undamaged, and the residents cheer as the immortal master returns from the sky. Over the next few months, more ragged survivors from other destroyed islands arrive on Liuli Island, seeking asylum in the boundless and dangerous Kongyun Sea. Our boy doesn't waste a single day of this delay, continuously cultivating his heart-cleansing incantation until his system status screen confirms his physiological age limit has increased to 88. Another month passes, and the long-awaited messenger from Steward Zhao finally arrives at his door, announcing that the storm has cleared and the fleet is ready to set sail immediately. 3 days later, Li Fan arrives at the bustling pier, immediately identifying the massive grand vessel named Kongyuan that Steward Zhao assigned to him. The sailors on deck are in a complete panic, complaining loudly because the island lord has suddenly organized a brutal assessment. Whichever ship brings back the smallest harvest will have their sailing qualifications permanently cancelled. One of the crew members explains that because the southern coral island was completely razed by the recent storm, the heavy tribute supplies they owed have now been dumped onto Liuli Island. The crew is terrified of losing their livelihoods, muttering about how they will survive if they get disqualified and lose their jobs. A towering, heavily muscled captain with long, messy hair and crossed arms steps forward, barking at them to stop acting like a bunch of cowards and look on the bright side. The massive captain, Zhang Haobo, notes that the island lord has promised to increase the first-place fleet's harvest share from 30% to a massive 50%. The crew is skeptical, pointing out their fishing skills are completely mediocre, with one sailor half-jokingly suggesting they should just go back to being free-roaming pirates. Zhang Haobo grins, confidently telling his anxious crew that they don't need to worry because they have a highly capable Lucky Charm joining their ship on this voyage. Li Fan steps forward with a polite, calm expression, confidently promising the crew that he will personally guarantee everyone returns with a fully loaded ship. One of the veteran sailors narrows his eyes, clenching his fist as he looks at our boy's clean scholar robes with a highly suspicious expression, showing the young, armored version of Li Fan drawing a dark blade, representing his cold, calculating readiness to conquer his new sea voyage. The sailors stare down at Li Fan in disbelief, scoffing at how pale and clean he looks, and wondering if this fancy city boy has ever even set foot on a real boat. Zhang Haobo immediately roars at them, calling them a bunch of blind fools for failing to recognize a great talent specially invited by Steward Zhao to take over their ship. The crew immediately erupts in anger, pointing out that Zhang Haobo has been their captain for 10 years, and they refuse to stand by and let a random outsider take away his position. Zhang Haobo lets out a subtle, pleased smirk, highly satisfied that his crew's fierce loyalty is working exactly as he planned. One of the hot-headed sailors even suggests throwing Li Fan overboard once they reach deep waters, pointing out that people disappear at sea all the time. Zhang Haobo immediately raises a hand, telling everyone to calm down and acting as if he is just a humble, law-abiding laborer who must obey Steward Zhao's personnel decisions. He puts on a dramatic show of helplessness, claiming he has no choice but to step down, using a petty psychological trick to make his crew hate the newcomer even more. Li Fan watches his dramatic performance with a cold, unbothered smirk, immediately labeling the captain's manipulation as a pathetic, amateur trick. Our boy steps forward, raising his voice to ask the crew if they dare to question Steward Zhao's legendary judgment, firmly repeating his promise that they will strike gold on this voyage. The angry sailors sweat drop, their confidence wavering as they quietly whisper that Steward Zhao's magical eyes have literally never been wrong about a person. Close-up of Zhang Haobo's twitching cheek, his fake humble smile instantly cracking as he realizes his crew is actually starting to believe the newcomer's words. He points a finger at Li Fan, shouting that he doesn't believe a single word of his guaranteed treasure claims, accusing him of using underhanded connections to steal his captaincy. He waves his arm, ordering the crew to immediately set sail and head out to sea, daring this pale scholar to show them how he plans to end this voyage. The massive Kangyuan sails out of the harbor, relying on microspell formations driven by spirit stones rather than wind or manpower, equipped with a spirit lure to locate the schools of fish. However, because the massive windstorm has completely scattered the marine life, the ship's short-range spirit lure is essentially useless, forcing the lookout crew to search for a needle in a haystack. More than half a month passes with terrible luck, the crew catching only a few baskets of ordinary fish, while Zhang Haobo grows increasingly anxious about coming in last place. Zhang Haobo crosses his arms on the deck, noting that the island's rule requires them to return within a month, desperately praying to the immortal master for a sudden miracle. Li Fan finally walks out of his private cabin, prompting the captain to mock him for finally deciding to join the living. He adds that since our boy did nothing but hide in his room and take food every day, he genuinely thought he had died of seasickness inside his cabin. Li Fan ignores his childish mockery, calmly demanding that they prepare a small rowboat for him immediately because he has spotted treasure under the water. Zhang Haobo is completely dumbfounded, his eyes widening as he shouts, "Wait, JT!" He points a finger at Li Fan, asking if he is seriously playing a joke on them in the middle of a serious crisis. Li Fan looks at him with complete, unshakable confidence, claiming he saw the bright, glittering light of gold and jewelry shining under the deep sea. He warns them that the opportunity is fleeting, and if they don't lower a boat right now, he will lose the exact coordinate bearing of the shipwreck. Caught up in the sudden panic, Zhang Haobo immediately turns around and roars at his crew to lower the small rowboat. Li Fan boards the rowboat, raising his paddle as he strictly orders the crew to remain behind on the main ship and wait for his signal flare. He rows away, calmly explaining that their loud, constant complaining is interrupting his focus and messing up his search grid. Zhang Haobo and his men lean over the ship's wooden railing, staring at his departing figure with expressions of pure, irritated disbelief. One of the sailors asks if the newcomer is just trying to escape, but Zhang Haobo scoffs, pointing out that since Liuli Island is surrounded by boundless ocean, and the kid brought no food, there is literally nowhere for him to run. 2 hours later, a bright red signal flare suddenly shoots into the dark night sky, and Zhang Haobo immediately orders the crew to drive the ship toward the light. The massive ship pulls up next to our boy, who is standing calmly on his tiny rowboat in the middle of the dark water, pointing down, "The treasure is right here." Zhang Haobo wastes no time, immediately ordering his divers to jump into the water and cast their heavy retrieval nets. To the crew's absolute shock, the nets pull up a massive, glittering pile of heavy wooden chests packed with gold and silver treasures. Zhang Haobo stands frozen on the deck, completely speechless as his eyes take in the 16 massive chests of glittering gold coins and ancient relics. The sailors burst into ecstatic laughter, cheering that the pale scholar didn't brag and that their ship is returning to Liuli Island fully loaded. Zhang Haobo stares at the mountains of gold, his mind racing as he realizes the quiet scholar actually possesses the godlike ability to locate deep-sea treasures at will. He looks at Li Fan standing calmly in his dark robes, realizing that this man is a legendary, extraordinary figure, operating on a level far beyond his own petty imagination. He clenches his fist in pure, burning regret, cursing himself for acting like a jealous, insecure fool who actually thought a noble figure of this caliber was interested in stealing his pathetic captaincy. As Li Fan's rowboat pulls up to the side of the ship, Zhang Haobo stands at the railing, resolving to immediately drop to his knees and apologize to him the second he steps onto the deck. Our guy is back on the deck of the Kangyuan, looking majestic while holding a rope's line, pretending he just pulled off a miraculous, divine treasure hunt, instead of simply dumping his own stolen mortal tax money into the ocean. The second Li Fan steps on board, Captain Zhang Haobo drops to his knees to offer a very emotional, deep bow of apology, which our boy graciously accepts before retreating to his cabin for a much-needed nap. Zhang is absolutely convinced he just met a legendary immortal in disguise, while our guy is just tired of playing the role of a holy metal detector. Having bagged enough glittering gold to buy a small country, the Kangyuan abandons all plans of actual fishing, instantly pulling a U-turn to head straight back to Liuli Island. The crew's nerves are completely shot, because sailing around with 16 chests of gold is a great way to invite a pirate-themed disaster. As they approach the harbor, Zhang Haobo orders his scout, Lu San, to quietly slip into the water and swim ahead to notify Steward Zhao, wanting their own personal backer to handle the inventory count before other factions get greedy. The muscle-bound captain fires up the crew, reminding them that they get to keep a whopping 50% of this ridiculous harvest. The men are absolutely thrilled, knowing that even a tiny accounting error by some government bureaucrat would cost them enough cash to buy a private mansion. The ship finally docks, but the routine inspection crew finds themselves blocked at the gangplank by a wall of very intimidating, shirtless muscle. The lead official is furious, demanding to know why on earth they aren't being allowed to board the vessel to run the numbers. The smug bureaucrat strokes his chin, noting that since the ship is sitting so high in the water, they must have returned completely empty-handed. He smiles and tells Captain Zhang that his glorious days of leading this fleet are officially over. The official's taunts nearly spark a full-scale riot among the crew, but before any fists can fly, Li Fan steps in and tells them there is absolutely no point in arguing with a guy who is about to have a massive heart attack from sheer jealousy. Our guy watches the captain manage his crew, quietly thinking that while Zhang Haobo is a decent leader, his lack of grand vision and limited background are really holding him back from being a true player. Right on cue, Steward Zhao arrives with his personal entourage, looking like the ultimate middle management boss, ready to settle this petty dispute once and for all. And then, the 16th heavy chest of shimmering gold and jewelry is hauled onto the dock, sending a wave of absolute, hysterical shock through the massive crowd. News of this impossible jackpot spreads through Liuli Island faster than a wildfire in a dry forest. Meanwhile, over at the Heavenly Treasure Tower, a frantic lackey bursts through the doors, completely ruining the beautiful shopkeeper's peaceful afternoon. The messenger is hyperventilating, struggling to explain that a ship has just landed with more than 10 chests of solid gold. The shopkeeper, Yin Yuzhen, casually cleans her green vase and tells him to calm down, pointing out that a few chests of mortal shiny things are nothing to make a scene over, especially since they still have to run it all through her business channels to spend it. But the second the lackey mentions the name Kang Yuan, her jaw drops under her veil as she realizes this is the work of her favorite elderly uncle, Li Fan. The messenger is sweating bullets, stammering that our boy's bizarre luck is on the exact same tier as their legendary grand shopkeeper. Yin Yuzhen immediately shifts into executive mode, ordering her team to prep a luxury feast for him, tidy up the tower, and deliver that massive estate deed straight to his door. She stands by the railing, wondering if our guy actually possesses the legendary spirit-channeling treasure physique, the ultimate cosmic cheat code that turns a person into a living, breathing metal detector. This rare talent is the exact same cheat code possessed by her powerful older sister, Yin Yueting, who is currently the big boss of their entire commercial empire. It was by relying on this exact superpower that her sister was able to single-handedly build the massive Heavenly Treasure Tower from scratch over the past dozen years. Yin Yuzhen stares at Li Fan's mental image, absolutely thrilled to have stumbled upon another walking, talking ATM machine. Meanwhile, our boy is living the high life at Steward Zhao's private gazebo, sipping expensive tea while the silver-haired official praises his legendary deep-sea salvage. Li Fan puts on his best fake modest face, claiming it was just a lucky haul and that they probably won't find this much gold again anytime soon. It is a very convincing performance from a man who literally has infinite money in his pockets. The official is completely sold, declaring that this single haul is more than enough to justify giving our boy his own private, independent fleet. But then, Steward Zhao's expression turns serious as he asks why on earth a mortal, with this much legendary luck, is risking his life just for a single ticket into the body-purifying spirit pool. Li Fan drops some deep, dramatic philosophy, pointing out that even if you have all the money in the world, you still end up as a pile of dirt after 100 years if you don't chase immortality. The old official is deeply moved, practically ready to shed a tear for our guy's incredible dedication to the cultivation grind. He laments that 10 years ago, he saved an immortal and was offered the chance to join, but he was too terrified of his advanced age and the excruciating pain of having the miasma chemically drained from his body. Now he's full of regret, but he eagerly asks if he can help our boy secure that coveted spirit pool spot. Unfortunately, Zhao can't just hand it over. The pool's entry requires delivering an absurd amount of rare materials to the local immortal master. Basically, whoever brings the most tribute to the godlike landlord gets the tickets. It is a classic pay-to-win system where every family hoards materials and hands them over to earn contribution points. However, Zhao suggests he team up with the Heavenly Treasure Tower, since they excel at hoarding materials across the sea. We get a quick glimpse of Yin Yuzhen, who is currently scheming to wrap our guy around her finger to save her failing branch. Li Fan makes a mental note that the tower is indeed his best ticket into the big leagues. When he gets back to his courtyard, Sun Zhang is already waiting with the deed to a luxurious new tower, but our boy politely declines the free bribe to keep his hands clean. Instead, he goes to meet the beautiful shopkeeper at her grand headquarters, flanked by imposing guards in black cloaks. Yin Yuzhen strolls out to greet him, wearing a gold-slit dress that looks highly expensive and mildly impractical. She formally introduces herself as the head of the Liuli Island branch, flashing a dazzling smile that could melt stone. Our guy just stands there like a brick wall, introducing himself with zero emotion. She teases him for being a man of few words, and Li Fan dryly notes that as a simple mortal, he doesn't have much to brag about. Yin Yuzhen smirks, bringing up the legendary spirit-channeling treasure physique to see how he reacts. Li Fan puts on his best clueless face, pretending he has absolutely no idea what kind of sci-fi superpower she's talking about. She calls him out, asking how a regular senior citizen managed to pinpoint a massive treasure chest in the middle of a boundless, dark ocean. He gives the ultimate deadpan excuse, it was just a gut feeling. She puffs her cheeks in absolute frustration, realizing our guy is a master of playing dumb. Seeing that he won't crack, she finally gives up and explains the entire lore behind the treasure-sensing physique. Hearing this, Li Fan suddenly locks in, asking a rapid-fire series of highly specific questions about her sister's whereabouts. Yin Yuzhen lounges back like a queen, completely oblivious to the fact that her guest is a calculating time traveler who is currently analyzing her entire life story. She is so startled by his intense questioning that she half-jokingly asks if he's their long-lost father. Our boy immediately shuts that down with a flat, emotionless stare, claiming he's just mildly curious. She sighs and agrees to share their backstory, assuming it's just mutual respect between two elite treasure hunters. She explains they were orphans from Yellen Island, losing their parents early to a sudden natural disaster. The two sisters were forced to beg on the streets, never knowing if they'd survive to see the next sunrise. But then, her sister started magically finding treasures everywhere they walked, eventually building the entire Heavenly Treasure Tower empire by herself. Li Fan listens intently, asking why she hasn't seen this legendary sister in several years. She reveals that 3 years ago, a passing immortal master took her sister away to become a disciple. At first, she sent regular letters, but then the communication suddenly cut off completely. Yin Yuzhen reveals her sister used a secret code warning that she was in extreme danger and not to come looking for her. Our guy instantly realizes that the sister's special physique was a massive curse, since cultivators probably treated her like a human metal detector. The sister only sensed mortal items, which local cultivators usually ignored, but some high-tier immortal realized her true potential. Despite the tragedy, Yin Yuzhen is determined to protect the business her sister left behind. Unfortunately, without her sister's superpower, she bought a bunch of expensive fakes and lost a fortune. With the business bleeding cash, the greedy tower elders started conspiring with outsiders to kick her out. She had to flee to Liuli Island under the guise of opening new markets, basically hiding from her own mutinous employees. She planned to lay low and rebuild, but then she stumbled upon our boy, who she thinks has the same cheat code. She begs for his help, promising they can take back control of the entire tower together. Our boy dryly rejects her, stating he doesn't care about corporate politics, he only wants eternal life. He reminds her of her promise to secure him a spot in the spirit pool. She assures him the tower always honors its deals, but pauses to drop a reality check. Li Fan gives her a cold, calculating look, waiting for the catch. She points out that even if he gets in, the success rate for old people to survive the miasma purge is abysmal. She warns him that if he fails, he'll permanently lose his chance at cultivation. Li Fan shrugs it off, stating a 50% chance is more than enough for a gambler like him. She smiles, revealing she has a secret weapon to tilt the odds in his favor. She reveals a magical dust-leaving pill sent by her sister, which drastically boosts the success rate of the purge. Our guy immediately asks the smart question. If she has this miracle pill, why hasn't she used it herself? She explains that she has zero interest in climbing the immortal ladder, she just wants to run her business. Li Fan nods, respecting her hustle since everyone has their own version of the grind. Her eyes sparkle as she asks if they have a deal. Our boy doesn't let his guard down, stating he needs 3 days to think it over. She watches him leave, hoping she hasn't put her trust in the wrong man. After verifying the pill is legit, Li Fan agrees to the deal. He will fish up treasures, and she will hand over the pill. To seal the deal, she hands him the deed to the beautiful Tingyu Tower, and our boy moves in without hesitation. Over the next year, Li Fan leads 3 voyages, bringing back mountains of gold and securing a fleet quota for her tower. In just 1 year, the tower makes more money than it did in the previous 5 years combined. Our guy is treated like a god among the tower employees, who look at him with absolute reverence. But Li Fan didn't slack on his cultivation, and suddenly his system alerts him of something massive. He realizes that practicing the basic incantation actually doubles the charging speed of his time loop system. His limits have expanded, and just as he is celebrating, Yin Yuzhen bursts in to announce that the Immortal Master has finally released the list of materials for the spirit pool. Yin Yuzhen stands on the balcony with her sister Yin Yueting, posing like they're shooting a cover for a Cultivation fashion magazine, completely unaware that our boy Li Fan is currently planning to exploit their entire trade network for his personal sandbox run. Back in the real world, the beautiful shopkeeper and her sidekick, Sun Zhang, are staring at the Immortal Master's shopping list with pure confusion, completely stumped by an incredibly rare ingredient called Starseed Quicksand. Seeing that even the local trading experts have zero clues, they decide their only option is to consult the Manhua Chamber of Commerce. Sun Zhang groans, complaining that the Manhua merchants are basically reincarnated hungry ghosts who will bleed them dry for a single grain of info. But our guy Li Fan just stares at his list with absolute determination. He doesn't care if he has to spend a small mountain of gold, because when you can literally reset time on a whim, inflation is just a temporary gameplay mechanic. We get a quick lore drop on the Manhua Chamber of Commerce, showing they aren't some cheap local startup, but a massive conglomerate operating from a mysterious continent tens of thousands of miles away. Rumor has it, they have a literal immortal master backing their operations, which explains how their massive merchant ships can casually cross the terrifying, storm-swept Kongyan Sea to trade on a remote backwater like Liuli Island. Yin Yuzhen points out that they still have a whole year before the spirit pool actually opens, and since the Manhua merchant walker is scheduled to pass through their waters in 3 months, she can easily set up a private meeting then. Our boy Li Fan immediately tells her they can't just put all their eggs in one basket, warning that they need to run parallel investigations by questioning the local refugees and monitoring the other factions on the island. He points out that since Liuli Island has been importing broke refugees from all over the sea for the past year, there is a very high chance someone in the slums might actually recognize this mysterious quicksand. Within days, the news that the island's elite are hunting for Starseed Quicksand spreads like wildfire, turning a top-secret ingredient into the most talked-about gossip among manual laborers carrying heavy sacks of rice. Right on schedule, Xiao Heng, the spiked-hair noble refugee, suddenly pays a visit to Li Fan's scenic courtyard at Tingyu Tower, looking to trade some highly classified state secrets for a bit of basic comfort. The young noble sips his tea, casually asking if our boy is also joining the massive chaotic manhunt for this legendary quicksand. Li Fan doesn't play games, flatly confirming that as a rapidly aging mortal, he needs that spirit pool spot to kickstart his cultivation path before his knees completely give out. Xiao Heng flashes a confident smile, explaining that back when the Immortal Master descended on his home country of Dali, he promised to smuggle their nobility to the cultivation world if they gathered specific supplies, with Starseed Quicksand being at the very top of the list. Our guy's eyes narrow, quietly wondering why on earth he has absolutely zero memory of this massive detail from any of his previous 9 timelines. Xiao Heng scratches his head, explaining that by the time the public list was announced, the sneakiest noble families had already bribed the officials to remove the rarest items from the public record, leaving his own family's manor to secretly collect the quicksand. Li Fan immediately extends his hand, telling the young noble to skip the tragic backstory and lay out his exact terms. The young prince admits that while Li Fan paying for their friend Su Changyu's burial was a massive favor, life in the muddy slums of Liuli Island is simply too brutal to endure without a little bit of corruption. Our boy tells him to say no more, reassuring him that as long as he provides a solid clue, he will personally leverage his massive corporate backing to satisfy his every demand. The young noble's face lights up with absolute joy, realizing he just secured the ultimate golden ticket out of the poverty zone. He leans in and drops the ultimate truth bomb. This legendary Starseed Quicksand isn't some magical celestial dust, but is literally just ordinary meteorite iron that falls from the sky. The Immortal Masters simply used a fancy, over-the-top name to make themselves sound cool. Li Fan stroked his chin, realizing the absolute genius of the immortal scam, but asks if any random rock from space will do, or if their immortal landlord has specific preferences. Xiao Heng breaks down the fine print, explaining the space rock has to look nice and smooth, and each individual piece must weigh at least 50 jin to pass the inspection. Our boy nods, fully committing the cosmic cheat code to memory, before asking the young prince what his price is for this massive shortcut. Xiao Heng holds up a finger, timidly asking for a decent courtyard, a cushy desk job that doesn't involve heavy lifting, and maybe a couple of servants to handle the chores. Li Fan nearly bursts out laughing, pointing out that for the son of a high-ranking royal prince, his grandest ambition is basically to become a lazy, middle-class landlord. He tells him to dream bigger, since the heavenly treasure tower can easily afford to buy him a small palace. But the young prince is surprisingly wise, waving his hands and noting that flashing massive wealth in a dangerous place like this is a great way to get stabbed in an alleyway. He's perfectly content with just eating well and living a drama-free life. Li Fan bids him farewell, but right as the young man is walking away, our boy asks if he has any actual plans to cultivate immortality after going through so much hell to get here. Xiao Heng waves him off with a lazy smile, admitting that just opening the basic heart-cleansing scroll makes him fall asleep instantly. It seems our guy is the only lunatic on this island willing to suffer agonizing torture just to climb a ladder that might not even exist. Our boy immediately meets up with Yin Yuzhen, who is completely dumbfounded to learn that their legendary, sky-high cultivation ingredient is literally just a heavy space rock. Li Fan suggested they keep this info completely classified and verify the specific requirements with the Wanhua merchant walker the second he arrives, saving them a massive fortune in unnecessary research costs. He points out that since the other major factions are still running around like headless chickens, they need to quietly buy up all the meteorite iron in the market before anyone else connects the dots. And to make sure nobody copies their homework, Li Fan plans to flood the market with ridiculous rumors, claiming Starseed quicksand is actually the kidney stones of the local liuli fish. It is a brilliant, highly toxic market manipulation strategy that would make modern hedge funds shed a tear. Yin Yuzhen looks at him with stars in her eyes, completely blown away by his highly strategic, borderline villainous brain. She leans in with a playful smirk, curiously asking what kind of high-stakes legendary profession this simple elderly uncle practiced before landing on their island. Li Fan puts on his best deadpan expression, calmly stating that back in his home country, he just taught people how to read. It is a technically true statement, assuming teaching people to read includes wiping out entire political factions and executing imperial ministers. The beautiful shopkeeper puffs her cheeks in absolute disbelief, knowing damn well that a simple schoolteacher doesn't possess the combat reflexes of a seasoned assassin and the economic brain of a corporate CEO. Our boy ignores her pout, leaving her to handle the market manipulation while he retreats to his room to continue his cultivation grind, strictly warning her not to disturb him unless the island is literally sinking. Yin Yuzhen stands on the stairs, staring at her hands in absolute disbelief as her unique fortune-telling superpower, seeking good fortune, flashes a blinding warning of great auspiciousness, just for helping a broke prince get a cozy apartment. She thinks about her peculiar talent, realizing that while she can't sniff out physical gold like her sister, her premonitions have never been wrong. Since the day she met this creepy old scholar, every single task he assigns her triggers a massive wave of cosmic luck. She clenches her fist, resolving to trust her gut and do everything in her power to back our boy, fully convinced he is destined to become an absolute monster in the cultivation world. Under her command, the Heavenly Treasure Tower goes into full-capacity troll mode, plastering the city walls with wild, chaotic fake news about the quicksand. The other factions are completely paralyzed by the sheer volume of ridiculous rumors, choosing to wait and watch instead of losing their shirts. But eventually, one highly impatient faction decides to buy up every single useless item related to the rumors just in case, triggering a massive, hysterical purchasing panic that sends the island's commodity prices straight into the stratosphere. As the absolute instigator of this massive economic collapse, Li Fan is chilling in his quiet temple, peacefully cultivating without a single care in the world. 3 months pass in the blink of an eye, and Yin Yuzhen finally secures the coordinates for their high-stakes meeting with the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce. Early that morning, the duo boards a tiny wooden raft, leaving the harbor behind to head deep into the quiet, dark waters of the Northern Sea. Suddenly, a massive, gold-plated flying arc rips through the clouds, looking like a grand celestial fortress. We get a majestic shot of our guy Li Fan, holding his miniature wooden boat, posing like the ultimate boss of the sea, who is ready to show these high-flying merchants how a real player operates. The massive celestial ship slowly descends, kicking up a massive wall of white mist as it settles onto the calm water next to their tiny, pathetic raft. Yin Yuzhen looks over at Li Fan with a smug grin, fully expecting this country bumpkin of an uncle to be completely paralyzed with awe by his first flying ship. Our boy just gives it a flat, unbothered stare, making her puff her cheeks in frustration. She has no idea he literally bypassed a cosmic sky whale in a wooden spaceship 3 times the size of this toy. They board the deck, and Merchant Walker Wu steps forward with a booming laugh, noting that it's been 3 long years since their last highly profitable transaction. The merchant looks at the silent, majestic old man standing behind her, and Yin Yuzhen quickly covers for him, claiming Li Fan is just a highly respected elder, hired by her tower to handle logistics. Wu bows politely, but immediately gets down to business, warning them that they need to inspect the goods as fast as possible, because this might be the last time they ever meet. Yin Yuzhen's expression turns serious as she asks if some disaster has occurred. Wu reveals that their central headquarters suddenly ordered every single merchant walker in the Kongan Sea to halt all operations and pull out immediately. He admits that if he hadn't already locked in this private deal with her, he would already be halfway across the ocean, urging them to hurry up before their window closes. The beautiful shopkeeper's heart sinks as she realizes that losing the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce means their main sales channel is completely dead. She quietly panics, wondering why her legendary fortune-telling talent didn't warn her about this massive corporate crisis. Wu notices her pale expression, asking if she's all right. She quickly slaps on her best professional smile, bowing and leading the massive merchant down into the ship's lower cabins to inspect the cargo. Inside the highly decorated warehouse, Li Fan steps up and begins rattling off the inventory list with the practiced ease of a seasoned accountant, pointing out 16 pairs of jade discs, 23 pieces of rare coral, and 46 flawless pearls. Then, our boy casually gestures to 3 massive, dusty gray boulders sitting in the corner, flatly announcing them as Star Sea Quicksand. Wu's eyes pop out of his head, and he immediately runs over to inspect them. To Li Fan's surprise, the merchant easily lifts the massive 50-jin boulder with one hand as if it were a cheap plastic toy. Our boy quietly notes that despite being a mere mortal merchant, this guy's raw physical strength is absolutely monstrous, proving that high-end commerce in this world requires a serious gym membership. Wu turns the giant space rock over, tapping his fingers against the smooth surface with a massive, satisfied grin. He laughs heartily, praising Yin Yuzhen's incredible luck for managing to secure 3 perfect pieces of flawless space iron right under the noses of the island's major factions. The duo shares a quiet, knowing look, fully confirming that the broke noble's information about the meteorite iron was 100% accurate. Absolutely thrilled with the trade, Merchant Wu invites them to a lavish banquet inside the Flying Ark's Grand Hall. After everyone is thoroughly drunk, the enthusiastic merchant leads them into his private warehouse of exotic oddities gathered from his travels. He gestures to the massive, glittering collection of bizarre artifacts, generously offering them to pick a few items as a parting gift, admitting he has no idea what most of these weird things actually do. Yin Yuzhen's eyes turn into literal stars as she squeals with joy, while our boy Li Fan internally sighs, looking at the entire room as a pile of useless mortal garbage. He decides to tag along, just to keep her from doing something stupid. Wu sets a single stick of incense, warning them they only have a few minutes to browse. Yin Yuzhen immediately runs over to a display case, completely obsessed with a beautiful jade bracelet, while our boy casually picks up a dusty blue orb. Li Fan examines the sphere, telling himself that after surviving 300 years of endless death loops, he has absolutely zero interest in shiny mortal trinkets. But the second his fingers brush against the cold glass, his eyes widen in pure, unadulterated shock. A bright blue system notification pops up in his vision. Detected chargeable item, wondrous item of heaven and earth, Kanghai Pearl. Charge? Our boy stands completely frozen, staring down at the glowing blue pearl in his hand like he just found a cheat code in a real-life simulator. His mind races as he reads the system description. Where a vast sea dies, a vast sea is born. He realizes this isn't some cheap glass marble, but a legendary, incubating heavenly treasure that hasn't even finished forming yet. Knowing that showing any excitement in front of a seasoned merchant is a great way to double the price, Li Fan forces his face into an expression of pure boredom, casually tossing the priceless cosmic artifact back into its dusty velvet box. He pretends to inspect some nearby trash until Wu announces that their time is up. Yin Yuzhen walks over, holding a fancy scroll, and asking why on earth he isn't picking anything from this goldmine. Merchant Wu slaps our boy on the back with a booming laugh, insisting that leaving his ship empty-handed would be a massive insult to his hospitality. Li Fan sighs, putting on his best fake reluctant face as he pretends to do them a favor by accepting. He picks up a massive, ugly green jade statue and the dusty blue pearl, and Wu immediately smiles, explaining that the miraculous statue calms the mind and was worshipped by a primitive tribe for thousands of years. When asked about the blue marble, the merchant waves his hand, admitting he just bought it for a couple of copper coins from a random broke fisherman on Luyan Island because it looked shiny. Our boy's eyes flash with a cold light as he firmly commits the name Liuyun Island to his memory, realizing where the true spawn point of these legendary pearls lies. The transaction is finalized, and the duo stands on the pier, watching the massive flying ark take off into the burning sunset like a grand golden chariot. On their boat ride back, Yin Yuzhen's face is covered in a dark cloud of worry despite having just made a massive fortune. She sighs, explaining that without the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce, their entire supply chain is completely ruined, and she has absolutely no idea what kind of apocalyptic disaster would force a massive conglomerate to abandon this ocean overnight. Li Fan sits back, calmly telling her to relax, because when the cart reaches the mountain, a path will naturally open up, warning her that worrying about the future is a complete waste of present energy. That night, Li Fan returns to his private sanctuary at Tingyu Tower, locking the doors and pulling out the glowing Kanghai pearl with a triumphant smirk. He holds the beautiful, swirling blue orb up to the light, quietly wondering what kind of godlike power is sealed inside this tiny marble, and if it truly contains a literal ocean. Suddenly, a sharp, violent banging sound echoes through the quiet night, shattering his peaceful meditation. Our boy's eyes narrow, his face turning incredibly cold as he wonders what suicidal fool is daring to disturb his peace at 3 o'clock in the morning. Without a single sound, Li Fan slips a razor-sharp steel dagger into his sleeve, stepping toward the door as he cold asks, "Who is it?" Yin Yuzhen sits gracefully on the floor, showing off her pristine white stockings and elegant posture, looking like she doesn't have a single care in the world, while our boy Li Fan is currently holding a literal knife at his front door. Back at Tingyu Tower, the frantic knocking continues to rattle the windows, and our boy's tense grip on his dagger only loosens when he hears a familiar, terrified voice outside, yelling that it's just Xiao Heng. Li Fan pulls open the heavy wooden doors, calmly letting the sweating, hyperventilating young prince inside before any nosy neighbors can spot them in the dark. Xiao Heng is practically trembling, panicking as he explains that some absolute rat has leaked the top-secret news of their illegal refugee smuggling operation from the mortal lands. He gasps for air, babbling that everyone on the island now knows they smuggled themselves in through the Heavenly Treasure Tower, and rumor has it the furious immortal master is currently mobilizing his forces to execute every single refugee. We get a close-up of Li Fan's face, showing our guy stroke his chin in absolute silence, his ancient calculative mind processing this sudden crisis with the icy calm of a seasoned grandmaster. Instead of panicking, Li Fan puts away his blade and casually tells the kid to relax because this entire leak is actually a complete joke. Xiao Heng looks at him as if our boy has officially lost his mind. Our boy points out the obvious. If the high and mighty immortal master actually wanted a bunch of mortal bugs dead, they would have been decapitated 3 months ago. The fact that the news was leaked to the public proves this is just a clumsy extortion attempt targeted entirely at the Heavenly Treasure Tower. Li Fan immediately rushes over to meet Yin Yuzhen, who confirms that the rival merchant groups figured out she was hoarding the space iron and are now using the smuggling leak to force her to share the loot. Our guy suggests a classic divide and conquer strategy, telling her they have already hoarded more than enough space rocks, so they might as well throw a few scraps to the rival families and watch them tear each other apart over the leftovers. 3 days later, the tower hosts a grand compromise, agreeing to trade a small portion of their Starsea quicksand in exchange for equal value materials. Our boy lets the other families decide how to divide the space rocks, ensuring they will be too busy stabbing each other in the back to worry about her business. To seal the deal, the tower demands one guaranteed spot in the upcoming spirit pool. Since the conditions are surprisingly reasonable, the other factions quickly sign the treaty, completely deflating the crisis. Just like that, by paying a small tax in ordinary space rocks, the rumors of mortal smuggling vanish overnight like they never existed, leaving Xiao Heng to marvel at our boy's absolute genius. Time flies by, and the long-awaited day of the spirit pool finally arrives. Yin Yuzhen hands Li Fan the legendary dust-leaving pill, wishing him luck as our guy prepares to step onto the true path of eternal life. Li Fan joins the official lineup of candidates in the central square, and he quietly notes that out of the 13 people selected, he is the only gray-bearded senior citizen standing among a crowd of athletic teenagers. The grand teleportation array flashes with a blinding blue light, and in a single second, the busy market plaza is replaced by a breathtaking, mist-shrouded mountain range that stretches to the horizon. The group begins climbing a massive stone staircase, and our boy watches in mild annoyance as the energetic teenagers casually march up the steep steps for 4 hours without even breaking a sweat. Meanwhile, our poor protagonist is panting like a broken steam engine, using every ounce of his mortal willpower just to keep his creaky knees from collapsing before they finally reach the summit. They stand on the highest peak of Shaowei Mountain, looking down at a boundless, rolling sea of white clouds that makes the surrounding mountaintops look like tiny islands in a vast ocean. Suddenly, a calm, melodic voice echoes from the edge of the cliff, asking the exhausted teenagers how they like the view. We get a proper look at the island's supreme guardian, immortal master Zhang Haobo, looking sleek and incredibly powerful in his blue and silver robes. The starry-eyed teenagers immediately fall to their knees, praising the gorgeous scenery and calling it a legendary holy land of the immortals. Zhang Haobo smiles, telling them that when he first landed on this island, this very mountain peak was actually at the very bottom of the range, sitting far below the rolling clouds. He asks them if they knew that the world's mountains and rivers grow taller over time, just like human beings. The kids look up in absolute awe, wondering if these giant rocks are actually alive. The cultivator continues his deep philosophy lesson, pointing out that some grand mountain peaks seem majestic now, but their natural fate has already reached its limit, meaning they can never grow another inch. He looks over at the silent, gray-bearded Li Fan, noting that some small earthen mounds might look pathetic today, but they possess infinite potential to eventually grow into pillars that support the heavens. He gestures to the massive cliff, explaining how this unremarkable Shaowei mountain grew over the decades to completely look down upon all the other peaks. But he warns them that the vast majority of mountains are destined to remain buried beneath the thick sea of clouds, serving as mere background noise for the true peaks above. He gives a chilling smile, asking the quiet crowd, if mountains are like this, then what of people? It is a polite way of saying most of you are destined to be garbage. Zhang Haobo tells them they are incredibly fortunate to wash away their mortal miasma today, but whether they can actually survive the process and step onto the immortal path depends entirely on their own luck. He commands them to go all out, but before anyone can move, a bold teenager steps forward, curiously asking where this legendary spirit pool is actually located. Our boy Li Fan stands quietly in the back, watching the brave kid make the worst decision of his incredibly short life. Zhang Haobo calmly points his finger directly into the empty, howling abyss of the sky, smiling as he announces, "It's right there." The kids stare down the deadly vertical drop in absolute terror, and the questioning teenager chuckles nervously, assuming the high and mighty immortal master is just playing a light-hearted joke on them. Zhang Haobo lets out a mild sigh, slowly raising his hand and waving his fingers with complete indifference. With a sickening splash of red, the teenager's head is instantly severed from his shoulders, flying high into the clouds before the rest of the crowd can even register what happened. The headless corpse collapses onto the stone, and the remaining teenagers completely lose their minds, screaming in pure horror as they stare at the pool of blood. The terrified kids fall to their knees, weeping and begging for their lives as they realize these serene immortals are actually psychopathic monsters. Zhang Haobo's face turns dark and terrifying, teaching them a crucial lesson. On the path to cultivation, having good judgment is key. If you can't learn when to shut your mouth, your body will perish before you even begin. While the kids are busy crying, Li Fan calmly steps forward, offering a perfectly composed bow and flatly stating, "I have been taught." The immortal master looks at him with newfound interest as our boy marches straight to the edge of the deadly cliff. With zero hesitation, the 60-year-old scholar steps off the edge, plunging directly into the cloud-filled abyss like a complete boss. Immortal Master Zhang Haobo stands at the cliffside, channeling a massive wave of glowing blue spiritual energy that causes the entire cloud sea to roll and ripple. Our boy's boot steps onto the empty air, but instead of falling to his death, the clouds beneath his feet ripple like water, holding his weight. Li Fan dives headfirst into the swirling vortex, his hair flying wildly as he embraces the terrifying fall with absolute, chilling composure. While the other teenagers are still busy weeping on the stone, our protagonist is already deep inside the cloud sea, showing them how a real time-traveling veteran handles the grind. Zhang Haobo watches him disappear, highly impressed by his raw determination, but quietly lamenting that such an excellent disposition is wasted on a mortal who is basically 1 foot in the grave. Spurred by his performance, the remaining teenagers finally find their courage and jump into the swirling white clouds. The immortal master yells after them, pointing out that those who enter the pool first get to absorb the thickest, most potent spirit liquid. Inside the cloud sea, the white mist condenses into a warm, glowing spirit liquid that wraps around Li Fan like a cozy blanket, making him feel as relaxed as a fetus inside a mother's womb. but the comfortable warmth lasts for about 3 seconds before turning into a scorching, scalding heat that rapidly escalates into a roaring spiritual fire. The liquid turns into a magma-like flow that recklessly tears through his veins, drilling into every single nerve ending in his body. The agonizing pain is so unbearable that our boy's subconscious immediately tries to scream for a time reset. But his manic obsession takes over, and Li Fan roars inside his mind, reminding himself that he didn't spend 300 years of bitter endless searching just to chickened out on his very first upgrade. The pain feels like millions of invisible knives slicing his soul into 1,000 tiny pieces. His consciousness begins to fade into the dark, but his stubborn obsession keeps him from triggering his cheat code. Instinctively, his basic heart-cleansing incantation starts running at full speed, recondensing his fading consciousness like a solid rock, weathering a violent storm. 3 days pass, and Zhang Hao is waiting at the summit. Out of the 12 teenagers who went in, 11 have already crawled out. 4 successfully cleared their miasma, while 7 failed completely. Now, only 1 person remains inside. The Immortal Master notes that the older immortal is, the deeper the toxic miasma fuses with their bones and flesh. The spirit pool has to thoroughly destroy the physical body down to the cellular level before rebuilding it from scratch, creating a level of agony that drives most sane people completely mad. He is absolutely flabbergasted that a 40-year-old mortal has managed to survive 3 days under this horrific torture. He realizes that if this guy actually survives, his terrifying willpower will make cultivating to the Golden Core stage look like a walk in the park. Another 3 days pass, making it 6 days total. Zhang Hao is sweating bullets, pacing around the cliff, and admitting he would have rushed in to investigate if he couldn't still sense Li Fan's stable life aura inside the clouds. Another 3 days pass, reaching an impossible 9 days total. The Immortal Master sits on a rock, completely dumbfounded since this pool was created by a legendary celestial venerable and shouldn't be malfunctioning like a cheap home appliance. The spell's fuel is almost entirely exhausted, and if the formation shuts down, our boy's half-rebuilt body will instantly disintegrate into ash. Zhang Hao realizes he has to make a massive decision. He decides to play a high-stakes gamble, trusting that this old man's terrifying willpower is worth a major investment. Zhang Hao reaches into his pocket and throws his own secret stash of highly expensive spiritual materials into the array, muttering that our boy better not disappoint him after costing him a fortune. Another 2 days pass, making it a grand total of 11 days of continuous, agonizing body reconstruction. The glowing cloud sphere finally explodes, and Li Fan flies out of the mist, landing on his feet with the graceful poise of a newly reborn immortal. Zhang Hao immediately runs up to him, rubbing his hands with extreme politeness and enthusiastically congratulating him on breaking his mortal shackles. Our boy is highly confused by this sudden, oily friendliness. The cultivator explains that he stayed inside the pool for a ridiculous 11 days, and that he personally had to spend a small fortune of his own private resources to keep the machine running. Li Fan is completely stunned. Our boy pulls up his system status, and his jaw drops as he sees his stats have gone completely off the charts. His physical age limit broke past 100, and his psychological age limit nearly doubled to over 2,000 years. But the absolute best part of this upgrade is that his basic heart-cleansing scroll has inexplicably mutated into the highly advanced, profound yellow heart refining incantation. Li Fan decides to study the details later, bowing politely and thanking Zhang Hao, promising to heavily repay his incredibly generous favor in the future. Thrilled to have secured some top-tier future karma, Zhang Hao hands him the 5 spirits chi sensing method and a special, dust-leaving talisman to help him guide spiritual energy into his newly purified body. He warns him that since he still lives in the mortal world, he will inevitably be contaminated by miasma again, but this talisman will easily shield his body for about 5 years. He tells our boy to come find him on the island once he successfully reaches the chi condensation stage, promising to personally take him to their main headquarters on Wuxia Island. After explaining the safety precautions of guiding qi into the body, Zhang Hao bids him farewell, and Li Fan quietly walks down the scenic mountain path. Zhang Hao looks up at the peak, muttering that this mountain's natural energy is completely exhausted, and it's finally time for him to find a new rock to sit on. We get a quick explanation of his unique sitting mountain art, where he merges his personal aura with a mountain peak, and every time the mountain grows an inch, his own cultivation base automatically increases. Furthermore, he receives a massive, invisible cultivation boost whenever people he helped achieve great success, which is why he was so willing to invest his own expensive materials in our boy. It's a classic symbiotic relationship. When a man achieves the Tao, his friends and family automatically get carried to heaven. The more resources he invests in promising juniors now, the massive his harvest will be in the future. Meanwhile, Li Fan walks back through the bamboo grove, heading straight to his private sanctuary at Tingyu Tower. He immediately sits cross-legged on his floor, impatient to test this newly evolved, profound yellow heart-refining incantation. He compares the two skills, noting that his old cleansing method took nearly an hour of tedious chanting just to slowly calm his chaotic mind. But with this newly refined version, his mind instantly becomes as clear as a polished mirror in a single second. He can clearly feel his spirit growing stronger every single moment, but he quietly wonders if this refined skill counts as a true immortal technique, since those aren't supposed to be shareable without severe penalties. Our boy is absolutely floating with confidence, realizing he is just one tiny step away from becoming a true cultivator. But a few days later, he receives a letter from the harbor. He opens the letter, and his eyes pop out of his head in absolute, hysterical shock as he reads. Xiao Heng has already successfully guided qi into his body and departed for Wuxian Island. The lazy kid who fell asleep reading literally beat him to the finish line. Immortal Master Zhang Haobo stands on his glowing pedestal, looking majestic and completely unbothered, while our boy Li Fan is currently holding a letter at home, suffering a minor psychological crisis over some teenager's ridiculous cheat code. Li Fan stares down at the letter from Xiao Heng, his eye twitching as he recalls the kid lazily waving his hand and declaring he had absolutely zero interest in the immortal path. It seems our boy's 7 years of painful, agonizing grinding were just matched by a kid who cleared his miasma on his own in less than a month. He reads the letter several times before his brain can fully accept the reality. It turns out that after their little chat, the young prince went home and couldn't sleep because he was completely terrified of the immortal master's casual decapitations. To cure his insomnia, he decided to practice that boring heart-cleansing incantation, using it as a high-grade sleeping pill. But instead of falling asleep, his god-tier natural talent kicked in, allowing him to effortlessly purge every single drop of toxic miasma from his body and guide spiritual energy into his veins without any professional help. The most absurd part is that when he tried to hug his maid at home, his newly awakened physical strength nearly crushed her ribcage to pieces. He finally realized he was a cultivator and had to move out before he accidentally turned his household into a crime scene. The second he walked out, he bumped into Zhang Haobo, who checked his status and nearly tore his hair out in absolute regret, screaming inside his mind that he just wasted his entire life savings on an old scholar when a literal prodigy was sitting right under his nose. He grabbed the kid and flew away instantly. In the letter, Xiao Heng politely thanks our boy, stating his entire success is due to Li Fan's guidance, and promises to do whatever he asks even if it means dying a 10,000 deaths once they meet on Wuxian Island. It is a very sweet gesture from a kid who is currently running laps around our protagonist's cultivation speed. Li Fan's face goes completely dark, his eyes narrowing as he realizes what a real, natural-born genius actually looks like in this world. But our guy quickly regains his composure, shrugging off the existential dread, because while the kid has raw talent, Li Fan has an infinite supply of retries. With his trusty time reset button in hand, he has the ultimate confidence to eventually outgrind any prodigy. He focuses back on his immediate goal, flipping open the 5 spirits qi sensing method that Zhang Haobo gave him to figure out his next step. The manual records that in ancient times, the world's elite cultivated using natural-born spirit roots representing elements like metal, wood, water, fire, earth, or crazy mutated attributes like thunder, wind, and darkness. These roots were a highly exclusive gift from the heavens, and only those lucky chosen ones had the genetic qualification to attain the Tao and chase eternal life. If you were a normal mortal, born without these elemental cheats, you were basically destined to live a short, pathetic life before turning into a pile of dirt. Fortunately, a legendary, godlike immortal venerable decided that the system was rigged and descended to preach the path of longevity to mortals who were born without spirit roots. The venerable famously gave the heavens a massive middle finger, declaring, "If I want to become an immortal, why should I beg the sky? If the heavens won't grant me passage, I will take it myself." He taught that obeying the rules makes you immortal, but defying them makes you a god, laying out a path to forcefully kidnap the energy of heaven and earth and refine it for yourself. The manual details how to reverse the natural principles of the universe to prove longevity, and Li Fan is so shocked by the sheer audacity of this method that he literally drops the book onto the floor. Our boy realizes that the cultivation system of this world is completely wild, predatory, and entirely based on stealing resources from the sky, which explains why he always felt an eerie, creepy vibe whenever he interacted with local cultivators. The universe itself actively hates these parasites, which is why techniques can't be shared without cutting efficiency, why cultivators explode into a broadcast of light when they die, and why mortal miasma is so toxic to their stolen bodies. He picks up the manual again, reading the details of the 5 spirits qi sensing method. If you don't have a spirit root, you must forcefully absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth by cultivating your 5 spirits, your 5 primary human emotions. The 5 spirits are greed, fear, rage, hatred, and solipsism. These raw, chaotic emotions are hidden deep within the human heart, serving as an endless and inexhaustible supply of fuel. You are supposed to use these emotions as fire to forge the root of heaven and earth in your dantian. Elite talents can build this root in a single afternoon, and even if you have the natural talent of a wet brick, you are guaranteed to build the root within 10 years of non-stop grinding. Yet, our boy Li Fan spends 3 whole years practicing, and still hasn't managed to guide a single drop of energy. The hilarious problem is that this method requires intense, burning emotions as fuel, but our guy has practiced the heart-cleansing incantation for years, meaning his mind is currently as flat and emotionless as a frozen lake. He is literally too calm to feel greed, rage, or fear, making him too peaceful to cultivate. Realizing that staying cooped up in his room is getting him nowhere, Li Fan decides to go out for a walk through the streets of Liuli Island to clear his mind. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out from behind, asking, "Elder Li?" He turns around to find Zhang Haobo, the muscular captain of the Kongyuan, who greets him with a massive, respectful bow. The captain happily reports that thanks to our boy's legendary treasure-finding reputation, the fleet's profits have been amazing, and their social status on the island has risen dramatically. But then his smile fades, and he hesitates before revealing that he and his crew are preparing to abandon Liuli Island for good. Li Fan is surprised, asking why they want to run away when life is going so well. Zhang Haobo leans in, whispering that they have been encountering some highly abnormal, deeply unsettling things out at sea recently. He explains that lately, whenever they drop their nets, they pull up thousands of jin of random fish in a single go, as if all marine life on the ocean floor is frantically running away from a massive, upcoming apocalypse. Furthermore, they've noticed that several hidden reefs around the island are suddenly exposed because the ocean's water level is dropping at an alarming rate. And the absolute most terrifying detail, there hasn't been a single windstorm on Liuli Island or the entire Kongyeon Sea for 3 whole years. Li Fan's eyes narrow, muttering, "Windstorms? Have gone extinct?" The captain nods grimly, pointing out that they usually get several massive storms a year. While the idiot islanders are currently celebrating, claiming this is the immortal master's holy protection, he and his crew are convinced this abnormal peace is a bad omen. His face is filled with tension, stating he is absolutely certain something catastrophically big is about to happen to their island. Li Fan plays the role of a comforting elder, reminding him that the island has a grand defensive formation and an immortal master to protect them, urging him to think twice before abandoning his ancestral home. The captain agrees to think it over. The brief meeting ends, and Li Fan returns to his temple to continue his quiet grind. Another year passes, and Yin Yuzhen successfully takes back control of her family's headquarters on Yelon Island, sending him a celebratory letter. Xiao Heng also sends regular letters, and our boy sweat drops as he reads that the kid has already effortlessly climbed to the mid-stage of chi condensation. It seems some people are just born to play the game on easy mode. Eventually, Zhang Haobo and his crew decide to trust their survival instincts, boarding the Kongguan and quietly sailing away into the boundless horizon. And finally, in his 7th year of entering the cultivation world, through sheer brute force grinding, Li Fan successfully builds his root of heaven and earth, officially stepping into the chi condensation stage. Hack. CH24, the Anubi cultivator and the shattered sun. Yin Yuzhen poses elegantly on a desk, looking stunning and incredibly expensive, serves as a brief transition before we jump back into our boy's massive power upgrade. The second Li Fan breaks through to the chi condensation stage. A massive wave of pure spiritual energy surges through his body, completely restoring his youth. His wrinkles vanish, his skin turns smooth, and he can easily manipulate spiritual energy to manifest a glowing blue sword in his hand, feeling like a literal god compared to his previous creaky mortal self. His system status pops up, and he is thrilled to see his lifespan limit has skyrocketed to an impressive 199 years, though he notes that modern cultivators have significantly shorter lives than the ancient giants. Our boy pulls his prized possession out of his spatial arc, the Thousand Mysteries Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter. Now that he is a true cultivator, he is finally strong enough to read its contents. The jade slip floods his mind with massive amounts of data, making his temples throb, but his ancient, 2,000-year-old soul easily processes the overwhelming information. He learns that the ancient heavenly mystery sect believed everything in heaven and earth has its own thoughts, emitting invisible chi mechanisms, or vibes, that can be tracked. When heaven has killing intent, stars shift and plants wither. When Earth has killing intent, seas turn to land, and dragons rise from the soil, causing massive geological disasters. The Thousand Mysteries method allows a cultivator to sense, capture, and refine these chi mechanisms to use for themselves. Once mastered, you can borrow the absolute killing intent of heaven and earth to obliterate your enemies and even predict the future through deduction. But it is extremely dangerous to cultivate, because raw elemental killing intent can easily backlash and destroy your soul if you aren't careful. Theoretically, at the highest realm, you can merge with the universe itself, but for 10,000 years, the highest anyone in the sect reached was only the nascent soul realm. Li Fan smiles, knowing his time loop reset button makes backlashes completely irrelevant. He packs up his stuff, ready to head to Wuxia Island. He meets Zhang Haobo, who immediately senses the massive spiritual energy spike and congratulates him on finally breaking his mortal limits. The master asks if he's ready to leave for Wuxia Island, and Li Fan confirms he has no more worldly attachments. Zhang Haobo grabs our boy by the shoulder, telling him to hold on tight. The two soar into the sky, flying over the massive green mountain valleys of Liuli Island. The immortal master performs a hand seal, shouting, "Guide." A massive white beam of light shoots down from the sky, surrounding them in a cylinder of pure energy. Zhang Haobo yells, "Open!" A colossal beam of pure white light erupts from his hands, shooting straight into the clouds. The beam travels thousands of miles in a millisecond, shooting directly toward the burning sun. To Li Fan's absolute, hysterical shock, the sun literally cracks in half, revealing a swirling golden teleportation vortex inside. Our boy is completely blown away, staring at the sky and asking, "The sun? Cracked open?" It is a very dramatic entrance to their commute. The golden beam sucks them up, pulling them straight into the solar portal. The light flashes, and Zhang Haobo says, "Let's go," as they prepare to land. They step out of a swirling golden vortex, landing on a pristine stone path on Wuxia Island. They arrive at a massive plaza containing a giant, towering statue of the immortal venerable, with thousands of cultivators bowing below. Zhang Haobo explains this is the Dharma Transmission Square, built in every station of the Myriad Immortals Alliance to honor the legendary master who gave mortals the Tao. He warns Li Fan that while flying is allowed, you must never fly higher than the giant statue, or the island's grand formation will instantly vaporize you. As they walk, Zhang Haobo explains the basic rules of Wuxia Island, and since this concerns his life, Li Fan commits every single detail to memory. They pass through a vine-covered corridor and arrive at a quiet forest clearing containing a massive, ancient, gold-rimmed mirror, the Tiangshuan mirror. Cultivators are flying in and out of its surface. Zhang Haobo explains the mirror's lore. It was a normal mirror that absorbed a drop of the Venerable's will, learned to cultivate, and became a powerful heaven and earth spirit treasure. The mirror manages almost all administrative affairs for the Alliance, but Zhang Haobo warns our boy to watch his mouth, because the mirror is notoriously petty and holds major grudges against anyone who talks trash near it. Zhang Haobo tells him to step inside the mirror to register. Li Fan steps through, finding himself in a dark, empty void of absolute nothingness. Zhang Haobo introduces him to the mirror as a newly advanced cultivator. The mirror's system records Li Fan as a Qi condensation initial stage cultivator, rewarding Zhang Haobo with 50 contribution points for his successful mentorship. His island guardian duties calling, Zhang Haobo bids our boy farewell and flies away, telling him to ask the mirror if he has any questions. A deep voice echoes in the void, asking the cultivator to state his name. Li Fan states his name. The mirror welcomes him to the Alliance, gifting him 20 free contribution points. It explains he can earn points by turning in supplies or doing tasks, and can spend them to buy treasures, cave abodes, or post bounties. The mirror explains he gets 30 days of free lodging inside the mirror. After that, he must pay 10 points every 30 days. The mirror says he can also buy a cave on Wuxia Island. Li Fan smiles, suddenly asking a highly controversial, borderline taboo question. If I can't survive in the Myriad Immortals Alliance, can I choose to leave and join the Five Elders Council? The mirror goes completely silent, the dark void swirling ominously around our boy, as if preparing to vaporize him for his absolute audacity. We get a close-up of Li Fan's robes as the silent, petty mirror prepares its response. To survive in a world where gods treat mortals like literal insects, you either have to become a god yourself, or become the ultimate scammer. Standing over the dark, grass-covered graves under the moonlight, Li Fan is ready to choose both. Our boy is back inside the dark void of the Tiangshuan mirror, and the system is already hitting him with the fine print, warning him that joining the Myriad Immortals Alliance means he can never join the rival Five Elders Council. If he breaks this rule, both factions will actively hunt him down like a guy who stole a rental car. Li Fan looks completely unbothered and raises an eyebrow, calmly pointing out that he does not recall signing any official paperwork to join this little club just yet. But of course, celestial corporate scams work just like modern ones. The mirror coldly informs him that simply stepping through the mirror and letting it scan his soul counts as clicking, "I agree to the terms and conditions." Realizing he just got digitally drafted, Li Fan asks if he can at least resign, opt out of both major factions, and just live his life as a peaceful freelance rogue cultivator. The mirror's response is basically, "Sure, you can quit, but we are keeping your security deposit, your office chair, and literally every item you earned while working for us." Not one to let a system play him, Li Fan spends the next few hours aggressively cross-examining the giant magical mirror, like a lawyer looking for a loophole to exploit. After a long interrogation, he decides he has enough data and wraps up, while the mirror tells him he can access the database anytime using his divine sense. He learns that he can actually customize his virtual workspace using nothing but his own mental energy. With a quick mental flex, he turns the boring gray void into a flawless, high-end copy of his old Grand Preceptor manor from his second life. He runs his hand over the desk, highly impressed that this celestial supercomputer can replicate the exact textures of premium mortal furniture so perfectly. Then he opens the exchange shop and realizes the economy in this place is completely broken, since even a basic starting cultivation manual costs a whopping 1,000 contribution points. He pulls up the local gig economy job board and sees that starting missions only pay 5 to 10 points, realizing that even in the magical world of immortals, you cannot escape being a corporate wage slave. Before he can start complaining about the cost of living, a notification chime echoes, informing him of a fresh video message. The screen flickers, and it is none other than Xiao Heng, the ridiculous prodigy he helped back on the island, bowing respectfully and greeting his big brother Li. Xiao Heng explains that normal people have to do backbreaking labor for a year or two just to afford their first entry-level cultivation book. But because the kid is a literal cheat code, he casually mentions he already broke through to the peak of chi condensation in a single year and is now heading to a legendary palace ruin to build his foundation. To show his appreciation for old times, the kid casually mails him a rare water attribute cultivation manual and warns him not to leave his island until he gets stronger. Li Fan looks down at the manual, titled Lesser Amplification Water Art, and notices it has exactly 0 active cultivators, meaning he basically just got a private server key to practice in absolute peace. He actually smiles a little, realizing that even though the kid is now a high-tier powerhouse, his character is decent enough to remember those who helped him when he was broke. Along with the manual, Xiao Heng sent him a copy of the Supreme Primordial True Scripture, which is a neat little tool that lets a cultivator wipe their own cultivation clean without losing their actual progress. This is perfect for Li Fan's master plan. He can openly practice this useless water art inside the mirror as a cover, wipe it clean when he leaves, and secretly cultivate his real, overpowered ancient scripture on the outside. He starts cultivating, immediately realizing that spending 10 contribution points activates the mirror's high-speed assisted cultivation mode. The spiritual energy in the room suddenly spikes to absurd levels, dragging him into a state of spirit enlightenment, where his brain functions at maximum capacity. Under this super cultivation state, comprehending complex magical laws feels like a walk in the park, and he almost gets the illusion that he is actually a natural-born genius. But the timer hits 0, and he is violently yanked back to reality. Realizing the mirror's pay-to-win mode is literally 30 times faster than his own pathetic self-study speed. The sudden drop-off feels so bad that he immediately wants to swipe his card for another hit, but he forcibly holds himself back because he only has 10 points left. He stares into the void with intense greed, thinking that a game-breaking treasure like this mirror really ought to belong to him. Fortunately, his internal heart scripture kicks in to calm his mind, reminding him that trying to steal the supreme foundation of the Myriad Alliance right now is a fast track to getting vaporized. He realizes the mirror's pay-to-win system is a brilliant trap, designed to keep cultivators completely addicted to the fast lane so they never stop grinding missions for the Alliance. The Alliance literally has every single cultivator on a leash, dangling the carrot of high-speed progress in front of them while they do all the heavy lifting. But Li Fan is an experienced gamer, and he knows he can bypass the grind by trading in the halting stealth fragment he recovered from the Ark, since his system will just let him keep the item across resets anyway. First, he needs a quiet way to leave Wuxia Island to retrieve the Ark, without attracting the attention of any high-level bosses who might be monitoring the area. He knows that if a true powerhouse catches him and freezes his soul, he won't even be able to trigger his system's reset, so caution remains his absolute law of survival. He scans the mission board until his eyes light up at a very specific listing. It is a simple retrieval mission to collect Liuli pearls from his old home base, Liuli Island, which is basically the perfect excuse to go on a business trip. He spends 5 points on a cheap storage ring as a cover story, teleports back to the island, and immediately demands a status report on the pearl harvest. He meets with Steward Kian, who sheepishly presents a tiny pouch, explaining they only have 23 pearls left on the entire island. The steward explains that due to severe overfishing, the local fish are on the verge of extinction, so they'll have to wait a year for the population to naturally recover. Li Fan acts understanding, pocketing the pouch while silently realizing the economic bubble of Liuli Island is about to pop. He heads back to his private tower, summons his giant wooden ark, and quickly transfers all his hoarded gold, silver, and the precious halting stele into his new ring. With his pockets stuffed with ancient loot, he steps back onto the teleportation pad, ready to go cash in his chips. Suddenly, a loud voice commands him to wait, and our boy's heart drops as he turns to see a wild-looking Zhang Hao rushing toward him. Before we get back to the intense negotiations, here is a lovely splash art to remind us that our MC is still single and completely focused on the grind. Zhang Hao catches up to him, telling him not to panic, and asks if he'd be interested in a cozy job as an island guardian over on Taean Island. He explains that the current guardian is facing a cultivation bottleneck and wants to go soul-searching, so he needs a trusted substitute to watch the place. Li Fan plays dumb, pointing out that guardians are usually high-tier foundation establishment experts, while he is just a fresh chi condensation rookie. Zhang Hao reassures him with a friendly smile, saying it's just a temp job, and since the island has a giant defensive shield, a rookie is more than enough to handle things. Li Fan asks how often he can take personal days off, and Zhang Hao explains that he can leave the island once every 5 days, up to 3 times a year. He adds that the contribution points from the job can be traded for 5 days of assisted cultivation in the mirror, which is worth half a year of normal, agonizing grinding. Li Fan pretends to hesitate before agreeing, saying he just needs to submit his current pearl mission first. He heads back to the mirror, deposits the meager batch of Liuli pearls, and walks away with a modest 21 contribution points. Then, he dumps his secret stash of gold, silver, and the flawed halting stele into the exchange. The gold yields a decent amount, but the ancient stele fragment absolutely breaks the bank, instantly rewarding him with almost 2,000 points. Now that he is officially loaded, he decides to play the market and asks the mirror if there are any apocalyptic disasters scheduled for the Kongyun region. The mirror remains silent for a long moment, processing the highly unusual request from a low-level cultivator. Finally, the system confirms that no major disasters are expected for at least the next 10 years, giving him the green light to proceed with his plans. Next, he asks for detailed market research on the Liuli pill, a premium item cultivators use to boost their focus. The mirror explains that these pills boost comprehension and can stack with the mirror's own speed boost, making them highly sought after by anyone trying to level up quickly. He checks the current price and sees they are trading at a stable 6 contribution points per pill. Realizing the raw materials for these pills are going extinct on Liuli Island, he instantly buys 350 pills, spending almost his entire fortune to corner the market. Then, with a sly grin, he casually tells the mirror that he heard a rumor that the Liuli fish on the island have completely vanished. The mirror processes this new intelligence, verifies it, and rewards him with exactly 1 contribution point. Li Fan is utterly speechless at the cheap reward, wondering if this sentient mirror is actively trolling him for his insider trading. But the plan works perfectly. The news of the extinction leaks, panicking the public and driving the price of the pills from 6 points to 9 in a matter of hours. When the bubble peaks at 12 points, Li Fan decides not to be greedy and immediately dumps his entire stock back to the mirror. The mirror buys them back at 10 points each, netting our boy an instant profit of 1,400 points. Soon, the panic buyers realize they got scammed by their own FOMO, and the price crashes back down to a stable 8 points. Taking advantage of the dip, Li Fan buys back 100 pills for his own use, meaning he made a massive profit and walked away with a mountain of free premium drugs. He then goes on a massive shopping spree, buying books on arrays, alchemy, protective robes, and tactical gear until his storage ring is bursting. With his wallet drained back down to 300 points, he pops a pill, turns on the mirror's speed mode, and begins grinding his water technique. In just 5 days, he effortlessly smashes through to the peak of the mid-stage of chi condensation, feeling absolutely invincible. Right on cue, Zhang Hao requests to visit, so Li Fan quickly slips on a hidden chi talisman to hide his suspiciously fast breakthrough. Zhang Hao enters and hands him a blank metal slab, telling him to wear it and let him do all the talking. Li Fan inspects the slab, and his face instantly turns pale as he recognizes what it actually is. It is a prestige talisman, a very specific and illegal piece of stealth tech. He knows this because he literally just bought one. It's designed to make a low-level cultivator project the massive aura of a higher realm. He realizes Zhang Hao's entire speech about qi condensation is enough was a total scam. He wants Li Fan to pose as a foundation establishment expert to accept a high-paying contract. The price difference between hiring a rookie and a master is massive, meaning Zhang Hao is pocketing the fat difference while Li Fan takes all the risk. He notes that this middle manager is a dangerous snake he can never truly trust. With no other choice, he puts on the fake badge and meets the Taiyan Island Guardian, Zhou Qingong. The Guardian is completely fooled by the fake aura and issues a contract for 800 points a year, which Zhang Hao greedily intercepts to pay Li Fan a fraction of the cost. The Guardian hands over the official control token, warning our boy to keep it safe before rushing off to enjoy his vacation. Li Fan and Zhang Hao teleport to Taiyan Island, but instead of a beautiful paradise, they find a gloomy, quiet city. Li Fan's jaw drops in horror as he looks at the locals, who have twisted, pale faces and giant, empty, demonic smiles. It looks like our boy just agreed to guard a literal horror movie set. To survive in this cutthroat cultivation world, you either have to be born a legendary protagonist, or you have to be ready to exploit literally every single opportunity that lands in your lap. Our boy is currently sailing into some incredibly murky waters. Zhang Hao points to a local resident on Taiyan Island, who looks like a walking extra from a horror movie, casually introducing them as a Taiyan fruit. He explains that these bizarre human-faced creatures inside the city act just like real people. They work, they marry, and they live out entire lifetimes under the island's protective dome. Apparently, consuming a fully matured Taiyan fruit can increase a foundation stage cultivator's lifespan by 5 whole years, making them highly prized luxury commodities. The Myriad Alliance demands a standard annual tax of 30 fruits, meaning any surplus belongs to the Guardian, with each extra fruit selling for up to 100 contribution points in the Mirror store. Zhang Hao brags about how generous this compensation is, while Li Fan dryly thanks him, silently noting that his generous mentor is still pocketing a massive cut of his actual salary. Zhang Hao plays it completely cool, putting on his best caring mentor voice to say he only wants to guide and support his favorite junior. But his friendly face instantly turns into a mask of pure, unadulterated shock as he realizes Li Fan has already broken through to the mid-stage of qi condensation. Li Fan immediately plays it down, claiming his good buddy Xiao Heng left him an incredible water attribute manual that just happened to perfectly match his affinity. Zhang Hao's face darkens with a sly smirk as he notices Li Fan's hidden qi talisman, letting our boy know that he appreciates a junior who knows how to be sneaky. As they walk, Zhang Hao goes on and on about how Xiao Heng is a once-in-a-generation genius who is already on the verge of reaching the foundation stage. He says having such a close friendship with a rising star proves Li Fan has deep karmic luck, prompting our boy to throw back some polite flattery. Suddenly, an eerie, high-pitched wailing echoes through the streets, and Zhang Hao smiles, announcing that a fresh fruit has just matured. They walk into a grand temple, where a line of pale, lifeless-looking relatives are kneeling and weeping on the floor. The atmosphere is incredibly heavy and depressing, filled with the endless sound of sorrow as our duo walks right past the mourners. Inside a bright red coffin lies a pale corpse, completely covered in a strange, thick crimson mist. Li Fan notices a sweet, alluring fragrance rising from the casket, realizing this bizarre corpse is actually the mature fruit. With a casual flick of his wrist, Zhang Hao points his fingers directly at the corpse's forehead. With a wet swooshing sound, the entire body instantly dissolves, transforming into a swirling vortex of deep red spiritual energy. The red energy quickly condenses, turning into a solid, perfectly round red apple floating in the air. Right as the fruit is created, green spiritual flames erupt from the weeping relatives, burning away their grief and memories. The relatives look around with completely blank, confused expressions, suddenly wondering why they were even crying in the first place. As the brainwashed relatives zombie walk out of the temple, Zhang Hao catches the crimson sphere, calling it a truly magnificent fruit of longevity. He hands the freshly harvested sphere to Li Fan, suggesting he take a bite to experience its power firsthand. A hypnotic, sweet aroma fills the air, triggering an intense, primal hunger in Li Fan's stomach that practically begs him to devour it. He hesitates no longer and swallows the Taiyan fruit whole, instantly feeling a wave of absolute fullness, as if he had just eaten a royal feast. Li Fan checks his system and sees his lifespan cap has indeed increased by 5 years, but his jaw drops when Zhang Hao casually adds that these fruits are literally grown from the island's human residents. As Li Fan struggles not to throw up, Zhang Hao tells him to relax because they are technically classified as fruits before launching into the dark history of the island. He explains that 500 years ago, Taiyan was a normal island until neighboring traders noticed that none of its residents had sailed out for months. Several brave rescue parties sailed in to investigate, but when none of them returned, the local Alliance Guardian was sent to check it out. Even though that Guardian was a powerful Golden Core expert, what he discovered on the island left him in complete, paralyzing terror. Every single mortal on the island had vanished, and the entire city was completely overgrown by massive, dark trees covered in human-faced fruits. Whenever the wind blew, the faces on the fruits would reveal a chilling, silent smile, confirming that every single human resident had been mutated. The terrified Guardian reported the disaster, and the Myriad Alliance sent top specialists to investigate, though their actual findings were kept top secret. Instead of saving anyone, the Alliance simply cut down the wild trees, built a massive breeding formation over the city, and turned the remaining mutated humans into a permanent harvest farm. Li Fan narrows his eyes, pointing out the obvious horror that these mindless creatures are literally descendants of the original human population. Zhang Hao just shrugs, saying they have zero intellect and act purely on primal instinct, possessing only lingering fragments of human behavior. Li Fan realizes that in this brutal cultivation world, whether these creatures are human or not is completely irrelevant to the high-stage masters who crave longevity. A cold sweat runs down his back as he realizes that even if they were real, living humans, they still wouldn't escape the fate of being eaten by desperate, power-hungry cultivators. Accepting his new reality, Li Fan settles into his comfortable new routine on the island, finding the Guardian lifestyle to be extremely quiet and relaxing. He begins practicing his secret scripture, the Thousand Mysteries Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter, finding its complex, ancient texts to be infinitely harder than his simple water art. A year flies by with almost zero progress on his secret technique, so he returns to Wuxia Island, collects his 800-point salary, and buys the late-stage water manual. He hops right back into the mirror's high-speed training chamber, using the energy booster to push himself to the absolute limit of the mid-stage. While our boy is busy grinding his statistics, we get a quick mental picture of Xiao Heng flying through the clouds, reminding us that some people are just born with cheat codes. Back on Taiyan Island, Li Fan reads through the local records, realizing he has officially hit a solid bottleneck just one step away from the late Qi condensation stage. The manual describes this annoying barrier as Heaven's Bane, a mental wall sent by the heavens that cannot be broken by raw training alone. Knowing he cannot force his way through, he temporarily shelves the water art and switches back to the ancient scripture, hoping to master its second layer and unlock the discern mechanism ability. Another year of hard training passes with almost zero progress, so he travels back to Wuxia Island and uses his paycheck to buy specialized insights on ancient texts. He turns on the mirror's 30 times cultivation booster, and as he cross-references the notes, a wave of pure enlightenment instantly resolves all his complex questions. He rushes back to his island sanctuary and enters deep, closed-door meditation, finding the ancient text's obscure passages to be incredibly clear now. Suddenly, a brilliant golden mist erupts within his dantian, swirling with immense spiritual power. He successfully masters the second layer of his ancient art, unlocking his new divine eyes. Eager to see what the hidden gears of the world actually look like, he activates the ability, looking up at the sky, expecting to see beautiful lines of natural energy. Instead, his jaw drops in horror as he sees the entire island shrouded in a thick, swirling vortex of pitch-black death energy. Panicking, he rubs his eyes and tries to focus his vision again, desperately hoping it was just a visual glitch. The sky remains pitch black, so he quickly summons a water mirror to inspect his own reflection. To his absolute horror, his own face and body are completely covered in the exact same dense, black aura of imminent death. He realizes something is catastrophically wrong, since a safe central island of the Myriad Immortals Alliance should never be producing this much death energy. Deciding that discretion is the better part of valor, he leaps onto the local teleportation platform, ready to flee back to the main base. He channels his energy, but the array remains completely cold and silent, indicating the main connection has been entirely cut off. He pulls out his emergency communication talisman to call Zhang Hao, but it is completely dead, confirming that a massive lockdown has trapped him on the island. He realizes flying back on his wooden ark at normal speed will take months, but luckily, he hoarded plenty of spirit stones during his previous shopping spree. But right as he prepares to launch the ark, his danger-sensing instincts scream at him to stop. His divine eyes show that the seemingly calm ocean outside the island's protective dome is literally saturated with suffocating, red-hot killing intent. Realizing he is trapped in a cage, he decides to stop guessing and go interrogate the local mortal leaders to find out what happened while he was in seclusion. Inside the local manor, the mortal governor immediately drops to his knees, weeping and begging the immortal master to save them. Li Fan's eyes glow with a cold blue light, demanding the governor speak quickly and explain the situation. The governor cries, explaining that it hasn't rained for a full 6 months, leaving the island completely out of fresh water and food. Li Fan realizes a half-year drought in a highly controlled alliance territory is an incredibly bad sign of a major structural collapse. The governor adds that they fished out all the coastal waters and every boat they sent into the deep sea vanished without a trace. Li Fan looks down at him, dryly pointing out that if the entire island is supposedly starving to death, the governor himself hasn't lost a single pound. Realizing the immortal master has already scanned his private kitchen and caught him hoarding massive food piles, the governor begins to sweat profusely. Before the corrupt politician can finish his apology, Li Fan cleanly decapitates him with a single, swift strike of his blade. Using a simple projection spell, Li Fan announces the governor's execution to the entire city, ordering all remaining stewards to report to him immediately. The terrified stewards arrive trembling, giving him the full details of the disaster that unfolded while he was busy meditating. They explain that when the drought hit, 1/3 of the mortal population died of starvation in just a single month. Since dead mortals mean no more tie-in fruits for his future business, Li Fan decides to step in, pulling out his flying ark which is packed with infinite grain from his mortal days. He floats above the square, raining down massive bags of fresh, unspoilable grain onto the ecstatic, kowtowing mortals below. Next, he uses his basic knowledge of arrays to construct a crude seawater desalination formation, providing them with a steady stream of fresh water. While inspecting the barrier, he realizes the island's protection shield is rapidly deteriorating under a massive, violent spiritual storm raging outside. He floats in the quiet sky, realizing he has fulfilled his duty to the mortals, but if that shield collapses, he will still die along with them. He narrows his golden eyes, analyzing the chaotic energy patterns of the storm outside the dome. He suddenly realizes that the violent spiritual energy raging outside is only toxic to cultivators, meaning the mortal fishermen didn't die from the storm, they died of thirst and hunger. A massive smirk spreads across his face as he pulls out the supreme primordial true scripture, realizing he can temporarily dissolve his entire cultivation base to slip through the anti-spiritual storm as a harmless, ordinary mortal. To survive in this cutthroat cultivation world, you either have to be born a legendary protagonist, or you have to be ready to exploit literally every single opportunity that lands in your lap. Our boy is currently sailing into some incredibly murky waters. Back on Taiyan Island, Li Fan reads through the local records, realizing he has officially hit a solid bottleneck just one step away from the late Qi condensation stage. The manual describes this annoying barrier as Heaven's Bane, a mental wall sent by the heavens that cannot be broken by raw training alone. Knowing he cannot force his way through, he temporarily shelves the water art and switches back to the ancient scripture, hoping to master its second layer and unlock the discern mechanism ability. Another year of hard training passes with almost zero progress, so he travels back to Wuxia Island and uses his paycheck to buy specialized insights on ancient texts. He turns on the mirror's 30 times cultivation booster, and as he cross-references the notes, a wave of pure enlightenment instantly resolves all his complex questions. He rushes back to his island sanctuary and enters deep, closed-door meditation, finding the ancient text's obscure passages to be incredibly clear now. Suddenly, a brilliant golden mist erupts within his dantian, swirling with immense spiritual power. He successfully masters the second layer of his ancient art, unlocking his new divine eyes, eager to see what the hidden gears of the world actually look like. He activates the ability, looking up at the sky, expecting to see beautiful lines of natural energy. But his eyes register a massive, terrifying anomaly hovering directly over the quiet town below. His jaw drops in horror as he sees the entire island shrouded in a thick, swirling vortex of pitch-black death energy. Panicking, he rubs his eyes and tries to focus his vision again, desperately hoping it was just a visual glitch. The sky remains pitch black, so he quickly summons a water mirror to inspect his own reflection. To his absolute horror, his own face and body are completely covered in the exact same dense, black aura of imminent death. He realizes something is catastrophically wrong, since a safe central island of the Myriad Immortals Alliance should never be producing this much death energy. Deciding that discretion is the better part of valor, he leaps onto the local teleportation platform, ready to flee back to the main base. He channels his energy, but the array remains completely cold and silent, indicating the main connection has been entirely cut off. He pulls out his emergency communication talisman to call Zhang Hao, but it is completely dead, confirming that a massive lockdown has trapped him on the island. He realizes flying back on his wooden ark at normal speed will take months, but luckily, he hoarded plenty of spirit stones during his previous shopping spree. But right as he prepares to launch the ark, his danger-sensing instincts scream at him to stop. His divine eyes show that the seemingly calm ocean outside the island's protective dome is literally saturated with suffocating, red-hot killing intent. Realizing he is trapped in a cage, he decides to stop guessing and go interrogate the local mortal leaders to find out what happened while he was in seclusion. Inside the local manor, the mortal governor immediately drops to his knees, weeping and begging the immortal master to save them. Li Fan's eyes glow with a cold blue light, demanding the governor speak quickly and explain the situation. The governor cries, explaining that it hasn't rained for a full 6 months, leaving the island completely out of fresh water and food. Li Fan realizes a half-year drought in a highly controlled alliance territory is an incredibly bad sign of a major structural collapse. The governor adds that they fished out all the coastal waters, and any boat they sent into the deep sea vanished without a trace. Li Fan looks down at him, dryly pointing out that if the entire island is supposedly starving to death, the governor himself hasn't lost a single pound. Realizing the immortal master has already scanned his private kitchen and caught him hoarding massive food piles, the governor begins to sweat profusely. Before the corrupt politician can finish his apology, Li Fan cleanly decapitates him with a single, swift strike of his blade. Using a simple projection spell, Li Fan announces the governor's execution to the entire city, ordering all remaining stewards to report to him immediately. The terrified stewards arrive trembling, giving him the full details of the disaster that unfolded while he was busy meditating. They explain that when the drought hit, 1/3 of the mortal population died of starvation in just a single month. Since dead mortals mean no more tie-in fruits for his future business, Li Fan decides to step in, pulling out his flying ark which is packed with infinite grain from his mortal days. He floats above the square, raining down massive bags of fresh, unspoilable grain onto the ecstatic, kowtowing mortals below. Next, he uses his basic knowledge of arrays to construct a crude seawater desalination formation, providing them with a steady stream of fresh water. While inspecting the barrier, he realizes the island's protection shield is rapidly deteriorating under a massive, violent spiritual storm raging outside. He floats in the quiet sky, realizing he has fulfilled his duty to the mortals, but if that shield collapses, he will still die along with them. He narrows his golden eyes, analyzing the chaotic energy patterns of the storm outside the dome. He suddenly realizes that the violent spiritual energy raging outside is only toxic to cultivators, meaning the mortal fishermen didn't die from the storm, they died of thirst and hunger. A massive smirk spreads across his face as he pulls out the supreme primordial true scripture, realizing he can temporarily dissolve his entire cultivation base to slip through the anti-spiritual storm as a harmless, ordinary mortal. Our boy stands before the celestial portal, mentally reviewing his past lives to see if he can find any hidden patterns to help him survive this mess. He remembers that during his very first run into this world, the first thing he saw after passing the cosmic barrier was a massive, continuous mountain range. Yet, in his current lifetime, he emerged above a vast, boundless ocean with absolutely no mountains in sight. He stares at the dried-up seabeds of the Kongyun Sea, and a massive realization suddenly hits him. During his previous run, he didn't arrive at a different location. He simply arrived in year 65, when the area had already dried up into mountains. But in this current timeline, he arrived in year 20, meaning he literally showed up 45 years early. He scratches his head, realizing that if he had paid closer attention to the sea captain's rumors, he could have predicted this giant environmental collapse years ago. But knowing that the ocean is destined to turn into a mountain range means this catastrophic drought is actually temporary and will eventually recede. He remembers that by year 50, the famous cultivators who destroyed his empire claimed to come from a bustling city in these exact mountains, meaning the disaster will definitely clear up by then. Knowing there is a light at the end of the tunnel makes the situation far less terrifying, so he calms his nerves and flies back down to his mansion. He uses his voice transmission to tell the terrified residents that the crisis is temporary, instantly reigniting their hope for survival. He enters closed-door cultivation, pulling out the unformed Kanghai Pearl, wondering if this legendary water orb holds the key to his survival. Without the Tiangshuan Mirror's analysis system to guide him, he has to manually figure out how to activate the pearl's power. He spends days trying everything, pouring in raw spiritual energy, using mental pressure, and even trying a classic drop of bloodbind, but the blue orb remains completely dead. Finally, He remembers his ancient scripture contains specific techniques to analyze the hidden chi mechanisms of celestial treasures, activating his golden eyes to inspect the pearl. The pearl instantly erupts with a deep, ancient blue radiance, revealing a sleeping, massive water mechanism inside. As he aligns his mind with the pearl, his consciousness is suddenly dragged out of his body, flying high above a boiling, red-hot ocean of stone. He witnesses the destructive will of heaven descending like a giant black void, systematically drying up the oceans while the water powerlessly vanishes. But the core of the ocean refuses to accept its death, birthing a new sea right as the old one dies, before the raw mental strain violently snaps him back to reality. He catches his breath, only to realize his hair has turned gray and wrinkles have appeared all over his face. He checks his system panel and gasps, realizing his physical age jumped from 54 to 89 in a single second. Because contacting a cosmic treasures will eat your life like a premium subscription. He realizes that a mortal trying to forcefully control a vast sea treasure is like an ant trying to steer a ship, meaning his current method is completely wrong. Outside his mansion, the weather continues to burn, and the starving mortals grow so weak they can't even stand up to pray to him. Feeling his own mind growing restless and anxious under the heat, Li Fan sits down to circulate his long-neglected heart-refining incantation. The golden light washes over him, instantly purging all his impatience and fear, turning those negative emotions into pure mental fuel for his soul. With his mind completely calm and focused, he looks back at the blue orb, suddenly having a massive breakthrough realization. He has been stuck at his current bottleneck for years, and his fated opportunity to break through lies directly in the dangerous power of this pearl. Even though aligning his mind with the pearl's terrifying, life-draining will is incredibly dangerous, he knows that massive rewards always coexist with extreme risk. He activates both techniques at once, and his consciousness enters a deep trance where stars shift and centuries flash past his eyes in a microsecond. As the centuries roll past, a cool, mountain spring-like aura suddenly surges out of his soul. The pure energy washes away the marks of time, restoring his youth and returning his mind to absolute clarity. He successfully masters the technique, gaining the ability to mobilize a sliver of the Canghai Pearl's power, while his divine sense expands to cover the entire island. His mental radar extends rapidly outward, mapping out all the surrounding dried-up islands in his mind. He sees underground volcanoes blowing their tops and spots a few desperate cultivators hiding in deep trenches, catching secrets that are only revealed in these end times. But since those people have nothing to do with his wallet, he retracts his focus, using the pearl to gather all the residual moisture in the area directly above Tian Island. A massive, heavy rainstorm instantly blankets the town, bringing tears of joy to the residents, while Li Fan programs the pearl to automatically bring rain once every 2 weeks. With the mortals stabilized, he sinks back into deep meditation, quietly observing the flow of the world's natural forces. 1 year, 2 years. Time completely loses its meaning, as his understanding of the heavens grows deeper and deeper. He suddenly opens his golden eyes, realizing that the chaotic, violent energy of the sky has not decreased at all over the years. Because cultivators are basically parasites that steal from the earth, the heavenly Tao is actively creating a natural immune response to exterminate them. Suddenly, the clouds part, and a towering, fiery giant composed of pure celestial flames descends from the sky, acting as a literal cosmic hitman sent to incinerate every single cultivator in the region. Faced with a literal flaming god of death hovering in the sky, most sane people would run for their lives. But our boy is currently fighting the overwhelming urge to pull out a giant fork and knife. Right as he stares into the blinding core of the fire entity, a massive flood of celestial data bypasses his eyes, dumping itself directly into his consciousness. He realizes this fiery giant is not a living person, but the physical embodiment of the world's natural laws, operating entirely on primitive, destructive survival instincts. To a normal cultivator, this entity is a walking death sentence that will instantly vaporize your physical body without a second thought, but at the exact same time, it represents the ultimate cheat code to godhood. A creepy voice inside his soul starts chanting, telling him that if he can somehow swallow this giant fire god, he'll immediately ascend to the highest realm of creation. The fiery giant, Qi Yan, suddenly shifts his golden gaze down, and the sheer intensity of his stare instantly boils the massive sea contained inside the Canghai Pearl. Li Fan quickly snaps his head away, frantically circulating his heart-refining incantation to dissolve the absolute greed that was about to turn his brain into mush. Fortunately, the fire god only gives him a brief, unbothered glance before looking away, probably thinking our boy's unformed soul is too small and pathetic to even count as an appetizer. Despite escaping death, Li Fan's mind is still a complete war zone, as his logic and primal desires tear his soul in half. He desperately clings to his basic meditation spell to keep his sanity from fracturing. After what feels like an eternity, the suffocating pressure finally fades, leaving him shivering in relief, completely unwilling to look back up at that giant red hazard ever again. But right as his consciousness prepares to leave the pearl and return to his physical body, he notices a highly awkward problem. He spent so many decades floating inside the pearl's timeless void that his real physical body has aged to 89, leaving him looking like a grand patriarch, ready to crumble. He takes a deep breath and accepts his decrepit state, deciding that since his soul is already stuck inside the pearl's database, he might as well use the rest of his remaining time to study the sky's hidden laws. He channels a tiny trickle of the pearl's pure water energy to preserve his rotten physical vessel from decomposing, calculating he has exactly 12 years of battery life left before his body completely shuts down. For the next 5 years, he lives like a ghost, quietly observing the rising sun, the shifting stars, and the slow, agonizing extinction of the remaining marine life in the Kangyan Sea. By anchor year 40, the transition is finally complete, and the beautiful blue ocean is replaced by a vast, silent valley of gray stone and dead reefs. Only the tiny mortal city on Tian Island remains intact, kept alive solely by the scheduled rainstorms our boy programmed into the pearl before his body retired. Up in the clouds, the giant fiery entity finally finishes its divine cleansing mission and completely dissolves, leaving the scorched sky empty once more. 2 years later, several high-ranking cultivators wearing elegant green robes descend upon the valley, casting massive, high-tier terraforming spells to bring rain back to the region. Green spiritual light washes over the dead stone, and in just a single year, beautiful forests, lush vegetation, and giant trees burst out of the dry seabed. The ocean officially completes its mutation into the legendary Kongyun mountain range, and the Alliance begins building a massive flying city in the sky, attracting wealth and power from all over. In Anchor Year 48, a powerful Foundation establishment master hovers over the peaks, looking down at the mountains with a highly sorrowful expression. Li Fan scans him with his divine sense, and his virtual eyes widen in absolute surprise. It is Zhang Haobo, the muscular boat captain, who ran away early because his gut told him the ocean was about to become an active volcano. Over 20 years have passed, and this ordinary mortal fisherman somehow managed to claw his way up to the Foundation stage without any corporate backing. As the realization hits him, a rapid slideshow of his entire 10th lifetime flashes through his mind, indicating his soul has finally hit the absolute limit of its endurance. His ancient consciousness is violently dragged back into his old rotting physical body on the mountain floor. But right as his eyes close, his 12 years of meditating on the sky's hidden laws pay off, shattering his old bottleneck and pushing his empty body to the peak of the late chi condensation stage. He smiles through his gray beard and calmly whispers the command to trigger his system's temporal reset. The blue simulation screen pops up, and he immediately selects option 2 to retain his new, late-stage cultivation level, while planning to grab the Kanghai Pearl early next run. He wakes up back at his starting point, and a massive wave of celestial fire and water energy surges into his dantian, solidifying his late-stage foundation in a fraction of a second. To his absolute shock, his mortal miasma vanishes completely, purged far more thoroughly than any expensive spirit pool could ever dream of. He realizes that if the toxic miasma is a defensive shield created by the world's laws, then his resetting system is basically a virus that completely bypasses those laws. The system's power is literally the polar opposite of the heavenly Tao, meaning his soul is operating on a level far beyond the limits of this universe. He sits back and reflects on his previous run, thinking about how the determined scholar Su Chanju died a horrific death before his journey even started. Meanwhile, the god-tier genius Xiao Heng was treated like royalty, but still ended up being a target for the world's natural immune response. Yet, a regular mortal fisherman like Zhang Haobo managed to survive and reach the Foundation stage simply by following his gut and running away early. He realizes the universe doesn't care about your talent or your plans, it only cares about who can adapt to the chaotic changes of the natural cycle. He recalls that when he asked the all-knowing Tianshuan mirror about future disasters, the giant computer flatly told him everything would be perfectly fine for the next 10 years. Yet, the private Wanhua merchant group knew about the collapse and evacuated months in advance, proving the Alliance's system is either blind or actively letting its citizens die. Either way, his new incantation is charging his reset button twice as fast, meaning he has arrived in the cultivation world over 10 years earlier than his previous run. Our boy lets out a devious smirk, realizing that with his future knowledge and advanced strength, he can set up the ultimate board before the match even begins, manipulating water magic, reminding us that this ordinary fisherman is destined for absolute greatness. We travel back in time to the Great Xuan Nation, where the majestic Jieli Mountain stands tall against the clouds. Two mortal martial artists are currently scaling the steep rock face, looking exhausted and thoroughly battered by the climb. The heavy-set fighter, Wang Xuanba, collapses against a rock, begging his companion to take a break because his legs are ready to fall off. But the young traveler, Erlong, refuses to stop, pointing out that these woods are crawling with hungry tigers and they need to reach a nearby cave for safety. Wang Xuanba sighs, looking skeptical, and asks if there are actually any flying immortals living in these desolate mountains. Erlong's face turns dead serious under his wide straw hat, his eyes filled with an intense, burning determination. He insists he saw an immortal flying through the sky 5 years ago, while Wang Xuanba complains that Erlong has spent every free weekend digging through these caves with absolutely nothing to show for it. Erlong rolls his eyes, telling his friend that he's starting to sound exactly like his naggy mother. But before the argument can continue, a giant, bone-white python slowly slides out from the thick mountain mist. Wang Xuanba's face turns pale with terror as the massive beast opens its dark maw, letting out a chilling, quiet hiss. Acting on pure adrenaline, the muscular fighter leaps high into the air, aiming a heavy flying punch directly at the snake's nose. He lands a solid blow on the scales, but the massive python barely flinches, quickly turning its head to snap back. Erlang doesn't hesitate and leaps forward, channeling all his martial training to strike a critical pressure point. The heavy wooden staff hits the python's throat, but it feels like striking solid steel, leaving their hands completely numb. With a massive, sweeping motion, the python whips its tail, throwing Wang Xuanba straight into the stone wall with a sickening thud. Erlong is launched backward as well, sliding across the loose gravel as he struggles to maintain his footing. Wang Xuanba struggles to sit up, screaming in panic as the giant snake turns its focus entirely on his partner. Erlang charges forward again, jam-thrusting his wooden staff directly into the snake's open mouth to keep those massive fangs away. He bites his lip, spitting blood as the sheer, crushing force of the python's jaw slowly pushes him down to his knees. The python flings him aside with a violent toss, throwing him into the dirt like a broken ragdoll. Erlang clutches his broken ribs, staring up at the approaching beast, realizing that his grand quest for immortality is about to end as a reptile's lunch. He remembers that beautiful evening 5 years ago, when he saw the majestic silhouette of an immortal gliding effortlessly through the clouds. That single moment defined his entire life, sparking an absolute obsession with finding a master and seeking the ultimate Tao. He grits his teeth in bitter regret, cursing his own weakness for dying here before he could even learn a single spell. Suddenly, a high-pitched cry echoes through the sky as a massive flock of cranes, eagles, and crows dives out of the clouds. From the bushes, giant brown bears and wild mountain wolves leap out, roaring as they swarm the giant python in a chaotic frenzy. Wang Xuanba watches in absolute disbelief as the entire forest's wildlife suddenly works together to rip the giant snake to pieces. Erlang's eyes light up with pure awe, instantly realizing this unnatural event can only be the work of a high-stage immortal. He looks up at the sky, screaming at the top of his lungs, begging the mysterious master to show himself. High above the clouds, Li Fan floats in silence, looking down at the young Zhang Haobo with a calm, analytical gaze. He notes the kid has a decent constitution and a highly resolute heart, but since our boy hasn't even established his own massive sect yet, he decides to leave him be until the time is right to gift him a fortune. With a quiet swoosh, Li Fan flies away, highly satisfied that his 9 years of studying the formless killing intent were not wasted. To avoid the toxic mortal miasma, he has been living in absolute seclusion on Jieli Mountain, spending all his time meditating on the world's hidden mechanisms. His new stealth technique is incredibly broken. It allows him to disguise his own killing intent as the will of heaven and earth, driving all nearby animals to hunt down his target until it is completely dead. The best part is that normal cultivators cannot detect this technique at all, making it the ultimate tool for executing sneaky robberies without leaving a single trace. He checks his system panel and smiles, seeing his void transformation progress has finally reached 99%. It is time to set sail back into the cultivation world and claim his rightful place among the stars. Sailing out onto the beautiful, azure waters of the Kongyan Sea, Li Fan pulls out a small flask of ancient ashes. It is the remains of Qian Hong, the ancient cultivator whose tomb he plundered to fix his wooden flying ark. He scatters the ashes into the wind, watching a beautiful, glowing plum branch bloom in the sky, as the ancient traveler's soul is finally returned to his native land. Our boy is currently sailing into some incredibly muddy waters. After successfully wrapping up his training on Jieli Mountain, Li Fan stands on the rocky cliffs, instantly sensing a massive, inexplicable transformation humming within his dantian. Unable to pinpoint the exact nature of the change, he shrugs it off and takes to the skies, riding the wind directly toward the vast, blue Kangyan Sea instead of operating his flashy arc. His plan is to pose as a clueless rogue cultivator who accidentally stumbled his way to the late stage of Qi condensation and desperately wants to join the Myriad Alliance to secure a Foundation manual. But since riding the wind is a bit slow and he's not in a rush, he decides to enjoy the scenic view, completely unaware that he is about to walk into a giant celestial trap. Suddenly, a cold sweat runs down his back as his danger-sensing instincts scream at him, registering a massive, suffocating wave of killing intent locked onto his coordinates. The pursuer is approaching at an absurd, terrifying speed, forcing Li Fan to abandon his humble act and pull his giant Taihang arc out of his pocket to make a quick escape. He throws the miniature boat into the sea, and it instantly expands into a 1,000-meter wooden behemoth, blasting across the waves in a trail of bright blue spiritual light. He pushes the engines to their absolute maximum limit, but as he looks back, he realizes the terrifying cultivator is still slowly closing the gap like an unstoppable heat-seeking missile. Realizing he cannot outrun him, Li Fan grits his teeth, raises his hand, and activates his newly mastered stealth technique, Formless Killing Intent, to borrow the sky's mandate. The moment he releases the technique, a chilling, high-pitched hum echoes through the air as a massive network of creepy red eyes opens within the surrounding clouds. He instantly feels the suffocating, heavy gaze of the heavenly Tao locked onto his head, realizing that trying to borrow heaven's authority as a low-level rookie is like playing with live matches. Fortunately, because he only used the technique to cross a single realm, the giant fire god in the sky only gives him a brief, warning glance before returning to sleep. The spell activates, and a colossal roaring windstorm carries a faint blue glow, turning the calm sea ahead of the pursuer into a massive, violent water tornado. The pursuer is caught completely off guard, getting slammed squarely by the massive vortex as Li Fan takes the opportunity to accelerate his ship and flee. But the delay lasts for only a few seconds before the powerful master breaks free from the storm, flying after our boy with an even more intense, boiling aura of rage. Li Fan unleashes his technique again, and a massive, prehistoric crocodile shark leaps out of the deep sea, opening its terrifying maw to swallow the master whole. Before Li Fan can even celebrate, a massive, fiery explosion erupts from the shark's stomach, blowing the beast to pieces as the tattered master continues his relentless charge. Suddenly, a massive, purple bolt of celestial lightning blasts down from the dark clouds, hitting the master dead center and leaving him screaming in agony. The defensive barrier of Liuli Island finally appears on the horizon, and Li Fan steers his ship straight toward the glowing blue Grand Dome. The tattered pursuer, Protector Wan, screams at the top of his lungs, commanding the local guardian He Zhang Hao to immediately come out and help him execute the thief. Li Fan's eyes widen in absolute surprise as he recognizes the local enforcer, realizing his entire plan has just catastrophically failed. With no other choice left, he closes his eyes and screams the command to trigger his system's temporal reset. Waking up back inside the blue virtual space, he sighs, realizing this was officially the shortest and most embarrassing run he has ever experienced. He sits back, trying to analyze why an elite enforcer from the Myriad Alliance would travel thousands of miles just to execute a random newcomer. He realizes the only connection he had to the Alliance in this new run was the lesser amplification water art jade scroll he inherited from his previous lifetime. He checks his system panel and focuses on the water art scroll floating inside his virtual inventory. The Alliance monitors all their registered manuals, and when their celestial network detected an unregistered rogue cultivator practicing their private technique, they immediately sent a hitman to delete the pirate user. Without a single second of hesitation, Li Fan circulates his supreme scripture to completely dissolve his cultivation of the tracked water art, making himself invisible to their radar. He re-enters Year 9 of the cultivation world, and sure enough, without practicing the track technique, he easily sails across the calm sea without attracting any attention. As he approaches Liuli Island, a specific memory from his time as a marine consciousness suddenly flashes across his mind. He stops his flight, hovering over the water to stare down into the deep, dark trenches of the seabed. His gaze pierces through the ocean, revealing a massive, monstrous golden Liuli fish eating human corpses dragged by a school of smaller, subordinate fish. The golden beast acts like a spoiled king, chewing on the bones before spitting them out in dissatisfaction, completely unaware that its doom has just arrived. Li Fan points his fingers down with a cold, unbothered expression, unleashing his formless killing intent directly on the golden giant. The school of subordinate fish instantly turns rabid under the spell, swarming their golden boss in a massive, bloodthirsty frenzy. The golden fish is ripped to pieces in a matter of seconds, and a thick cloud of golden blood slowly rises to the surface of the water. Li Fan dives down and retrieves a massive, glowing golden Liuli pearl, finding that simply carrying it on his body provides a permanent, non-consumable focus boost similar to a high-tier pill. Highly satisfied with his free loot, he tucks the golden pearl away and flies directly to the sky above Liuli Island. He releases his late-stage spiritual energy, and Zhang Hao immediately flies up to greet him, curiously asking which fellow Taoist has decided to visit his island. Li Fan puts on a warm, friendly smile, bowing politely as he greets his favorite middleman, ready to start the real hustle, reminding us that the natural laws of this world are always watching. Li Fan introduces himself as a humble rogue cultivator named Li Fan, claiming he reached the late stage of qi condensation by sheer luck, but lacks a method to reach the foundation stage. He showers Zhang Hao with massive, shameless flattery, praising his righteous reputation and calling him the legendary savior of Liuli Island. Zhang Hao is incredibly pleased with this praise, thinking that if this nickname spreads, it will provide massive karmic feedback to boost his own private sitting mountain cultivation art. He tells our boy to wait, flying off to process an official travel permit to prevent the Alliance's defensive dome from automatically vaporizing him. He returns a few hours later, handing over a green past spirit talisman and instructing Li Fan to leave a trace of his spiritual aura on it. He warns him to keep the talisman safe, as losing a piece of Alliance property will result in a massive deduction of his hard-earned contribution points. They teleport directly to the Tianshuan mirror, and Zhang Hao proudly presents Li Fan to the registration system as a talented rogue cultivator who wishes to join their ranks. The mirror processes the request, instantly rewarding Zhang Hao with a massive 300-point ding merit bonus for discovering a late-stage talent. Highly impressed by his fat bonus, Zhang Hao turns to our boy, curiously asking how old he actually is. Li Fan calmly replies, 29. Zhang Hao's jaw practically drops to the floor in pure shock, realizing a 29-year-old late qi condensation rogue cultivator is a peerless genius. His sleazy salesman attitude instantly vanishes, replaced by absolute, worshipful enthusiasm as he promises to help our boy with any future questions or problems. He brags about his wide network within the Alliance, telling Li Fan to immediately come to him if he ever needs assistance. After giving him a few more instructions, Zhang Hao steps into his teleportation portal, practically vibrating with excitement over his new investment. Li Fan chuckles to himself, noting that showing off his young age and talent earned him infinitely better treatment than his previous lifetime. The Tianshuan mirror welcomes him to the Alliance, gifting him a free starting bonus of 100 contribution points. He notes that after reaching the late stage, the daily rent for the mirror's high-speed training chamber has tripled, costing 30 points a day instead of 10. He performs his classic speedrunning routine, buying a storage ring, depositing his hoarded gold, silver, and flawed halting stele to amass a massive fortune of over 2,800 points. Next, he pulls out his newly harvested golden Liuli pearl, and the mirror values the item at a whopping 850 points. But since the pearl acts as a permanent, non-consumable focus booster, he decides to keep it for his own cultivation grind instead of cashing it in. He opens the public bounty board, and as his eyes skim past the various tasks, a very specific mission suddenly catches his attention. It is a request from Elder Chen of the Medicine Hall, offering a massive 1,000-point reward for verified coordinates of rare blue blood coral. Using his memories from his time as a marine consciousness, he submits the exact coordinates, and the mirror verifies the info and deposits his 1,000 points in just half a day. Next, he spots a legendary bounty offering a mind-boggling 100,000 contribution points for the mysterious Cloudwater map record. The publisher of the mission is completely shrouded in mystery, and the bounty has been hanging on the board for 10 years with absolutely nobody knowing what it actually is. Nobody knows, except our boy, who remembers Xiao Heng's previous message about going to the center of the Kangyan Sea to find the legendary Cloudwater Heavenly Palace ruins. He recalls the history of the palace. Once the most powerful sect in the ocean, its disciples turned on each other during the Great Calamity, slaughtering themselves until the survivors sealed the sect away. the palace remained hidden inside a giant, invisible defensive formation for 10,000 years. In Anchor Year 11, the formation will finally collapse, and the local cultivators who enter the ruins will find a dead city filled with horrifying anomalies. The first batch of over 100 elite masters will suffer catastrophic casualties, with less than 10% escaping the ruins alive. Among the lucky survivors will be an unremarkable, quiet late chi condensation rogue cultivator named Sikong Yi. Nobody will expect that this quiet kid actually secured the legendary map, delivered it to the mirror to claim the 100,000-point bounty, and instantly became a legend. Right after receiving his massive payout, Sikong Yi will use a super long-distance teleportation array to flee the region, never to be seen again. Resolving to intercept this massive gold rush before Sikong Yi can touch it, Li Fan purchases the Survival Guide to Sect Ruins from the Mirror's library. He reads that all valuable ruins are split into two categories, those with anomalies and those without. Ruins without anomalies are relatively safe as long as you watch your step and avoid basic formation traps. But ruins with active anomalies, like the Cloudwater Palace, operate on twisted, supernatural laws that will instantly end your life if you are not extremely cautious. Our boy closes the book with a cold, determined expression, ready to map out the ultimate heist of his 11th lifetime. Our boy begins reading through his new guide on anomalies, realizing these bizarre occurrences are basically glitches in reality that operate on their own twisted, unpredictable rules. The rules are simple. Follow the anomaly's absurd guidelines, or prepare to be instantly turned into organic paste. Cultivators who break these rules don't get warned, they get deleted. Knowing the layout of the upcoming ruins gives him a massive head start, since the standard survival rules of the Cloudwater Palace are no longer a secret to him. He realizes the smartest play in this lifetime is to sit back, let the unremarkable rogue cultivator Sikong Yi do all the dangerous tomb robbing, and simply rob him right as he exits. With exactly 2 years left before the ruins open, he needs to gather more dirt on Sikong Yi while building up his own combat power to ensure a flawless execution. Since Formless Killing Intent is currently his only offensive spell, he opens the mirror shop to find some dirty, high-damage techniques. His eyes light up at the Nether Spirit Illusion Art, a chi condensation technique that lets you cultivate a mental, phantom spirit to invade and explode your opponent's brain. He realizes that with hundreds of years of mental training across his resets, his soul is basically a fortress, making this illusion technique custom-built for him. He decides to use the terrifying fire giant Qi Yan as his prototype. The price is a steep 2,500 points, practically the cost of a foundation stage manual, but he grits his teeth, clicks purchase, and watches his wallet crash back down to 1,300 points. He pulls out his golden Liuli pearl, activates the mirror's 30 times speed boost, and immediately begins meditating on his new mental weapon. He closes his eyes, projecting his consciousness back to the moment he saw the fire giant Qi Yan boiling the oceans with his raw, destructive aura. A small spark of yellow flame slowly appears in his mind, but his physical body temperature instantly spikes to a boiling fever, sweat pouring down his forehead like rain. He desperately circulates his heart-refining spell to suppress the heat, but the mental pressure is too massive, forcing him to spit blood as his brain almost boils inside his skull. He wipes his mouth, realizing a mortal soul cannot directly replicate the laws of a literal fire god without some massive cosmic restrictions. He breaks down the name Qi Yan, realizing Yan represents the universal laws of fire, and wonders if experimenting with other colored flames will yield a safer prototype. He tries visualizing a green flame, and while the spirit forms successfully, it feels like an empty plastic shell that doesn't have enough power to even tickle a fly. Next, he tries a dark, smoky black flame. This one refuses to take shape at all, though at least it doesn't try to turn his nervous system into charcoal. He spends the next few days experimenting with every single color on the spectrum, classifying the results into 3 highly annoying, unproductive categories. But the fourth type is the real jackpot, a beautiful, blinding blue flame that is identical to Qi Yan, but carries a chilling, absolute zero temperature. As he visualizes the blue giant, his physical body is completely encased in a thick block of ice, but his mind enters a wondrous state of pure, absolute rationality. He experiences a classic out-of-body sensation, watching his frozen shell from the outside as a wave of vibrant, pure vitality surges through his frozen veins. He snaps out of his trance, and the frost instantly vanishes. He smiles, realizing he has successfully mastered the blue flame phantom spirit. But his victory is short-lived as he checks his bank account, realizing his long-term training has left him with barely over 100 points to his name. Hoping to secure a quick gig, he pulls out his green communication jade and texts Zhang Haobo to ask about any high-paying jobs in the area. He Zhang Hao replies with a hearty laugh, saying newbies always have to do a few years of manual labor, but since they are close buddies, he's willing to offer him a highly lucrative, private deal face-to-face. Li Fan wastes no time and teleports directly to the steps of He Zhanghao's grand mansion on Liuli Island. He Zhanghao greets him with a chuckle, teasing him for being so impatient to make money. The middleman slaps his hands together, activating a secret spiritual trigger. With a massive, rumbling roar, the entire mountain range below them begins to sink into the earth. Li Fan stumbles as the ground shifts, looking up in sheer awe at the sudden environmental transformation. The surrounding mountains float up into the sky, turning into a massive ring of glowing floating rocks that hang directly over their heads like an artificial galaxy. He Zhanghao brags about his mountain and river star formation, explaining he built the entire defense system of Liuli Island using a rare foundation diagram he plundered years ago. Li Fan acts thoroughly impressed, praising his master-level proficiency in tactical defensive arrays. He Zhanghao strokes his chin, boasting that his understanding of arrays can easily match a high-ranking nascent soul master, even if his actual level is much lower. Li Fan nods politely, before asking what kind of sensitive, top-secret business requires them to hide inside this high-security star formation. He Zhanghao's smile turns incredibly dark, whispering that he needs our boy to make a secret, highly illegal trip to the immortal forsaken land known as the Departed Realm, reminding us that our boy is always ready to accept some profitable smuggling contracts. Li Fan acts extremely surprised, asking why a high-ranking enforcer would want to waste time traveling to a barren mortal world. He Zhanghao explains that even though those mortal realms have zero spiritual energy, they contain valuable raw materials that are highly labor-intensive to mine. The royal families and wealthy nobles in those lesser worlds are absolutely desperate to smuggle their children into the cultivation world to escape their bleak lives. Li Fan tilts his head, urging the middleman to get straight to the point of the scam. He Zhanghao smiles, explaining they use this desire to blackmail the mortal kings, forcing them to use their entire empires to mine rare resources, like Starseed quicksand for them. Li Fan's face remains neutral, but mentally, he is laughing, realizing He Zhanghao is indeed the greedy mastermind who has been running this human smuggling network with the Heavenly Treasure Tower for decades. He Zhanghao explains that 50 jin of this quicksand sells for a whopping 600 points in the mirror, making this a massive cash cow they can milk every 10 years. He offers Li Fan a clean 50-50 split of the profits if he acts as the delivery boy, using a classic middleman tactic to keep his own hands perfectly clean. Li Fan immediately agrees, bowing politely as he accepts the profitable smuggling gig. He Zhanghao hands over a basic flying wooden boat and a premium, form-hiding talisman that will keep him hidden from any scanning eyes below the nascent soul stage. Equipped with his stealth gear, Li Fan arrives in the Departed Realm, finding a gloomy, ash-covered world dominated by a massive, boiling volcano. The intervals between the volcano's eruptions are rapidly shrinking, leaving the ruling class of the Dali Empire in absolute panic that their world is about to become a lava hell. Li Fan descends onto the Grand Temple Square, and the Dali Emperor, along with dozens of high-ranking ministers, immediately drop to their knees to worship him. Li Fan floats above them, demanding they deliver the hoarded supplies they were ordered to gather 10 years ago. The Emperor trembling reports that everything has been prepared properly, guiding the immortal master to the imperial vaults. Li Fan verifies the massive piles of glittering Starseed quicksand, sucking them into his storage ring with a single wave of his sleeve. Highly satisfied with the easy score, he hands the flying wooden boat over to the kowtowing Emperor, before casually asking where they are keeping a young boy named Xiao Heng. He is led to Scholar Su's courtyard, where the entire household is already kneeling in the dirt to welcome the Grand Immortal. Li Fan looks over the crowd, calmly asking which of the children is the young heir Xiao Heng. The scholar points to a messy-haired, chubby-cheeked kid who is nervously scratching his head in the corner. Li Fan looks down at the young kid, his mind instantly flashing back to the future, where this same boy becomes a legendary, armor-clad prodigy of the Alliance. He walks up to him, his expression remaining completely stoic as the kid stares back with innocent, wide eyes. He touches the kid's head, announcing his talent is extraordinary and promising to return in exactly 10 years to guide him to the heavens. The family is ecstatic, weeping and thanking the immortal master for granting their child a path to eternal life. Suddenly, a young teenager in a blue robe runs out, falling to his knees and begging the immortal master to save his dying sister. The boy kowtows violently against the stone tiles, his forehead bleeding as he desperately begs for a miracle. Scholar Su yells in panic, commanding the boy to shut up and stop offending the Grand Immortal with his selfish requests. The boy, Su Changyu, looks up with absolute, stubborn resolve, completely willing to die if it means saving his sister. Li Fan stares down at him, his mind flashing back to the future, where this exact same boy died a horrific, agonizing death in a puddle of blood to save his sister. Touched by a rare moment of curiosity, Li Fan tells the boy to lead the way, deciding to inspect the girl just this once. He is led to a freezing basement where a tiny baby girl is lying on a bed of jade blocks, surrounded by massive piles of melting ice. Despite the freezing ice, her tiny body is glowing, with an intense, burning orange and yellow aura. Li Fan touches her forehead, and his eyes instantly widen in absolute paralyzing shock as he realizes there is not a single trace of mortal miasma inside her. He channels a wisp of spiritual energy, only to watch in horror as the energy is instantly amplified and turned into a scorching, boiling heat wave. The energy doesn't carry the natural laws of fire, but a violent, raw spiritual power, transformed directly from human rage. A cold sweat runs down his back as he looks at the crying baby. Realizing this girl doesn't have a disease, she has a natural immortal physique, a monster of talent, envied by heaven itself. Looking down at the burning infant, Li Fan analyzes her unique double physique, realizing her natural immortal physique grants her an unparalleled, godly affinity for cultivation. But because she also possesses innate divine power, her extreme talent acts as a literal lightning rod for cosmic tribulations, keeping her constantly on the brink of death. Both of these legendary physiques are a 1 in 10,000 rarity, and finding them both inside a single mortal baby is like winning a celestial lottery. The raw, angry force constantly burning her body is actually her untamed divine power, which is slowly cooking her from the inside out because she doesn't have a cultivator's foundation to control it. Without a high-stage master to intervene, she stands absolutely zero chance of surviving to adulthood, explaining why her brother Su Changyu was so desperate to find a cure. In his previous lifetime, Su Changyu traded his own life to become a mutilated test subject just to save her, though his sacrifice was completely in vain because he lacked real power. Li Fan lets out a cold, confident smirk, telling the boy that if they hadn't run into him today, even a legendary Golden Core master wouldn't be able to save her. He summons his newly mastered Blue Flame Phantom Spirit, channeling the absolute zero energy to gently coat the burning baby in a soothing, blue spiritual light. The blue frost instantly neutralizes her internal burning, and the baby girl lets out a happy sigh, her fever completely vanishing as she falls into a peaceful sleep. The protective blue flame egg will keep her safe and sound for exactly 10 years, and our boy resolves to return and collect his new disciple before the timer hits 0. He walks out of the basement, demanding Scholar Su explain the exact sequence of events that led to this bizarre child's birth. The scholar hesitates before stuttering that the baby is actually his younger sister, Su Yuking's daughter. Yuking inexplicably became pregnant at the age of 16, while completely unmarried, causing a massive, scandalous uproar inside the prestigious Su household. Despite her father's rage, she refused to abort the child, giving birth to Xiaomei before her frail body gave out, leaving her to die in deep regret a few days later. Soon after, the baby contracted this strange burning illness, leaving her family with no choice but to pack her basement with ice to keep her from turning into ash. They invited every famous doctor in the empire, but none could even diagnose the disease until the Grand Immortal Master arrived to save her. Li Fan turns and walks away, realizing Su Yuking was likely born sensing heaven's mandate, which explains why her daughter possesses such a monstrously high talent. In the original timeline, this unmatched talent died in complete obscurity because her family lacked the power to protect her, proving how cheap life is in this world. Upon returning to Liuli Island, Li Fan delivers the smuggled quicksand, but finds Zhang Haobo acting like a heavily distracted, anxious mess. Staring at his price-tracking mirror, Zhang Haobo is muttering to himself, desperately praying for the price of spirit mist grass to rise. He explains that when he heard rumors of sea beasts destroying the grass crops, he invested his entire 100-year savings to corner the market. But instead of making him rich, the price suddenly plummeted from 25 points to 13, nearly cutting his life savings in half. Li Fan dryly suggests he sell his stock immediately to recover whatever capital he has left before things get even worse. Zhang Haobo screams in denial, crying that he cannot sell at a loss and has no choice but to hodl until the market recovers. Our boy can only stare at him in pure, unadulterated pity. Right as they speak, the price tracker flashes green, crashing further down to 12, 10, and finally 8 points. Li Fan explains the cold, hard truth. A legendary true lord named Qingmu Huasheng set up a massive market trap to ruthlessly harvest greedy, low-level speculators. The Myriad Alliance had recently discovered a massive, ancient wood attribute cave where spirit mist grass grows like common weeds, completely flooding the market and rendering Zhang Haobo's horde completely worthless. He notes that the high-level bosses in this world are truly ruthless, and trying to play the stock market against them is a fast track to financial ruin. He pocketed his 1,171-point paycheck, deciding to track down a black market broker named Zhao Shiyuan to buy some untraceable talismans and spy on Xikong Yi. He arrives at the 1,000-mile Hall in the commercial district of Wangxian Island. Inside the shop, Zhao Shiyuan is currently screaming at his communication jade because a client is canceling their order for form-hiding talismans due to a market crash. The shifty broker slams his hand on the counter, cursing his terrible luck as another profitable deal vanishes into thin air. Seeing his misery, Li Fan steps forward, casually asking the broker how much he wants for his stock of form-hiding talismans. Zhao's shifty face instantly lights up with greed, offering them for 10 points each and promising a massive 50% discount if he buys in bulk. Li Fan puts on a cold, calculating smile, pointing out that top-quality talismans in the official store only cost 20 points, meaning Zhao's defective batch isn't worth his high price. Zhao starts sweating, desperately claiming that refining these stealth talismans costs him quite a bit of raw material, begging our boy to meet him in the middle. Li Fan tosses down 6 medium-grade spirit stones to close the deal, before casually asking if the broker also sells private intelligence on other cultivators. Desperate to make up for his losses, Zhao immediately nods, asking for the target's name and cultivation level. Our boy smiles, delivering the name of his upcoming victim, Xikong Yi, mid-stage of qi condensation, with a majestic look at Li Fan meditating under his blue flame phantom spirit, reminding us that his mental power is currently off the charts. Back in the shop, Zhao Shiyuan reassures him with a sleazy smile, promising to thoroughly dig up the background of this measly qi condensation rookie. Li Fan raises an eyebrow, dryly pointing out that since the target is just a low-level nobody, the cost of the information should be extremely cheap. Zhao laughs sheepishly, rubbing his fingers together as he suggests 80 contribution points as a fair starting price. Our boy immediately counters with 40 points, prompting Zhao to cry that our boy's ruthless bargaining skills are going to turn his business into another loss. Li Fan flatly tells him 50 points is his final offer, forcing the desperate broker to accept the 10-point deposit and hand over a tracking talisman. He returns to the mirror, turns on the speed booster, and spends the next month mastering his new nether spirit illusion art. To test his new weapon, he travels east to the Flame Crystal region, accepting a simple bounty mission to hunt a scarlet flame shark. He hides his presence, silently observing a pack of dozen flame sharks as they ruthlessly coordinate to hunt down a giant, solitary whale. With a cold look in his eyes, Li Fan raises his hand, unleashing his blue flame phantom spirit to launch a massive divine sense attack. The blue giant rushes forward, and a massive wave of absolute zero energy freezes the surrounding ocean in a fraction of a second. The entire pack of sharks and the giant whale are instantly encased in solid ice, their minds completely shattered by the absolute cold. He notes that against normal qi condensation beasts, his new illusion art is basically a cheat code, leaving them with absolutely zero power to resist. Suddenly, his danger instincts flare up as a massive shadow looms over him from the dark waters. It is the legendary dragon whale, a massive, ancient beast carrying a huge 2,000-point bounty on its head. This is the same monster that destroyed He Jianghao's crops and survived a direct, explosive strike from an elite Golden Core master of the Alliance. Our boy lets out a devious, cold smile, realizing that while a normal master couldn't handle it, his formless killing intent is the perfect tool to steal this kill. He releases his stealth technique, and that familiar, creepy feeling of a giant heavenly eye watching him descends over the dark ocean once again. He activates his form-hiding talisman, silently tracking the heavily injured whale for 20 days as the local marine wildlife swarms and batters the beast to the edge of death. Before Li Fan delivers the frozen final blow, he slices open the massive corpse, packs up all the valuable Liuli pearls inside its stomach, and quietly departs before anyone can catch him. He returns to the mirror and trades in the loot, watching his total contribution points skyrocket to a comfortable 2,700 points. Now that he is loaded, he decides to purchase a high-tier stealth technique to ensure nobody can track him while he stalks Xikong Yi. Meanwhile, news of the dragon whale's death spreads across Wangxian Island, leaving the local cultivators in absolute, paralyzing disbelief. They gather in the woods, whispering and wondering if this mysterious rookie named Li Fan possesses some legendary, high-stage treasure. Suddenly, a smug cultivator named Zhou Peng steps forward, telling everyone to stop guessing, because the latest inside scoop proves the kid simply got lucky. The crowd looks skeptical, demanding Zhou Peng explain how a mere qi condensation rookie could possibly get lucky against a monster of that scale. Zhou Peng explains that according to the elite analysis from the Heavenly Mystery Hall, the whale had recently fought 3 other giant undersea monsters, leaving it heavily tattered and bleeding. The beast was basically on its deathbed, and even without Li Fan's intervention, it wouldn't have survived the week. The crowd lets out collective sighs of relief, deeply envying the rookie's ridiculous luck for stealing a 2,000-point bounty for free. Unbothered by their gossip, Li Fan spends 1,800 points to purchase the shadow-following art, which is perfect for absolute tracking and stealth. Right as he prepares to enter closed-door cultivation, his jade talisman flashes, and Zhang Hao's ecstatic voice comes through, celebrating that Li Fan finally avenged his financial ruin. Li Fan plays it cool, laughing and claiming it was all indeed just pure, ridiculous luck. Zhang Hao's tone turns serious, asking our boy if he'd be willing to help him with a massive, high-stakes personal favor. He begs Li Fan to serve as the temporary acting guardian of Liuli Island for him. Having lost half his life savings in the market crash, Zhang Hao and a group of friends have decided to take a massive gamble and raid a newly discovered, pre-calamity cave abode for rare treasures. Li Fan narrows his eyes, calmly asking how long he needs him to cover the shift, ready to exploit this massive new vacancy. Faced with a literal flaming god of death hovering in the sky, most sane people would run for their lives, but our boy is currently fighting the overwhelming urge to pull out a giant fork and knife. A peaceful face from his memory is just a brief luxury before the system drags him right back into a literal corporate slaughterhouse. Zhang Hao calls him over the communicator, looking completely stressed but trying to sound cheerful as he explains that this desperate treasure hunt won't take long, 2 years, maybe 3 or 4 at most. Li Fan agrees to cover the shift on Liuli Island, putting on a highly convincing act that he's only sad because he has a premonition that his own bottleneck is breaking and he must leave soon to seek his foundation. The second Zhang Hao hangs up, Li Fan's polite smile vanishes. He turns on the mirror's speed booster and immediately begins practicing the shadow-following art. Under the dual boost of his system's enlightenment and his golden Liuli pearl, it takes him less than 10 days to master the art. He spends 100 points to test it inside a simulated chase battle in the mirror. The dummy runner tries to sprint, but the shadow art automatically locks onto their coordinates, causing Li Fan's speed to skyrocket in response. He can literally dive through the shadows on the ground to jump. Before the target can even catch their breath, Li Fan materializes directly behind them with a cold, terrifying smile, confirming this stealth tracking technique is completely broken. Now that his personal stats are fully optimized, he is ready. All he has to do now is wait for the intelligence report from Zhao Xuan and the opening of the ruins. 2 months later, Li Fan walks into the 1,000-mile hall on Wuxia Island. He looks down at Zhao, dryly asking how his business is still open when it takes him a literal eternity to spy on a simple chi condensation rookie. Zhao instantly panics, frantically shushing our boy and telling him to keep his voice down as if they are coordinating a high-tier heist. The greedy broker sighs, rubbing his hands together as he complains that 50 points is way too low, claiming he had to beg a senior foundation establishment master for help. Li Fan doesn't negotiate with extorted fees. He immediately turns around and says, "Farewell," forcing a terrified Zhao to cry and accept the original price. Li Fan hands over the blue point crystals, and Zhao delivers the green jade slip, complaining about how hard it is to earn a single point from such a ruthless bargainer. Our boy unrolls the jade slip, expecting to see a standard dossier on Sikong Yi. He blinks, highly confused as his eyes scan the text. He mutters, "2 people?" According to Zhao's investigation, Sikong Yi is never alone. He is always accompanied by an inseparable, quiet friend named Bai Li Chen. The two of them rarely leave Wuxia Island, acting like a highly codependent couple who only do safe routine missions to grind points. Zhao adds that during his tracking, the two of them inexplicably vanished from the island's radar once, leaving absolutely 0 traces behind. Li Fan narrows his eyes, wondering why Bai Li Chen never appeared in any future records. He thinks the kid probably perished inside the ruins before the map could be claimed. Realizing his original plan has slightly changed, he notes his preparation might be insufficient, but luckily there is still plenty of time to adjust. He flies away, while Zhao Shiyuan watches him go from the balcony with a highly curious expression. Zhao tosses the blue point crystals, wondering what a wealthy rogue cultivator wants with a couple of secretive, shady chi condensation rookies. 1 year later, in Anchor Year 11, the central region of the Kongyun Sea erupts with a colossal, swirling white vortex. Dozens of eager cultivators gather at the edge, including the mysterious Sikong Yi and his shadowed companion Bai Li Chen. Our favorite black market broker Zhao Xuan is also hiding in the crowd, looking like a degenerate gambler hoping to score some free ancient relics. The giant vortex expands, letting out high-pitched, whistling sonic booms that shake the ocean floor. Before anyone can run, a massive spiritual suction force pulls Li Fan and the entire crowd straight into the white void. He wakes up inside a grand, dark hall, The voiceover of an ancient record describes how their sect suffered heavy casualties on the front lines. A confused cultivator looks at his new light blue sect uniform, completely lost. The cultivator screams at the top of his lungs, demanding to know who brought them here and what their objective is. A handsome, pale blue-haired specter named Qin Tong appears with a cozy smile, telling the newcomers to stay quiet while he explains some important rules. The loud-mouthed rookie refuses to listen, screaming at him to cut the crap and tell them where they are immediately. Qin Tong's cyan eyes glow with a chilling demonic light, softly whispering that the newcomers aren't very obedient. Splash. A clean, horizontal blue light flashes, and the screaming rookie's head is instantly separated from his shoulders. The surrounding cultivators freeze in absolute, paralyzing horror as the severed head bounces on the stone floor. Qin Tong smiles cheerfully, introducing himself as Senior Brother Qin, the chief of the Dharma Transmission Hall. He welcomes them as his new outer disciples, telling them they must pass his special tests to join the palace. Senior Brother Qin sits on a tree under the moonlight, sipping his wine, looking like a cozy host who didn't just decapitate someone 10 minutes ago. He lists rule number 1, always show absolute, unquestioning respect to Senior Brother Qin. Whatever he says, you must do. The cultivators frantically exchange private transmissions, realizing this ancient specter is the active rule maker of the anomaly. Li Fan spots Xikong Yi and Bai Li Chen looking completely unbothered, as if they already knew the exact script of this horror movie. Qin Tong claps his hands together with a wet, cheerful sound. He smiles, telling them it's past their bedtime and they must follow him to the dorms immediately. 3 paranoid rogue cultivators decide to break the rules, sneaking away to find some quick loot. Qin Tong turns his head slightly, his smile turning incredibly sharp. Splat. 3 blue laser beams flash, turning the runners into tidy piles of meat in a fraction of a second. The survivors watch the massacre, realizing normal cultivation logic is completely invalid inside an active anomaly. The remaining crowd quickly falls into line, following the psychopathic specter like obedient schoolchildren. He leads them to a dark green corridor, telling them to pick their rooms and go to sleep. He gives them a highly creepy, intense look, reminding them to sleep early. Li Fan claims a room close to Xikong Yi, immediately circulating his heart-refining incantation to fall into a deep, peaceful sleep. But of course, some of the other cultivators are too busy panicking to sleep, whispering in the dark like college kids on a field trip. Suddenly, the lights go out, and Qin Tang's cheerful voice echoes through the darkness, complaining about the noisy newcomers. The blue laser grid flashes through the walls, instantly vaporizing the insomniacs. Screams of agony ring out as several dozen noisy cultivators are quietly deleted in their beds. Qin Tong sighs, walking through the bloody hallway, complaining about how exhausting his job as an RA is. He decides he might as well go back to drinking, leaving the remaining survivors too terrified to even breathe. The manual describes the horror of this rule. Cultivators are used to meditating instead of sleeping, making falling asleep under raw terror nearly impossible. In the middle of the night, Qin Tong does a second surprise inspection, executing anyone who had their eyes open. A massive splash of blood paints the walls as the midnight sweep finishes. The next morning, the survivors walk out to find the floors covered in gore, and our boy notices Zhao Xuan's headless corpse lying in the corner. Zhao died on night 1. Talk about a bad investment. The remaining survivors gather at the square, their numbers permanently reduced by more than a third in just 12 hours. The mood is incredibly gloomy, though Xikong Yi and his buddy still look completely bored. Qin Tong takes a long swig of his wine, cheering at the beautiful morning. He smiles, welcoming them back to start the official first layer of the test. He explains that while his old master believed natural talent was the most critical factor in seeking immortality, Qin Tong personally believes temperament and focus are far more important, which is why all his tests are designed to break their minds. He leads them into a massive, 3-story library tower packed with ancient bookshelves. The greedy cultivators' eyes turn red with excitement, thinking they just hit the ultimate jackpot. Qin Tong quotes a fancy sect motto before laying out the task. They must manually transcribe 36,000 cultivation manuals over the next 3 months. At the end of the deadline, he will grade them based on the quantity and quality of their copies. The survivors are thrilled, thinking that even if they fail the test, memorizing these premium techniques is still an absolute win. With a wave of his hand, a row of study desks materializes out of thin air in a cloud of blue smoke. Qin Tong lets out a massive yawn, stretching his arms, and tells them he's going back to bed because last night's executions really wore him out. He leans against the wall, closing his eyes, and instantly falls asleep right in front of them. The survivors stand in dead silence, staring at their sleeping proctor like students during an exam. Then, a greedy cultivator screams, breaking the silence as everyone sprints toward the bookshelves to grab the strongest techniques first. Trapped inside a lethal ancient library, a bunch of greedy cultivators think they've stumbled onto a jackpot, but our boy Li Fan knows the real game is simply trying not to get deleted by a psychopathic specter. The rest of the test takers are losing their absolute minds over high-tier nascent soul manuals, frantically grabbing every scroll in sight as if they get to take these home in a gift bag. While everyone else behaves like madmen, Li Fan calmly copies the text word for word without trying to understand a single technique, fully aware that this entire library is basically an elaborate optical illusion. Thanks to his memories from previous timelines, he already knows the scam. The moment you step out of the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace, every single copied scroll conveniently turns into a blank notebook. The other cultivators, however, can't resist the temptation of reading the profound secrets, slowing their copying speed to a crawl as they get mentally intoxicated by the illusory texts. As the weeks drag on, copying ancient texts without using spiritual energy turns out to be more exhausting than a boss fight, causing half the room to collapse directly onto their desks. Only a select few tireless geniuses are still writing, their high-tier cultivation methods giving them unnatural endurance, while our guy Li Fan is powered purely by the sheer, unyielding desire to not die. He understands that the real test here is focus, meaning the absolute second you put down your pen to stretch or take a quick breather, the system marks you as a failure. Right on cue, their blue-haired proctor Chin Tang wakes up from his 3-month nap, looking way too refreshed for a guy who spent the entire semester sleeping on the job. He stands over the long table, casually reviewing their work and dropping some classic passive-aggressive criticism about how the quality of candidates gets worse every single year. But his complaints are cut short when he spots the towering mountain of paper sitting right in front of Li Fan. The ancient specter smiles, finding our boy's relentless work ethic a bit interesting, which is usually a very bad sign when dealing with psychotic immortal bosses. Chin Tong claps his hands, wrapping up the first round and generously granting them a single day off to rest before the next life-threatening trial begins. With a sudden flash of light, the survivors are teleported back to their dorm rooms, landing right on top of the fresh bloodstains left by the rule breakers from night 1. The cultivators immediately start bragging about how many legendary golden core and nascent soul methods they've successfully memorized, completely ignoring the minor detail that they still have to make it out of here alive. Some of the greedier survivors try to loot the skeleton of a previously executed classmate, only to find out Chin Tang's cleaning service is so thorough it even vaporizes storage rings. While walking through the hall, Li Fan spots the head of the intelligence broker Zhao Xiyuan. But instead of rotting flesh, the corpse looks suspiciously like a discarded carpentry project. A nearby cultivator steps in to ease his confusion, pointing out that Zhao never actually risks his real neck in these ruins, always sending a high-grade wooden puppet to do the dangerous work. Li Fan clasps his hands in polite greeting, introducing himself and subtly trying to figure out if this chatty Alliance veteran has any useful information. The man introduces himself as Chen An, a 30-year veteran who knows exactly how the local black market operates, explaining that Zhao is basically the island's premier supplier of sketchy goods. He chuckles, explaining that Zhao is incredibly wealthy but absolutely terrified of dying, hence his habit of using remote-controlled wooden clones to clear the path. Our guy nods, silently agreeing that calling Zhao greedy and cowardly is a perfect summary of his business model. Chen An laughs heartily, pleased to find a fellow cultivator who appreciates a highly accurate character roast. He then praises Li Fan's performance, expressing massive respect for a man who managed to write continuously for 3 months straight without a single bathroom break. But he curiously asks what deep strategic meaning was behind it, since pushing through physical and mental exhaustion actually made Li Fan's overall copying speed much slower than those who rested. Li Fan plays it completely cool, claiming he didn't have some master plan and was simply following a basic gut feeling during the trial. He explains that if physical and mental fatigue are enough to make you stop, then you were never truly focused to begin with, offering a piece of deep philosophy that sounds incredibly impressive on the spot. Chen An is left completely speechless, staring at our boy like he just met a legendary scholar or a highly dedicated psychopath. On the morning of the 3rd day, Chin Tang shows up right on time, happily chugging from his wine gourd and looking like a highly functional alcoholic. He stands before the gathered crowd, ready to kick off the second phase of their torment. Flaring his icy blue energy, he announces that this round is designed to test their courage, questioning if they have the guts to face the endless difficulties of the immortal path. With a single wave of his hand, the environment shifts, placing the group on a beach, facing a massive, endless ocean with absolutely no visible end. Qintong tells them to cross the sea, and as a few brave souls step onto the water, the surface instantly freezes under their feet to create a custom path. The mysterious, hooded Bai Li Chen immediately steps onto the sea, while his partner Xikong Yi stays behind on the sand, looking like a student who really doesn't want to take the physical education exam. Li Fan composes his mind and steps onto the water, his individual ice bridge forming as the other cultivators slowly fade out of his field of vision. He walks alone through endless days and nights, the scenery remaining completely identical, which is basically the cultivation equivalent of a never-ending highway drive. Eventually, the ice beneath his boots starts thinning out, indicating his internal confidence is beginning to melt away under the pressure. But the moment he expels the fear from his heart and walks resolutely forward, the path instantly solidifies again, proving the ocean is literally fueled by his own anxiety. Walking alone on a massive vertical pillar of ice over a boundless sea, the trial forces him to interrogate his own mind, questioning if he has lost his direction. The freezing bridge perfectly mirrors the path of cultivation, foggy, lonely, and seemingly designed by a developer who loves making players suffer. As the decades pass in this mental illusion, Li Fan's youth is completely drained away, leaving him looking like an elderly scholar who took a very wrong turn during a morning walk. Meanwhile, back in the main hall, Xikong Yi and his hooded friend Bai Li Chen are just sitting at a table, looking like the cool kids who got to skip the test entirely. Back in the illusion, our boy's hair is stark white and his spine is hunched, but he keeps dragging his ancient limbs forward, refusing to let his own mind win the argument. Eventually, his physical vessel simply runs out of fuel, and he collapses weakly onto the freezing surface of the sea. His vision begins to blur, but right before his consciousness fades out completely, he finally catches sight of the finish line. Standing on the coast just ahead is Qintong, waiting patiently like an annoyed parent at a school bus stop. The blue-haired specter raises his wine gourd with a pleased smile, bringing a sudden end to the grueling mental ocean walk. Li Fan snaps back to reality in the temple hall, his youthful body fully restored, which is a major relief, because having the joints of an 89-year-old is terrible for combat. Qintong addresses the group, poetically noting that while walking through the physical underworld is easy, crossing the sea of one's own heart is where most geniuses drown. He announces that the trial of courage is officially over, giving them one last day to prepare for the final test. When the third morning arrives, Qintong shows up without his usual wine gourd, looking incredibly sober and professional, which is easily the biggest red flag they've seen yet. He warns them that the final test is all about perseverance, asking if they can keep their original intentions when faced with infinite temptations, before knocking everyone unconscious with a burst of blue fire. Li Fan wakes up as a 15-year-old kid in a peaceful mountain village, living a completely ordinary life of working at sunrise and resting at sunset. His virtual mother calls him down for dinner, and while this simple life seems perfectly happy, there's a faint, annoying throb in his chest telling him he absolutely cannot settle for being an ordinary mortal. Ignoring his family's calls, he sits on the roof and stares at the starry sky all night, feeling his own insignificance but growing entirely obsessed with finding a grander path. At dawn, he charges into his mother's room with a sudden, absolute realization, demanding she cancel his arranged marriage with the girl next door. He proudly declares that he's skipping out on domestic life to go cultivate immortality, which is a pretty extreme way to handle pre-wedding cold feet. Unfortunately, his first quest is cut short 6 months later when a wild tiger decides his dreams of immortality make for a great lunch. In his next simulated life, he wakes up as a disciple, watching his master's temple burn to the ground. A crying junior sister runs to him, asking what they are supposed to do now that their great master has kicked the bucket and the sect is ruined. The other disciples immediately decide to split the temple's silver and run away, complaining that their deceased master was nothing but an old fraud who lied about being an immortal. While everyone else leaves to find normal jobs, our boy remains completely unbothered, refusing to believe the path to immortality is a lie. He stares at the ashes, quietly questioning if his master was truly a liar, or if there's still a hidden truth waiting to be uncovered in the mountains. He spends the entire second half of his simulated life alone on the peak, studying a useless manual until he eventually dies of old age, with absolutely zero progress. In his third simulated life, he is a powerful sword master, looking up at a massive, terrifying tribulation cloud that has been gathering for days. The surrounding sect disciples are shaking in their boots, whispering that this heavenly lightning storm is significantly stronger than the one their previous leader faced during Ascension. But Li Fan just smirks, floating into the air with his sword, as if a world-ending lightning strike is just a mild weather inconvenience. He draws his blade, unleashing a massive, blinding sword slash that cuts directly through the storm clouds. The strike literally splits the heavens open, forcing the legendary immortal gate to reveal itself amidst the golden light. He flies straight through the gate to claim his reward, only to arrive in the immortal realm and discover that all his ascended seniors have already been brutally slaughtered by unknown enemies. After spending 100 years searching for the culprits, he gets abruptly backstabbed by his closest traveling companion, spitting blood as he dies in complete disbelief. In his fourth simulation, he decides to play the aggressive villain, conquering the entire Qingtian immortal domain and building a literal throne out of a mountain of skulls. Now ruling as the terrifying heavenly emperor Fan, complete with demon horns and an absolute lack of mercy, he chats with his trusted confidant, who happens to look exactly like Qin Tong. Advisor Qin Tong asks why the emperor never shows any intention of stopping his bloody conquests, wondering what grand plan he is actually pursuing. The horned emperor just chuckles, flashing a smug smile that tells you his motivations are actually incredibly simple. He flatly states that all this bloodshed and conquest was just a means to secure longevity, which seems a bit excessive for a guy who can already live for millions of years. Qin Tong points out that living for 1,000,000 years is basically the definition of longevity, but our boy's smile grows creepier as he prepares to drop his true ambition. He declares that he wants to step entirely above the immortals and live as long as heaven and earth themselves, which is the ultimate flex of pure, unadulterated greed. The advisor's calm expression completely cracks, utterly stunned by the absolute terrifying scale of this mortal's obsession. But then, a soft, genuine smile spreads across Qin Tang's face as he realizes something about this trial taker. With a wave of his hand, Qin Tang brings a sudden end to the trial of perseverance, realizing that trying to tempt a man who is already this crazy about living forever is a complete waste of energy. Trapped inside an ancient simulation, our boy Li Fan is casually playing with ice magic, entirely unbothered by the fact that he just spent a simulated lifetime building a throne out of his enemies' skulls. Meanwhile, the resident blue-haired specter Qin Tong is wandering around with his wine bottle, slowly realizing that someone has completely broken his 3-stage trial. He looks at Li Fan's mental track record and sees a ridiculous highlight reel of a guy getting eaten by tigers, watching temples burn, and ascending to become a horned demon lord. Qin Tong is quietly losing his mind over this insane level of determination, thinking his long-dead master would have absolutely loved to recruit a psycho of this caliber. Back in the real hall, Qin Tong addresses the class, dropping the classic teacher line that some of them did great while others were an absolute embarrassment to watch. He smiles warmly and announces that because they value quality over quantity, he's going to have to delete exactly half of the people in the room. The survivors immediately lose their collective minds, demanding to know what kind of messed up grading system results in a 50% execution rate. The background crowd is in full panic mode, with some realizing they didn't copy enough homework, and others regretting spending the entire second trial enjoying the illusionary luxury. Realizing they are scheduled for termination anyway, the panicked cultivators decide to launch a coordinated final exam assault directly at the proctor. A swarm of angry cultivators lunges from the sky, hoping that raw numbers can somehow overwhelm a legendary ancient boss. Qin Tong stands perfectly still with his hands folded, welcoming their desperate final project with a smile that says he's about to fail all of them. With a simple gesture, giant glowing blue mirror image duplicates of the attackers materialize in the air, turning the fight into a highly literal battle against themselves. A cultivator immediately gets run through by his own clone, while Qin Tang deadpans that if they can survive their own reflections, he'll generously give them a passing grade. A massive explosion of elemental magic rocks the center of the hall, prompting Li Fan and the smart half of the class to quickly back away and watch the tragedy unfold. The blue clones prove to be the ultimate cheat code, possessing infinite stamina and 0 health bars, which quickly reduces the rebellious cultivators to a collection of red paint splatters. Driven to absolute despair, a dying cultivator screams at Qin Tang to wake up, pointing out the minor detail that his beloved Cloudwater Heavenly Palace was turned to rubble thousands of years ago. He yells that when the Great Calamity actually arrived, none of the sect members sacrificed themselves, and instead, they all just slaughtered each other for survival. Qin Tong clutches his head in sudden, painful confusion, muttering that his sect was a happy family, where everyone loved each other and would gladly die for their brothers. His perfect blue hair doesn't save him from a massive mental glitch, as the forbidden words, Great Calamity, begin to echo inside his ancient brain. The specter enters a full psychotic breakdown, his eyes bulging as the reality of his long-dead sect's brutal betrayal finally breaches his mental firewall. A heavy, oppressive darkness floods the hall as Qin Tang stands frozen in the center, repeating the word calamity like a broken record player. With the proctor's mind completely shattered, the mirror clones turn pitch black and sprout skeletal faces, shifting from a difficult school exam into an absolute horror movie. The shadowy monsters begin ruthlessly butchering the remaining participants, turning the hall into a giant, chaotic meat grinder. Qintong stands facing the pillars, entirely unresponsive to the screams around him, while his dark energy continues to fuel the murderous shadows. The survivors panic as they realize the clones aren't disappearing even after their original hosts are dead, and are now heading over to clean up the rest of the room. Shaking violently, Qintong clutches his face in absolute madness, completely trapped inside the memory of his sect's apocalyptic end. Just as the situation reaches maximum disaster level, a hand suddenly steps into the frame, grabbing the edge of his robes with absolute calmness. Qintong's manic eyes slowly focus on the unexpected intruder who dared to approach him during a boss-level breakdown. Li Fan stands right in front of him, casually offering a fresh pot of wine and asking his senior brother to take a nice, relaxing drink. He casually drapes an arm near the specter, walking alongside him and reassuring him in a flat voice that there is absolutely no great calamity at all. Qintong blinks in confusion, holding the gourd and asking if the catastrophic betrayal of his entire family was actually just a bad dream. Our boy keeps a straight face, firmly repeating that everything is fine and there's no calamity, which is an impressive level of lying to a guy who can delete him with a thought. Desperate for some peace, the ancient specter chugs the wine, letting the liquid wash away his terrible existential dread. The trick works perfectly, and Qintong bursts into manic laughter, instantly convinced that the apocalypse was indeed just a minor misunderstanding. Right on cue, the terrifying black skeleton clones turn back into harmless blue flames and dissipate, saving the remaining students from an early retirement. The surviving cultivators float in the air, staring down at our boy in absolute awe as if he just negotiated a peace treaty with a hurricane. Li Fan quietly thanks his past life records for documenting the exact patch notes for Qintong losing control. Otherwise, his 11th life would have ended right here. But before he can even celebrate his victory, his combat reflexes kick in as he senses two faint streams of sharp killing intent locking directly onto his neck. He glances to the side and spots Sikong Yi and his hooded friend Bai Li Chen staring at him, probably realizing that the quiet scholar is way too dangerous to be left alive. Meanwhile, Qintong is back to his favorite hobby of lounging under a tree with a wine gourd, looking like a retired uncle who just finished a hard day of yard work. Facing the subtle hostility of the rogue duo, Li Fan pretends to be completely oblivious while secretly using his formless killing mechanism to lock onto their coordinates. Qintang officially calls an end to the class, announcing that the trials are over and they are free to leave his ancient playground. He turns his friendly gaze toward Li Fan, letting him know that his personal detention is also officially dismissed. Li Fan smiles warmly and reminds him that his senior brother still owes him a proper pot of high-grade wine. The ancient specter pauses, his face softening with a genuine look of surprise and nostalgia that his simulated family never gave him. He laughs heartily, admitting the debt, and taps Li Fan on the forehead to bequeath his life's masterwork, the Cloudwater Illusory Dream Art. A surge of brilliant blue energy enters our boy's mind as he bows respectfully, promising not to let the ancient legacy fade into obscurity. The specter's physical form completely dissolves, leaving Li Fan standing entirely alone in the massive, quiet hall. Qintong's parting voice echoes through the empty pillars, softly calling out to his long-dead master and senior sister as he finally gets to join them. A final mental image of the cheerful proctor drinking under the sky fades away, leaving a lingering sense of melancholy in the silent room. Li Fan opens his eyes and finds himself back in the physical world outside, standing directly in front of a giant stone statue of Qintong, guarding the palace gate. The statue is heavily scarred by ancient battle marks, featuring a massive, hollow hole punched straight through the chest where its heart used to be. Our boy stands silently before the stone monument, looking up at the blurred face of the eccentric specter, who just gave him a legendary technique. He reaches into his robes and pulls out a real, physical gourd packed with high-quality wine. He gently places the wine gourd at the statue's stone feet, paying his final respects to a teacher who existed only as a glitched memory. Turning his back on the ruined entrance, Li Fan prepares to transition from a respectful student back into a professional stalker. With the other survivors already scattered into the dense, foggy ruins, he immediately activates his shadow-following art, tracking the exact killing intent of the rogue duo. He quickly locates them in the mist, noticing that Sikong Yi and Bai Li Chen are moving with suspicious speed, indicating they possess a detailed map of this entire layout. Suddenly, the two rogues split off and sprint in completely opposite directions, executing a classic split-screen escape tactic. Li Fan ducks behind a stone pillar, wondering if his stealth was somehow compromised, or if they are simply trying to divide his attention. Choosing his target without much hesitation, he fires up his speed and dashes straight in the direction Sikong Yi fled. The The pursuit leads him directly to a massive dark pagoda, shrouded in a thick, menacing aura of decay. Xikong Yi pauses near the entrance and glances back with a sinister smirk, clearly aware that he has successfully baited his pursuer. Li Fan smirks right back as he flies toward the entrance, privately noting that if the rogue's master plan is to trap him in a dangerous zone, he's going to be severely disappointed. He lands cleanly in front of the towering double doors, ready to see what kind of level hazard Xikong Yi has prepared for him. The sign reads Demon Refining Tower, and Li Fan's past life memories immediately flag this place as a notorious death trap where no early cultivator survived for a decade. He climbs to the top of the tower, navigating through piles of rotting bones until he spots a green-haired, crazed alchemist clutching his head in despair. The crazed specter is muttering to himself, desperate to refine more power-boosting pills to help his long-dead sect brothers fighting on the front lines. He weeps that there are no monsters left in the tower to use as ingredients, completely ignoring the collection of fresh, living cultivators currently hanging from his ceiling. Bound tightly to the stone wall by glowing green energy ropes are several unlucky survivors, including our resident rogue genius, Xikong Yi. Another trapped cultivator is struggling violently against the glowing bindings, realizing his clever exploration plan has hit a major bottleneck. The man is in full panic mode, weeping that he had already escaped the main palace, only to get instantly teleported into a dungeon the moment he stepped inside. The crazed alchemist turns around with a wide, bloodshot grin, holding 2 glowing green pills and muttering about finding some high-quality bugs to test his latest recipe. He slowly inspects his collection of human pharmaceutical testers, trying to decide which one gets to try the green pills first. The captive cultivators are sweating profusely, silently praying that the sleep-deprived pharmacist chooses the guy sitting next to them. The alchemist steps forward with a creepy grin, raising his pale finger to select his first volunteer. The finger points directly at a terrified, long-haired cultivator, nominating him for a highly non-consensual medical trial. The immortal path is paved with ancient traps, but nothing quite prepares you for a sleep-deprived zombie pharmacist trying to feed you experimental green pills inside a spooky tower. Bound in glowing green energy, Li Fan looks over at his resident rival Xikong Yi, silently wondering what kind of secret trump card the rogue has up his sleeve to justify baiting them into this death trap. The crazed bug Taoist points a skinny finger, lifting Xikong Yi into the air to serve as his very first volunteer for clinical drug trials. With a wave of his hand, the alchemist activates the tower's array, grotesque insect wings sprouting from the rogue's back as he is forcefully mutated into a human-faced flying bug. The zombie pharmacist pinches the mutated bug between his dirty fingers, inspecting his new test subject with the creepy intensity of a kid playing with ants. The transformed Xikong Yi lets out a silent, hideous insect shriek, looking like a budget version of a nightmare straight out of a horror manga. The alchemist pulls out a giant, glowing green elixir pill that is roughly half the size of the mutated bug's entire body. With absolutely zero concern for safety protocols, he shoves the volatile green pill straight down the screaming bug's throat. A sickening swallowing sound echoes through the chamber as the green capsule slides down the insect's expanding windpipe. The bug's stomach swells up like a cartoon balloon, cracking open and glowing with toxic green energy as his internal organs take a massive, painful hit. The other captives are sweating profusely in sheer terror, while our boy Li Fan is mostly just confused about why a high-tier rogue like Xikong Yi didn't even attempt to dodge. The mutation goes completely sideways, and the insect's head melts into a steaming pile of green radioactive sludge in a matter of seconds. The alchemist looks incredibly depressed, sighing that his latest batch of medicine was apparently a bit too strong for human consumption. Li Fan stares at the puddle of goo, briefly wondering if his timeline-tampering presence accidentally broke the plot and got their key antagonist killed early. He evaluates the situation, realizing there is absolutely no way a smart player like Xikong Yi would commit suicide just to lure him into a dungeon. Right on cue, our boy's eyes widen as his tracking system registers a sudden ping, locking onto Xikong Yi's life signature completely intact outside the tower. It turns out the dead guy has resurrected himself on the lawn, proving that the rogue is utilizing some high-level body double or cloning cheat to bypass the tower's rules. Li Fan smirks, realizing that once his tracking radar is locked on, no amount of cloning is going to save the rogue from getting his pocket picked later. Back in the lab, the alchemist is already looking at the remaining captives, wondering who wants to try the next experimental flavor. He dismisses his target selection with a lazy gesture, deciding all the bugs in this batch are functionally identical anyway. The second captive begins crying, deeply regretting that he didn't just let the blue-haired specter execute him on day one, as the alchemist pulls out a dark, suspicious black pill. The alchemist's hollow, dark-ringed eyes scan his remaining inventory, looking for a suitable victim to test his black elixir. He points his creepy finger at the crying guy, immediately drafting him for the next stage of the pharmaceutical study. The victim undergoes the grotesque bug transformation and gets the black pill shoved down his throat with the exact same lack of care as the first guy. The pill digests instantly, causing the bug's stomach to shrink as hundreds of tiny black flesh-eating parasites burst out of his abdomen and greedily devour him. Once the bug is reduced to crumbs, the alchemist casually inhales the swarm of parasites back into his stomach, let out a deep sigh over another failed experiment. For his third trick, he takes out 2 volatile pink elixirs, stuffing them into the mouth of the next mutated human insect. A sharp popping sound echoes as the bug literally explodes into a giant cloud of toxic pink smoke filled with agonizing human faces. The alchemist inhales the pink fumes like he's trying to clear a vape room, looking completely miserable that none of these recipes are working. Now left as the absolute last test subject in the room, Li Fan smiles warmly and calls out, asking his junior brother Bug if he's currently suffering from a severe lack of ingredients. The crazed alchemist freezes mid-sigh, slowly turning his head around to see which of his bugs is actually talking to him. He weakly confirms the material shortage, lamenting that he hasn't been able to cook up a successful batch of medicine for a very long time. He squints his hollow eyes, taking a closer look at our boy's pristine blue robes and calm demeanor. Realizing he just tied up a high-ranking member of his own sect, the alchemist panics, profusely apologizing for mistaking his beloved senior brother for a common bug. With a quick gesture, the glowing green energy ropes dissolve, letting Li Fan step down with absolute main character confidence. The alchemist clutches his head in deep shame, crying about how he's a useless failure who always holds the sect back because he can't refine proper elixirs. Li Fan deploys his ultimate gaslighting technique, smiling warmly and reassuring the crying specter that everyone in the sect absolutely loves eating his homemade pills. The alchemist's eyes literally light up with sparkling stars, asking if the cool kids on the front lines actually enjoy his cooking. In a sudden shift to a chibi cartoon style, the flustered alchemist waves his hands frantically, completely overwhelmed by this sudden wave of senior validation. But he quickly slumps back into depression, pointing out that even if they love his work, he has completely run out of monster parts to keep the furnace running. A close-up reveals our boy's face, shifting into a slightly sinister dark grin as he prepares to deliver the ultimate emotional guilt trip. Placing a hand on his chest, Li Fan calmly suggests that the alchemist should simply throw him into the furnace, so the sect will never have to worry about running out of pills again. The dark, spooky workshop falls into dead silence as the ancient specter stands completely frozen, processing this ultimate display of fake selflessness. Trapped inside his looping memories of the war, the alchemist mutters that his brothers are dying on the front lines, and that he has to do whatever it takes to help them. Taking advantage of the distraction, Li Fan quietly slips out of the demon refining tower, tracking the coordinates of the resurrected Xikong Yi and Bai Li Chen. He notices their signals are moving at a snail's pace near the central core, immediately guessing that they've run into a massive level hazard. Reaching the grand entrance of the Taiyi Hall, he spots a massive field of thousands of giant swords planted upright like a metal forest. Xikong Yi and his hooded companion are sweating buckets, carefully stepping from hilt to avoid triggering the world's most aggressive security system. Suddenly, a giant blue energy beam zaps the sky, forcing the rogues to freeze as the sword array threatens to turn them into shish kebabs. A brief mental vision of the ancient past reveals the alchemist and Qin Tong relaxing peacefully in the green grass, back when the sect wasn't a collection of glitched ghosts. Back in the tower, the alchemist is staring at Li Fan in complete disbelief, utterly moved by his senior's willingness to jump into a boiling furnace. Li Fan continues his tragic monologue, claiming his talent is trash and his cultivation is low, meaning his only real value is serving as high-quality organic ingredients. He touches the crying alchemist's shoulder, putting on a performance so dramatic it could easily win an award in the Mortal Theater. The bug Taoist tears up, realizing his senior brother is a noble saint willing to die for the cause, while he has spent the entire war hiding in this tower like a coward. He clutches his messy head, desperately yelling that there is absolutely no way he is going to let his favorite senior brother turn into a daily supplement. His manic eyes widen as a sudden, frantic solution pops into his glitched brain. He enthusiastically declares that he will refine specialized medicine to boost Li Fan's power, so he can go fight on the front lines instead of dying in a pot. He starts jumping with pure childlike excitement, chanting about how much he wants to cook up a fresh batch of medicine. He proudly presents 2 glowing golden elixirs in his hands, presenting them to our boy like a dog showing off his favorite stick. Li Fan reaches out, but his focus immediately locks on to a highly disturbing detail regarding the alchemist's physical state. The alchemist opens his robes, revealing his chest is a hollow, bleeding cavern of raw meat and exposed vertebrae, proving he has been using his own flesh to refine these pills. Li Fan's expression hardens as he realizes these ancient anomalies are completely trapped between life and death, doomed to repeat their tragic obsessions for eternity. The bug Taoist offers the golden pill with a pure, happy smile, completely oblivious to the fact that he is literally handing over his own ribcage. Playing his role perfectly, Li Fan declines the pill, claiming his trash talent would just waste the medicine, and that they should save it for the real geniuses. He then transitions to his actual goal, asking his junior brother if he'd be willing to share a small, minor technique instead. The alchemist's face literally glows with starry excitement, eagerly agreeing to grant whatever request his noble senior brother has. Li Fan points a finger and dryly requests to learn the specific method the alchemist used to catch all those pesky bugs. A quick conceptual breakdown reveals the absolute law of these ruins. Break the rules and you get turned into insect mush, but play along with their trauma and you can secure premium loot. In Qin Tong's trial, a perfect score and a pot of wine bought you a legendary dream technique, showing that empathy is highly profitable in this graveyard. If Li Fan had eaten the golden pill, he would have inherited the alchemist's standard recipe, but that would also slowly turn his own chest into a raw meat buffet. Choosing the much safer option, Li Fan asks for the bug-binding net, prompting the alchemist to wonder why his senior wants to learn a useless children's toy. Our boy smoothly explains that since the cool kids are fighting on the front lines, he wants to use the bug net to harass the minor enemies from the sidelines. The alchemist is completely blown away by his senior's tactical brilliance, instantly preparing to transfer the skill. In a sudden, violent display of anatomy, giant bloody white insect wings rip straight out of the alchemist's back. With a sickening crunch, the specter grabs his own wing and tears it raw from his spine, completely unbothered by the blood spray. He shoves the bloody, severed insect wing directly into Li Fan's chest, completing the most metal skill transfer in the history of the sect. As the wing merges with our boy's body, the system registers the acquisition of an innate divine power, bug binding. The transparent wings turn into a giant grid of glowing green laser lines surrounding Li Fan, granting him the ability to instantly paralyze any target with a lower cultivation base. Stepping out of the tower with his new laser net, Li Fan waves goodbye to his crying junior brother, who is waving back and wishing him a safe deployment to the fake war. Snatched from the jaws of a flesh-eating alchemist, our boy Li Fan is officially armed with a glowing green laser net and is ready to hunt down the tricksters who tried to set him up. Meanwhile, the escaping duo of Xikong Yi and Bai Li Chen are cautiously hopping over the giant sword forest of the Sword Mound, looking like two guys trying to navigate a minefield in slow motion. Xikong Yi is clutching his chest in agony, because with every hilt they step on, a giant blue phantom sword stabs straight through their hearts, delivering peak psychological torment without leaving a physical scratch. He groans that they have to pause and rest after every single step to recover from the sheer mental trauma, but vows to push through, because his ultimate prize is right in front of them. Suddenly, a blue blur zooms past them as Li Fan casually jogs across the sword tips like he's on his morning run. Xikong Yi and his hooded friend look back in absolute sweating horror, probably wondering what kind of monster they actually invited into this palace. Our boy stands on a sword hilt with his arms folded, smiling with the smug confidence of a player who just activated a God mode cheat code. Xikong Yi screams in absolute denial, unable to understand how anyone could possibly survive a tower packed with a flesh-eating zombie pharmacist. Li Fan takes another step forward, immediately getting impaled right through his torso by a massive blue phantom blade. He barely flinches, utilizing his past life knowledge to recall that while the swords cause agonizing mental pain, falling off or trying to fly over is what actually triggers the instant death protocol. To counter the mental feedback, he activates his blue flame phantom spirit, coating himself in absolute zero blue flames to freeze his own emotions and maintain absolute icy calmness. Powered by pure mental refrigeration, he starts sprinting across the blades at full speed, letting dozens of phantom swords impale him simultaneously without slowing down for a single second. The hooded Bai Li Chen yells in pure disbelief, questioning if this blue-robed runner is even a member of the human race. Xikong Yi panics, desperately urging his partner to move faster as they realize the human pincushion is closing the distance at terrifying speed. Trying to rush without preparation, Xikong Yi gets stabbed by 5 phantom blades at once, screaming in absolute, unglittering agony. Looking from behind, the running duo is desperately trying to limp away, while Li Fan closes in with a giant collection of glowing blue swords sticking out of his back. At the end of the painful sword runway sits the majestic and heavily ruined Tai Hall, shrouded in a dense ancient mist. Collapsing onto the stone platform, a desperate Bai Li Chen holds up a glowing blue token, loudly screaming that he is a personal disciple, requesting an audience with the ancient ancestor. Li Fan catches up just in time to hear the request, dryly wondering how this random rogue managed to secure an official membership card to the sect. The entire platform begins to tremble violently as the massive ancient structures start cracking open. A colossal green-scaled dragon head bursts out from the rubble, roaring with enough raw power to rattle their teeth. The creature turns out to be a massive dragon-headed turtle, wrapped by a giant, purple-eyed blue serpent, serving as the ultimate ancient security guard of the hall. A top-down view shows the colossal mythical beast completely coiling around the massive hall like a giant protective collar. The giant dragon head looms over the platform, staring down at the tiny humans with the bored curiosity of a god. Li Fan analyzes the giant beast, wondering if Ancestor Tai is actually still alive or if he has simply turned into another glitched, looping ghost. He notes that his past life records had absolutely zero rumors about this giant lizard, deciding it's much safer to stand back and watch the dialogue play out first. The giant beast rumbles, questioning if the tiny hooded guy on the floor is actually an official personal disciple of his old palace. Bai Li Chen bows low in pure terror, sweating profusely as he claims to belong to the ancient Fuyun lineage. The giant golden eye blinks, verifying the ancestral aura and expressing surprise that his old friend actually managed to leave some descendants in the world. He lazily asks what business they have, prompting Bai Li Chen to quickly make his request for the legendary Cloudwater map record. The dragon head tilts back, slowly trying to search its ancient dusty memory files for what this map actually is. The giant blue snake head rolls eyes and chimed in, noting that the map is just a minor trinket and that giving it to a descendant of the Fuyun line seems perfectly fine. The duo lets out a massive sigh of relief, smiling as they thank the giant turtle for making this transaction so incredibly easy. But their celebration is cut short by a familiar dark voice calling out for a pause from the edge of the platform. The giant dragon turtle looks over in confusion as Li Fan casually steps into the spotlight. Xikong Yi and his hooded friend glare back at him with the raw, sweating hatred of two speedrunners whose world record just got stolen at the last second. Swirling with blue flame energy, Li Fan bows politely and announces that he is also a personal disciple who would love to secure that exact same map. The giant ancestor Tai looms over our boy, evaluating his claim with the slow, rumbling suspicion of an ancient judge. Xikong Yi immediately screams in outrage, calling Li Fan a complete fraud and pointing out that the sect's disciples have been dead for thousands of years. Bai Li Chen joins the protest, begging the ancestor to see through the clear deception of this uninvited gatecrasher. The massive dragon turtle narrows its golden eyes, leaning in close to inspect the new candidate's credentials. Li Fan flares the Cloudwater illusory dream art, filling the air with a brilliant blue fire that makes the giant beast pause in genuine shock at seeing the late proctor's signature move. He smirks, pointing out that since his technique was personally handed down by senior brother Qintong, his membership card to the sect is technically fully valid. Xikong Yi and Bai Li Chen look completely devastated, realizing their exclusive lineage privilege has just been countered by a guy who completed the extra credit assignment. Finding the duplicate claims a major headache, the giant beast decides the easiest solution is to have the two candidates spar, promising to hand the map to whoever survives the match. Shaking his massive head, the dragon turtle clears the stone platform with a blast of wind, scattering debris and swords to make a proper fighting ring. He tells them to keep the spar clean and avoid permanent damage, officially calling for the match to begin. Li Fan bows with a fake polite smile, mockingly promising that he will definitely try his best to spare his dear junior brother's life. Behind his dark hood, Bai Li Chen's face is dripping with cold sweat as he realizes he has to fight a guy who walks through phantom pain for fun. Desperate, Bai Li Chen unleashes his sea-calming sword art, summoning 21 glowing blue swords in a circular clock-like formation that earns a nod of approval from the giant turtle. Li Fan doesn't even bother drawing a weapon, simply raising his hand and flashing a bright green gaze as he deploys his newly acquired bug-binding net. Instantly, giant green laser lines wrap around Bai Li Chen, freezing him solid in mid-air, while the giant ancestor notes with amusement that the outsider has actually mastered the little alchemist's toy. Xikong Yi's jaw drops in absolute horror as he recognizes the green laser ropes from the alchemist's tower, unable to comprehend how their pursuer managed to steal a boss's signature move. Standing with his arms crossed, Li Fan smiles with the pure, ungluted joy of a troll who just closed a major deal. Sensing imminent doom, Bailey Chen triggers a desperate escape talisman, his physical body suddenly turning into a flat paper doll as he swaps places to break the laser grip. Li Fan's eyes narrow as he registers the body-swapping trick, noting that the rogue has some surprisingly decent escape options. Kneeling on the floor, a sweating Bailey Chen immediately yells his surrender, gracefully conceding the map to his senior brother and begging the ancestor to teleport them out of here immediately. The giant dragon turtle grumbles that leaving is indeed a very good option, starting up the exit sequence for the defeated duo. Bailey Chen begins dissolving into blue teleportation fire, while Xikong Yi glares back at our boy with a face full of sheer, unbridled spite. The remaining paper puppets and duplicate bodies dissolve into nothingness, completing their escape. The dark smoke clears, leaving Li Fan standing entirely alone in the empty center of the sword field. Our boy smirks, noting that faking death is completely useless because his locked-on tracking mechanism means they are still firmly inside his crosshairs. He casually asks the giant beast about the body-swapping trick, hoping to secure some extra intelligence before wrapping up. The senile dragon turtle grumbles that he's too old to remember minor techniques, casually spitting a beam of pink light to deliver the Cloudwater map record. Li Fan holds the spinning, miniature glowing island in his hand, mildly unimpressed that a 100,000-point item looks like a standard desk souvenir. He requests the ancestor to send him out as well, eager to go settle some outstanding bills with his fleeing classmates. The giant beast agrees, and our boy begins dissolving into blue teleportation flames, ready to take the hunt to the open skies. Back in the real world over the Kongyan Sea, Li Fan's flying boat cuts through the clouds at high speed, following the radar signal of his locked-on tracking mechanism. He catches up to the escaping duo's boat in seconds, prompting a sweating Xikong Yi to scream in terror, asking why he is still hounding them when they already surrendered the map. Li Fan dives from the sky, throwing a giant purple chain from his hand, a custom-made soul-locking chain that instantly binds their bodies together, making it impossible for them to move apart. He pulls out a glowing talisman, calmly noting that with the custom chain and his high-grade fire formation, 2 non-foundation cultivators are scheduled for immediate incineration. The bound duo looks up in pure, sweating helplessness, begging to know what kind of demon they actually crossed paths with. Holding a finger to his lips, Li Fan offers a dark, terrifying grin, dryly noting that his identity is irrelevant and that he's mostly just curious to see how many extra lives they actually have in their inventory. There is nothing quite like catching 2 runaway thieves in midair and pulling out a premium golden talisman paper just to show them how expensive their execution is going to be. With a cold grin, our boy activates his custom-ordered cyan wood purple fire formation, ready to bypass their annoying resurrection cheat codes. A massive purple magic circle wraps around the bound duo, trapping them in a beautiful ring of highly concentrated elemental violence. Xikong Yi is instantly engulfed in raging purple flames, screaming in absolute agony as his health bar takes a massive, continuous hit. Surrounded by purple lightning and fire, the soul chain keeps both targets tightly linked so they get to share the agonizing experience equally. Li Fan hovers in the sky like a bored spectator, casually watching his expensive formation slowly roast his targets. The purple fire continues to flare, rattling the heavy metal chains as the high-grade spell does its job with maximum efficiency. The 2 thieves gasp for air, heavily scorched and completely out of escape options after realizing their standard tricks don't work inside a custom-made trap. Our boy's eyes narrow as he observes their survival pattern, dryly noting that while they can resurrect, he's highly confident they can't do it forever. He turns up the heat, repeatedly vaporizing Xikong Yi inside the purple furnace until he starts to discover the hidden mechanics behind the rogue's respawn timer. The torture proves highly effective, and a completely broken Xikong Yi begs for mercy as his cultivation base devalues from a proud, late-stage chi condensation down to a pathetic level 1 starter. Linked to his avatar, he desperately gasps that his essence is completely depleted, meaning another death will permanently delete both of them from the server. To buy his survival, he spills his entire build, explaining that his sect practices the heaven-stealing sun-swapping art, which lets him craft a highly independent avatar with its own unique soul and stats. He reveals the grimy details of his craft, explaining how he stole the bones of a dead Cloudwater disciple to construct his custom body double, Bailey Chen. He confesses that the avatar let him steal the sect's high-tier sword art and locate the legendary map, prompting him to rush to the ruins the second the 100,000-point bounty went live. Standing inside the magic circle, the weeping rogue begs to know who our boy actually is and how he managed to track him down so easily. Li Fan simply smiles, dryly letting him know that losers don't get to ask questions, before turning up the heat and vaporizing him into purple ash. The heavens immediately light up with a standard system announcement. broadcasting to the entire region that a 35-year cultivation veteran has just been permanently removed by a chi condensation scholar. A second system notification pops up to announce the deletion of the avatar, while a red-rimmed hand mirror drops out of the sky right into our boy's hand. Li Fan catches the red token, admiring the high-quality craftsmanship of his new legendary loot. The mirror registers as the heaven-stealing sun-swapping token, identifying the bearer as the official leader of a highly secret ancient sect. A surge of information reveals the bizarre lore of this secretive group, which has existed for thousands of years, with a strict rule of only having one member per generation. The token holds massive spatial storage and allows the bearer to swap places with their avatar instantly, completely ignoring the annoying limits of spatial distance. Most importantly, it stores the user's life essence, meaning that as long as this little red mirror isn't smashed, the owner can easily rebuild a new body from scratch after getting deleted. But the technique comes with a major lag limit. The further the avatar is from the main body, the more its cultivation base drops, which explains why the duo was so incredibly weak when they tried to run. Furthermore, because the token acts as a backup drive, the souls of deceased owners get permanently trapped inside, turning them into memory-holding ghost puppets for the next master. Intrigued, Li Fan sends his divine sense into the mirror's storage space, finding it completely empty except for two glowing red souls wandering around like lost NPCs. Grabbing the souls to read their memory files, our boy discovers a hilarious, highly detailed backstory explaining exactly why this legendary sect fell to such a desolate state. It turns out, the previous Grandmaster, Bo, was looking for some high-quality materials to build his avatar when he met a 5-year-old child in a mountain village who possessed a natural immortal physique and was already a peak chi condensation master. Stunned by the kid's cheat code level of luck and treasure hunting skills, the greedy Grandmaster decided to kidnap the child to strip his providence for a god-tier build. But when he sneaked into the kid's room at night to steal his essence blood, he discovered the child had already been claimed by a massive nascent soul powerhouse. The old nascent soul powerhouse was nearing his lifespan limit and had transformed himself into a green willow branch, waiting to merge with the kid the second he reached Foundation establishment. Furious that some random thief was trying to steal his future body, the green willow giant materialized and tried to slice the Grandmaster in half on the spot. A massive elemental clash erupted, and both high-level powerhouses managed to heavily injure each other after a prolonged battle. But right as they were resting from the mutual beatdown, the 5-year-old child suddenly walked out of the shadows. The kid looked completely cold and stern, standing at peak chi condensation and ready to advance to Foundation establishment with any handy wondrous item. The green willow branch tried to make a run for it, but the kid had secretly placed restriction seals on it while it was sleeping. With a simple gesture, the 5-year-old child sucked the ancient nascent soul powerhouse directly into his body, refining him on the spot like a light snack. The monstrous child stood there holding mental puppet strings, having successfully hijacked the entire setup of two veteran schemers. Terrified of this demon child, the Grandmaster immediately turned and fled, but the kid was apparently not planning on letting any witnesses leave. Even though the child had just advanced, his physical strikes carried the precise, lethal execution of a seasoned master, hitting the Grandmaster's vital points with terrifying accuracy. Driven to a dead end, the Grandmaster had to sacrifice all the trapped sect elders' souls from his mirror to buy a few seconds of escape, watching as a heavenly purple lightning bolt vaporized his ancestors' ghosts. Heavily injured and nearing his death limit, he crawled to the Kongyan Sea, hastily dumping his legacy and token onto a young Sikong Yi before turning into dust. Li Fan smiles as he holds the mirror, realizing that if he hadn't intervened, Sikong Yi would have cashed in the map bounty and safely teleported across continents in a split second. He admires the absolute brilliance of this teleportation cheat, deciding that it is the perfect tool to safely claim his 100,000-point reward without drawing any suspicion. He tucks the mirror away, highly motivated to go refine a custom avatar of his own to act as his proxy. He notes a fascinating detail from the memories. Many legendary items of heaven and earth are actually formed from the leftover Tao of deceased high-level cultivators. It seems the heavens have a very practical attitude toward cultivators, restricting their techniques in life and maximizing their material value as loot after death. Satisfied with his massive haul, our boy flies back to Wuxia Island to digest his new collection of tricks. Back on the island, the gossip scrolls are already flooding the market, with various trash-tier papers selling sensationalized stories about the palace's appearance for 10 contribution points. Even Zhao Shuan is making a massive profit, selling a basic scroll containing only Qintang's first trial for 30 points each to eager, uninformed buyers. Returning to his private space, Li Fan displays his legendary loot screen, reviewing his massive collection of stolen arts and tokens. He decides that the Cloudwater Dream Art is his highest priority, given its endless list of versatile options for his future plans. He glides past the sword technique, noting that while condensing 108 swords in his dantian is cool, there is absolutely no rush to grind it out. He calculates the timeline, noting that the fire giant Qi Yan is scheduled to boil the sea in year 31, meaning having a high-level avatar will let him stir up trouble while his main body is safely hiding on another continent. He looks at the map souvenir, knowing he needs to cash it in for the 100,000 points, but handing it over personally would immediately mark him as a prime target for greed. Fortunately, the materials for refining a standard avatar are incredibly cheap, so he travels to the uninhabited island where Xikong Yi used to build his clones, using a form-hiding talisman to stay off the radar. But as he lands, a startled Zhao Xiyuan looks up, immediately mistaking our cloaked boy for his late business partner, Xikong Yi. Li Fan plays along with the mistake, dryly asking if the merchant was trying to sneak into his cave abode while he was away. The merchant sweats profusely, waving his hands and claiming it is all a massive misunderstanding, before nervously asking where his buddy Bailey is. In response, Li Fan unleashes a sudden blast of purple fire, instantly vaporizing the startled merchant in a violent flash of light. Our boy sniffles the air, catching the distinct smell of burnt pine, and realizing he just blew up another one of Zhao's cheap wooden duplicates. Ignoring the wood scraps, he flies over to an ordinary-looking coconut tree, tapping the bark to activate the hidden array, and gets sucked inside. Settling into the crude tree hollow cave, he unloads his gathered materials and begins the delicate process of refining. He decides not to waste energy stealing another cultivator's destiny for this build, since this avatar is strictly designed to serve as a high-profile target dummy to collect his bounty. The raw bones, skin, and hair slowly take shape under his magic, forming a handsome, long-haired young cultivator with a perfectly vacant expression. Li Fan stands face-to-face with his new creation, quite pleased with his first-ever attempt at cloning. Raising his finger, he shouts "Sever," cleanly cutting the destiny link to make the clone a completely independent entity. A massive blast of golden energy erupts as the avatar officially boots up as a separate character. The clone opens his eyes, marveling at the wondrous sensation of experiencing two entirely different perspectives at the same time. The two swap polite greetings, and Li Fan officially names his new proxy Lin Fan. Operating at mid-stage Qi condensation, he hands the map record to Lin Fan, sending him to the Alliance alone while the main body pretends they have never met. Lin Fan enters the Tiangshuan mirror and submits the Cloudwater map record, triggering a system analysis prompt as the computer tries to verify the authenticity of the ancient souvenir. But the submission is cut short by a sudden purple notification, informing him that the mysterious, high-ranking publisher of the mission is requesting to visit his private room immediately. Lin Fan hits accept, and a majestic, white-haired figure in a blue-patterned cloak materializes out of the dark void, ready to inspect the newly crowned bounty hunter. Standing back-to-back with his newly minted clone, our boy Li Fan is officially running a dual-account setup, ready to handle some very high-stakes transactions. Inside the digital void of the mirror, the clone Lin Fan bows politely as a majestic, white-haired old man in a fancy patterned cloak materializes before him. The old man waving his hand, casually claiming to be just a fragile senior who probably should have kicked the bucket a long time ago. Behind his dark hair, the clone is sweating, unable to sense even a single drop of spiritual energy from the senior, meaning this guy is either a normal mortal or a god-tier boss who can delete him with a thought. Lin Fan immediately chooses the latter, recognizing that this old man's cultivation is so high, it is completely off the scale of his digital radar. The senior tilts his head, asking if the young kid in front of him is actually the one who managed to secure the legendary map record. Lin Fan presents the glowing miniature island souvenir, politely asking the senior to take a look and verify the product. The old man cradles the glowing map with a look of pure, ancient nostalgia, whispering the names of his long-dead friends. Our clone's eyes widen, instantly realizing that this seemingly fragile senior is actually from the exact same ancient generation as ancestor Tai. He panics internally, wondering how on earth a cultivator has managed to survive the sky's curse for thousands of years, when even living for a single century is considered a struggle nowadays. When asked about the current state of the palace, our boy gives a highly detailed review, describing how the proctor turned into stone, the alchemist started eating himself, and the turtle dragon got covered in swords. The white-haired senior looks down with a heavy sigh, deeply regretful that some mysterious restriction kept him from entering the palace to help his old friends. He praises the clone's survival skills, prompting Lin Fan to quickly play the humble student card and claim it was all just a massive stroke of luck. The old man strokes his beard, casually asking if the clone is willing to accept another highly confidential errand. Opening his palm, the senior reveals a miniature white jade statue of himself, requesting Lin Fan to return to the ruins and simply leave the toy there. He explains that the statue will act as his proxy to accompany his dead friends, preparing to hand over the reward in advance. Before the clone can even negotiate the price, the senior reaches out, tapping him on the forehead with a finger that glows with intense blue light. Lin Fan screams in agonizing confusion as a massive bolt of blue digital lightning shocks his brain, filling his head with enough data to crash a hard drive. By the time our boy recovers from the massive headache, the white-haired senior has already logged off, leaving him entirely alone in the void. He checks his account, finding his 100,000 points fully credited along with an extra bonus prize, the Heavenly Medical Immortal Scripture. He scrolls through the glowing text, realizing this massive database contains enough medical, pharmacological, and physiological knowledge to take him a dozen years just to read once. Finding the manual a bit too massive for his current schedule, he decides to tuck the medical book away for now and focus on the main quest. Eager to complete the errand, he teleports back to the ruins, quite surprised to spawn directly in front of the main gate instead of having to repeat the stressful proctor trials. He takes out the jade statue, which immediately flies into the air on its own and dissolves into the sky like melting ice, leaving the ruins completely peaceful. The clone scratches his head, mildly confused by how incredibly simple this quest turned out to be, having absolutely no idea what the statue actually did to the server. Back in the safety of the mirror, he looks at his massive balance scroll, deeply contemplating his next move. Remembering the terrifying white-haired senior, he decides that keeping his main body and his avatar completely disconnected is the only way to avoid getting tracked. He realizes that since knowledge is shared between them automatically, his clone can spend the points to buy cultivation manuals while his main body reads them for free in real time. While his clone starts buying up the database, Li Fan's main body uses the night cover to teleport back to the familiar shores of Liuli Island. He sneaks into the bedroom of the sleeping captain, Zhang Haobo, noting that there are still 19 years before the fire disaster, meaning it is the perfect time to start setting up his savers. He raises his hand, deploying his masterwork Cloudwater Illusory Dream Art to tuck the sleeping captain into a custom-made nightmare. Zhang Haobo wakes up screaming, gasping for air as if he just survived an actual world-ending disaster. He sits up in his bed, looking around his quiet bedroom in absolute sweating confusion. The captain touches his chest, wondering how on earth a mere dream could possibly feel so incredibly real and terrifying. He recalls the details of his nightmare, remembering how he fished up a skeleton at sea and discovered a glowing blue manual called the Sea Calming Divine Sword. He remembers using that exact technique to skyrocket his cultivation base to the late stage of chi condensation in just over a decade. But his dream life was cut short when a massive, transparent crimson figure appeared in the sky over the sea. The fire giant used a tiny flame to slowly boil the entire Kongyun Sea dry, completely incinerating his home, family, and friends in the process. The nightmare ended with a massive, fiery explosion that reduced the Myriad Alliance's island to ashes. Zhang Haobo is panting heavily, unable to understand how a simple mortal like him could dream of advanced concepts like Wuxian Island and the Tianquan Mirror, which he's never even heard of. Suddenly, his eyes widen in pure shock as a realization hits his brain. He looks at the wall, seeing the glowing blue characters of the Sea Calming Divine Sword clearly displayed in his mind, and concludes that he has officially been reborn to save the world. The captain's mind is flooded with images of the white-haired ancestor holding the map, treating his dream memories as a divine message from the heavens. He stands in his room, looking at his hands and resolving to calm down and map out his future moves to protect his hometown. But the sheer trauma of the fire giant's attack keeps his brain completely scrambled, leaving him with only a vague memory of the major historical events. He closes his eyes with determination, deciding that a vague memory is more than enough to change history. Noting that the tragedy is still a decade away, he vows to start preparing early, while our boy Li Fan watches from the ceiling like a proud, manipulative director. Hovering over the roof, Li Fan smirks, highly pleased that his customized nightmare art has successfully tricked a mortal into becoming his personal vanguard. He admits the dream had some flaws due to his own low cultivation, which is why he generously threw in a watered-down version of the sword technique to make the savior plot look fully convincing. To make sure the captain doesn't just panic and run away, he even threw in some psychological suggestions to boost his sense of responsibility, while nerfing the fire giant's stats to make him look beatable. Satisfied with the results, he locks his tracking mechanism onto the captain so he can't slip away, preparing to head back to the mirror. But his departure is suddenly cut short as his sharp eyes catch something unexpected on the island below. Peering through the dark night, he notices Steward Zhao's manor is brilliantly lit and completely decorated with white mourning banners. He quickly flies down, slipping into the funeral hall to investigate who actually passed away. His eyes land on a wooden spirit tablet, and he freezes as he reads the name of the deceased, Immortal Master He Zhanghao. Li Fan stands there in complete, sweating disbelief, unable to comprehend how his favorite subcontractor managed to die 56 days ago. He steps up behind Steward Zhao, asking in a flat voice how exactly the Immortal Master met his end. The steward bows, explaining that Master He unfortunately triggered a deadly trap while exploring a sealed cave abode with some friends. Li Fan recalls He Zhanghao's final departure, remembering how he was invited to explore some ancient cave to recoup his massive financial losses. But our boy's mind enters full panic mode as he remembers that in his previous lifetime, He Zhanghao was perfectly alive and well 10 years later, meaning he never joined this cave raid in the original timeline. He starts tracing the timeline, realizing the only reason He Zhanghao joined the raid was because he got completely bankrupted in the grass market crash, which drove him to take a desperate gamble. And He Zhanghao got bankrupted because the island producing grass was wiped out by a monstrous dragon whale, which also never happened in the past life. He dig even deeper, remembering that the dragon whale only developed sentience and attacked because it devoured a massive pile of liuli pearls. The beast came across the grass island while looking for more food, completely destroying the market supply to power its own cultivation base. And the whale managed to eat all those pearls, because in this lifetime, Li Fan stepped in and slaughtered the giant liuli fish leader, leaving the school of fish completely defenseless against predators. The realization hits our boy like a physical truck. His simple, unintentional action of killing a giant fish was the direct catalyst that got He Zhanghao killed. He maps out the ridiculous chain reaction, realizing his quick fish hunt literally triggered a sentience boost, a market crash, a bankruptcy, and a fatal cave raid. His simple actions caused an entire community of cultivators to get completely wiped out by financial and physical ruin. The final result is the premature deaths of several high-level Foundation masters who should have lived for decades. A dark, terrifying smirk spreads across Li Fan's face as he realizes how incredibly easy it is to eliminate gods by simply manipulating the natural flow of events. Inside his mirror space, his clone sits in meditation, processing this grand revelation. He understands that there is absolutely no need to personally assassinate your enemies when you can use foresight to trigger a chain of events that deletes them from thousands of miles away. Back in the funeral hall, he lights 3 incense sticks for his fallen friend, politely wishing him a peaceful trip to the afterlife and promising to treat him well in the next loop. The steward Zhao is deeply moved, noting that our boy seems to have been quite close to the late master. Li Fan sighs dramatically, claiming they were best friends for over 40 years and that he is completely heartbroken by this sudden loss. The steward admits that despite 26 days of mourning, our boy is the absolute first and only cultivator to come pay his respects. He laments that dozens of other masters came to the island, but only to steal He Zhanghao's private belongings or fight for his job as the island's guardian. He looks at Li Fan with newfound hope, glad to have finally met a decent person on this greedy island. The steward Zhao reveals that before his departure, He Zhanghao left a specific item with him, requesting it be given to the very first cultivator who came to pay respects after his death. He explains his background, noting that he saved Master He's life in their youth and spent his life serving as his trusted mortal manager. He opens a red wooden box, presenting a gold and silver talisman plate that served as the late master's personal belonging. Li Fan holds the plate, recognizing it as a Wuxian Island past spirit talisman, but dryly wonders what secret features this little hot potato actually has. He pockets the loot, promising to have a word with the new guardian to help the old steward keep his job, before walking away. The steward Zhao lets out a massive sigh of relief, glad to have finally offloaded the dangerous heirloom to a respectable guest. He looks back at the spirit tablet, stoking his beard and dryly noting that dedicating your life to achieving immortality only to die early, with no one to bury you, is truly a meaningless pursuit. Dying on your knees inside a burning volcanic cave is a pretty terrible way to end your cultivation career. But that is exactly how poor He Zhanghao wrapped up his final loop. Back on Liuli Island, Li Fan meets the newly appointed green-clad guardian Yuan Xing, politely asking him to let Steward Zhao keep his mortal supervisor job for old time's sake. He then teleports back to the mirror, holding up He Zhanghao's final silver and gold talisman to see what kind of valuable features this inheritance actually has. After a bit of digital searching, he realizes the past spirit talisman isn't just a basic ID card, but also acts as a voucher for retrieving items stored in a secure, ancient vault. The relics aren't kept in the mirror, but are safely stored in a place called the Myriad Collection Pavilion, located on Yulon Island in the Northern Sea. He travels straight to the northern island and retrieves Zhang Haobo's personal relics, which turn out to be a simple, glowing green jade slip. Inside the jade slip is Zhang Haobo's unfinished masterwork on spell formations, along with a final, slightly depressing testament explaining his life's struggles. The late master writes that his death is a small matter, but he is terrified of his life's work getting buried in the mud, begging whoever finds the token to deliver the manual to a proper formation master on Wuxia Island. He also complains about his unique cultivation method, the sitting mountain art, which is designed to let him sit back and lazily farm karmic benefits from other people's labor, but proved way too difficult to actually practice. Li Fan holds the glowing scroll, dryly noting that his deceased friend has handed him a highly interesting, albeit extremely complicated, problem. Our boy's eyes narrow as he realizes the alchemist left zero instructions on how to actually practice the karmic farming art, wondering if he can somehow recover Zhang Haobo's remains to steal the technique. He clenches his fist with a dark smirk, fully aware that a technique designed for sitting back and enjoying others' labor is the absolute perfect fit for a time-looping chess master like himself. He starts digging up information about the volcanic cave, finding out that Zhang Haobo's group of 5 foundation masters was completely wiped out, leaving only a single bloodied golden core survivor. The cave is located inside a submarine volcano that had been dormant for centuries, newly erupted and exposing its hidden ancient treasures to passing looters. The ruins belong to a pre-calamity master named Perfected Tian Yang, who protected his inner sanctum with a terrifying lost art of ancient mechanism puppets. Over a dozen giant flint puppets activated on the spot, turning the entire exploration party into volcanic ash, while the heavily injured Golden Core leader barely managed to crawl out. But the high mortality rate only makes the surrounding cultivators more enthusiastic, and a second, much heavier raid squad, led by the nascent soul master True Lord Guan, is already packing their bags. Li Fan smiles, deciding that instead of joining a dangerous raid with nascent soul powerhouses, he can simply post an anonymous bounty to have someone else go fetch Zhang Haobo's remains for him. He knows the sitting mountain art was a pre-disaster method and is completely lost to the modern world, but his heaven-stealing sun-swapping art can easily recreate it if he can just get his hands on the corpse. Realizing he needs to keep his main body hidden, he prepares to post the bounty mission in the Mirror's public bulletin. He puts up a reward of 500 points, writing a highly emotional cover story about his deep, 40-year friendship with Zhang Haobo to make his grave-digging request look fully respectable. The bounty is accepted in seconds, leaving Li Fan free to focus on his favorite hobby of modifying Zhang Haobo's dreams to keep his savior complex on track. He notes that since the muscular captain is still immortal, controlling his thoughts is easy, but he will have to unlock the second layer of his dream art the moment the savior starts cultivating. 3 months later, a wooden ship sails peacefully through the bright blue skies over Liuli Island. Zhang Haobo stands shirtless on the deck, looking incredibly buff and shading his eyes as he peers down into the sea. His determined eyes narrow as he locks onto a specific underwater coordinate. With a loud splash, he dives straight off the deck into the deep blue water, leaving his crew completely baffled. The muscular savior swims down into the quiet dark silt of the ocean floor. Sure enough, he spots a skeleton, half buried in the sand, exactly where his dream told him it would be. He uncovers the remains, reaching out to grab a waterlogged book clutched in the skeleton's bony hand. The book is the Sea Calming Divine Sword Manual, looking perfectly readable despite spending decades underwater. The captain smiles in absolute triumph, fully convinced that his dream was a prophetic message from the heavens and that he is indeed a reborn savior, destined for greatness. He clutches the manual, vowing to rapidly grind his cultivation base to the foundation or golden core stage so he can stop the oncoming fire calamity. Standing on the water far above, Li Fan watches the ship sail away, looking like a proud parent who just watched his kid learn how to ride a bike. He grins, noting that under his subtle psychological push, the savior's destiny has shifted, starting his cultivation journey over a decade earlier than in the original timeline. He laughs softly, looking forward to seeing how his savior project performs once the real trials begin. In a cheerful mood, he flies back to Liuli Island's central forest, preparing to use the teleportation array to head home. But he is stopped by the newly appointed guardian, Yuan Xing, who looks incredibly tense. Li Fan tilts his head in confusion as the guardian reveals that something catastrophic has just happened inside the volcano. With a sweat-drenched face, Yuan Xing drops the massive bombshell that the second elite raid party has been completely wiped out, and even the nascent soul master failed to escape. A giant projection shows the mighty nascent soul figure Guan getting completely annihilated by a massive vortex of volcanic puppet energy. Li Fan stares at the screen in disbelief, unable to understand how a top-tier powerhouse got deleted inside a golden core cave, while Yuan Xing sighs that the ruins are now temporarily sealed. The Guardian laments that losing a nascent soul master is a massive blow to the Alliance's regional security, not to mention the 4 golden cores and 13 foundation masters who died in the process. Li Fan notices that the Guardian's sorrow looks slightly too personal, deciding to keep his mouth shut for now. Returning to Wuxian Island to investigate, he quickly discovers that Yuan Xing's personal backer was none other than the late True Lord Gushuan, meaning his regional nepotism plan collapsed before his seat was even warm. Our boy sighs, realizing He Zhenghao's remains are going to be trapped at the bottom of that volcanic cave for a very long time. He reviews the data charts, noting that the first raid team of Golden Cores faced Golden Core level puppets, but the second team led by a Nascent Soul Master faced Nascent Soul level puppets, confirming the ancient defense system has a scaling gimmick of being weak to the weak, strong to the strong. He smirks, realizing that if a chi condensation cultivator enters, the puppets will scale down to his level, meaning his bugnet and blue flame can easily disable them for a quick loot run. But he quickly pauses, knowing that if the dungeon was that easy to exploit, the Alliance would have already sent a swarm of low-level disciples to clear it out. A group of 39 greedy rogue cultivators, holding a fluke mentality, decide they are the chosen ones and launch a third raid, only to crawl back 10 days later in a completely broken state. They weep that while the puppets' damage output scaled down, their physical defense remained permanently set to nascent soul level, meaning trying to scratch them with low-level magic was like hitting a brick wall with a wet noodle. Li Fan ponders, noting that this cave had completely disappeared by the time he joined the Alliance in his past life, wondering how the developers actually resolved this annoying paywall. Realizing you could only bypass the tanky puppets by using an actual human wave tactic, and that nobody wanted to be the meat shield, he decides to go back to quiet cultivation. Half a year later in year 13, his tracking radar on Zhang Haobo suddenly starts showing signs of weakening. He watches the savior's muscular back, quite surprised to find that Zhang Haobo managed to break through to the chi condensation stage in less than a year. 3 months later, Yuan Xing calls him via holographic link, frantically reporting that an extraordinary monstrous figure has recently emerged on Liuli Island. He plays the combat footage, and Li Fan's jaw drops as he sees Zhang Haobo casually dodging and weaving through 17 giant lava puppets like an anime protagonist. The savior stands in a glowing blue shield, completely unfazed as giant, molten fists crash down around him. Holding his fingers up with glowing blue water energy, Zhang Haobo prepares to unleash his sword art. He lunges forward, using his water swords to freeze and shatter the molten joints of the giant puppets. He glides down the arm of a giant lava mechanism, leaving a trail of shattered ice and stone in his wake. Yuan Xing looks through the screen, asking our boy what he thinks of this incredible, new talent. Li Fan keeps a straight face, sweating slightly as he asks who on earth this insane muscular runner actually is. Yuan Xing smiles proudly, explaining that this is Zhang Haobo, a former mortal who reached chi condensation in a year and joined the Alliance through his personal recommendation. He reveals that the crazy captain went to the dangerous volcano alone, using the indestructible ancient puppets as his personal gym equipment to train his sword art. He notes that while the savior could only last a few breaths at first, he can now fight all 17 of them for a long time, praising his promising future. Li Fan grins, highly intrigued that the savior managed to condense 24 water swords at the chi condensation stage when the manual strictly recommends waiting for foundation establishment. Seized by sudden interest, our boy dives down into the deep blue ocean towards the submarine volcano. Reaching the boiling crater, he finds a crowd of cultivators gathered to watch Zhang Haobo meditating near the rising magma. The onlookers are gossiping, wondering why the savior didn't last very long during his first battle after breaking through to the mid-stage of chi condensation. A giant shot shows Zhang Haobo meditating inside a swirling blue windshield, completely focused while the crowd watches from a safe distance. Suddenly, his eyes open, flashing with sharp, intense power. He dives straight back down into the boiling volcanic crater, ready for another round of heavy training. The crowd watches the projection screen, which displays Zhang Haobo standing tiny before a massive line of 17 giant lava puppets. The savior stands perfectly calm in the volcanic chamber, completely surrounded by towering molten fists. He leaps into the air, dodging a massive explosion of lava as a giant arm crashes down. He holds his hand in a seal, water energy spinning around his body as the crowd wonders what kind of trick he's trying to pull. The screen shows his water swords rotating at a crazy speed, several times faster than during his initial runs. A massive, blinding grid of hundreds of water swords spears down at the volcanic puppets, completely filling the screen with high-energy violence. While his clone Linfan is busy unlocking high-tier divine powers and closed-door cultivation, our boy is currently underwater, getting ready to watch his savior project undergo a major stress test. Inside the volcanic chamber, Zhang Haobo's massive storm of water swords crashes down on the ancient lava puppets, with enough raw force to completely flood the screen. The surrounding onlookers are completely blown away, whispering that this mid-stage chi condensation captain must be some kind of peerless genius, and urging everyone to charge in while the puppets are disabled. One of the smarter cultivators notes that using a massive killer move like that must consume a terrifying amount of origin energy, predicting the savior is about to run completely out of steam. Li Fan analyzes the move, identifying it as the Water Dragon's Roar from his own gifted sword art, which normally requires the massive energy tank of a Foundation Master to even execute. He wonders how the captain plans to survive the incoming cooldown period, given that his current cultivation level should have left him completely drained. But his confusion turns to shock as he senses a sudden, massive surge of pure water attribute spiritual energy, filling the entire volcanic chamber. Realizing the show is about to get highly chaotic, our boy activates his shadow-following art, diving down into the volcanic crater before the rest of the crowd can even react. The crowd finally realizes the savior possesses a legendary water spirit physique that lets him draw infinite energy directly from the ocean, eagerly charging into the water to join the loot rush. Li Fan beats them by a single step, using his divine sense to scan the magma for He Zhenghao's remains, but unfortunately finding only a few charred bone fragments. Just as the other cultivators catch up, a deep, mechanical voice begins to echo from the walls of the ancient cave. The shattered metal fragments of the lava puppets suddenly start glowing with intense yellow light, assembling themselves back together. The looters panic in absolute confusion, wondering how a group of puppets capable of surviving nascent soul attacks are suddenly fusing into a much larger problem. A giant explosion of volcanic ash fills the chamber as the core of the ancient array begins to boot up. Floating rock fragments and molten metal fly in all directions, rapidly forming the outline of a colossal mechanical beast. The mechanical voice rumbles through the cavern, proudly declaring that the will of perfected Tianyang has never been defeated. A glowing red energy core condenses in the center, acting as the primary engine for the massive defense array. Sensing a boss-level threat approaching, Li Fan grunts that the situation is about to get highly hazardous for his savior project. Zhang Haobo stands frozen, staring up at the reassembling giant with the stunned look of a player who just realized the boss has a second phase. Before the savior can get flattened, Li Fan slides in, grabbing his arm and dragging him toward the exit while shouting at him to stop posing for the camera. The two fly up at high speed, narrowly escaping as the colossal molten giant rises behind them. The towering, four-armed volcanic puppet emerges from the crater, shouting its ancient creator's catchphrase to the empty sky. Landing safely on the sea surface, a winded Zhang Haobo thanks our cloaked boy for the rescue, completely unaware that his intimate friend was the one who set up this entire scenario. Suddenly, a massive pillar of golden flame erupts from the sea, shaking the entire ocean with terrifying power. Multiple pillars of light burst through the clouds as the puppet's energy output starts to warp the surrounding weather. The giant mechanical monster with a red skull mask stands tall, surrounded by a rain of burning meteors falling from the sky. A lazy female voice suddenly echoes from the clouds, politely requesting the giant toaster to take its loud fight somewhere else. A giant inverted mountain, dozens of times larger than the puppet, materializes out of a massive purple magic circle directly above its head. The volcanic puppet catches the falling mountain with its four arms, straining against the massive weight. Its red eyes glare with pure mechanical defiance, refusing to back down from the challenge. The puppet exerts its ancient power, trying to push the colossal mountain back into the sky, but the sky circle flashes again, summoning several more mountain phantoms to multiply the weight by a factor of 10. Under the crushing pressure, the giant puppet is slowly pressed back into the ocean, unleashing massive tidal waves in all directions. Its lower limbs start to crumble under the sheer gravity, showing that even ancient boss-level armor has its limits. Its metal skull mask gets completely smashed into the rock, yet the puppet continues to shout its defiance. Refusing to go down quietly, giant beams of geothermal fire erupt from the seabed to melt the surrounding water. The puppet transforms its entire body into a colossal fire dragon, flying out from the ocean depths to strike back. The massive fire dragon completely incinerates the falling mountain, turning the ancient spell to dust. The puppet recondenses into its humanoid form, clashing violently with the next wave of mountains as the observers marvel at its incredible physical strength. Annoyed by the stubbornness of the toy, the female voice decides to wrap things up, ripping a massive purple hole in the very fabric of the sky. End quote. A massive explosion of water and steam completely decimates the surrounding sky. A colossal, orange-red dragon head looms out of the starry void, looking down at the noisy puppet with absolute, godlike boredom. The giant volcanic mechanism looks up, completely confused by this sudden shift in the boss battle's difficulty. A single beam of purple cosmic energy completely disintegrates the puppet, turning its ancient, indestructible body to purple stardust in a split second. The lazy female voice invites her companion to change locations and fight to their heart's content, dragging the entire volcanic energy storm into the purple rift. The giant crack in the sky crackles with purple lightning, slowly beginning to seal itself shut. The starry cosmic void fades away as the tear closes up. The sky returns to a bright, peaceful day, leaving the sea calm and quiet as if a giant mechanical war dragon didn't just get vaporized 5 seconds ago. Lifan stares at the empty sky, admiring the elegant destructive power of the Myriad Alliance's soul formation masters. He notes that his current illusion dream art has some serious flaws, since actually witnessing a soul formation battle is far more awe-inspiring than any fake memory he can construct. He turns to his savior project, asking the muscular captain how he feels after witnessing the true peak of power. Zhang Haobo admits he was feeling a bit proud about reaching qi condensation in a year, but now realizes that in the eyes of true gods, they are no different from ants. Lifan drapes a reassuring hand on his shoulder, putting on his best senior mentor face and encouraging him that with his talent, he can easily reach that level in the future. Deeply grateful, the captain vows to generously reward his mysterious lifesaver in the future before flying off to continue his training. Flying over the sea, Zhang Haobo stares at the mental image of the fire giant Qi Yan, wondering if a mere ant like himself can actually save his home. He clenches his fist with raw determination, resolving to do whatever it takes to stop the oncoming tragedy. Returning to Wuxia Island, Lifan notes that news of the volcanic battle has already spread, with cultivators everywhere gossiping about the terrifying power of the lords. He ponders a massive, terrifying anomaly. If the sky actively hates cultivators, various global disasters must have occurred in the past, yet nobody ever talks about them. He realizes that whether in his past or present life, cultivators actively avoid mentioning past catastrophes, wondering if they are choosing to stay quiet or if their memories were somehow altered. A cold sweat runs down his spine as he searches the mirror's database for historical disasters, finding absolutely zero results for events that should have wiped out millions. He calls a few high-level acquaintances, only to receive the exact same vague, confused answers about how they vaguely remember something, but can't recall details. He notes the absurd logic. Mortals can remember a 15-year-old windstorm perfectly, yet elite cultivators with superior brains have had their memories of ancient disasters completely wiped. A massive vision of a giant old man in a black robe looms in his mind, revealing the true peak of authority. He catches his first glimpse of the longevity heavenly venerables, whose formless, unconscious power can alter the minds of all cultivators in the world simultaneously. A conceptual chart explains the hierarchy. Golden core masters are true masters. Nascent souls are true lords. Soul formations are immortal lords. Tao integrations are immortal venerables. And the final powerhouses are the longevity heavenly venerables. Most of these supreme powerhouses are like divine dragons, whose heads are seen, but not their tails. Yet every single cultivator in the world is under their absolute control. Our boy enters deep meditation, vowing that achieving eternal life and reaching that exact peak of power is his ultimate goal. But he calms his rising ambition, deciding it's much safer to stay grounded and focus on his current setups. Right on cue, his eyes snap open as his clone Lin Fan successfully finishes his closed-door cultivation. He reviews the clone's new upgraded power, the life and death chain, which lets him trace a target's destiny connections backward and cut their single sliver of life to cause a sudden death. The clone has also unlocked the upgraded formless killing mechanism, heavenly vision and earthly hearing, allowing him to observe a locked-on target from the perspective of heaven and earth. He tests the new livestream feature, locking onto Zhang Haobo, who is currently training his water dragon sword formation over the boundless sea. The captain flies through the sky, summoning giant blue water dragons to circle around his body. He points his finger, calling for the water dragons to explode on his command. Giant water columns shoot up from the ocean, creating a spectacular display of high-energy swordplay. Through the golden eyes of heaven and earth, Li Fan is able to watch the savior's training from a supreme, omniscient perspective. The digital overlay displays the savior's internal spiritual energy roots, his muscle contractions, and the exact circulation method of his water dragon formation perfectly. A massive grin spreads across Li Fan's face as he realizes that if he watches this genius train enough times, he can effortlessly copy his entire moveset. Excited, he exits the live stream state, addressing his biggest bottleneck, his mediocre talent. He laughs darkly, realizing he has finally found his own supreme Dao. By using his loops, his karma farming art, and his cheat code camera, he can simply steal the lifetime comprehension of every genius in the world. Grinning like a final boss, our boy clutches his head, declaring that while there are many heroes in the world, they are all ultimately destined to fall into his grasp. Breaking through a cultivation bottleneck is never easy, but our boy is willing to travel to the ends of the earth if it means avoiding a permanent dirt nap. He's spent years preparing his mind and spirit, and now, it's finally time to seek out the next breakthrough. He arrives at a desolate, crumbling pile of rocks known as Yin Yin Island, a place so incredibly depressing that even the local fish probably avoid it. Standing before the cave entrance, he politely calls out for a cultivator named Yin Yin Shangren, hoping the guy is actually home and not currently dead inside. After waiting for what feels like a solid hour with zero response, Li Fan decides that politeness is overrated and slowly steps inside. The darkness in this place is so thick, it literally swallows his divine sense, accompanied by some very reassuring, creepy wailing echoing from the depths. Suddenly, a hideous shadow lunges straight out of the pitch-black void, ready to take a massive bite out of our protagonist's highly handsome face. But instead of a legendary demonic beast, Li Fan quickly grabs it by the scruff of its neck and realizes it's just a horribly mutated stray dog with a severe eye management problem. Seriously, having half a dozen eyeballs blinking on your ribcage is a very bold fashion statement, even for a mutant. Our guy stands there, completely reconsidering all his life choices up to this exact second. As he looks around, he hears a chorus of eerie shrieks and realizes the room is packed with stacked cages holding all sorts of grotesque, human-faced monstrosities. The dog dangles pathetically in his grip, dropping a chewed-up bone onto the stone floor as if apologizing for the jump scare. Right on cue, a massive reptilian creature with glowing red eyes and ram horns slowly cranes its neck out of a nearby cage, because apparently, this cave is actually a black market pet store of horrors. Further down the hall, a disheveled figure in tattered gray robes is frantically pacing back and forth, muttering about having to find something precious. Li Fan tries to get his attention by calling out to Yin Dian Shangren, while the multi-eyed dog in his hand decides to start barking right in his ear. The crazy hermit snaps out of his trance, clutching his head in manic excitement as he yells that they actually have a guest. Oddly enough, the man's voice rings out with two completely distinct pitches overlapping each other, which is definitely not a creepy sign of demonic possession. He quickly apologizes for being distracted and eagerly invites Li Fan further into his dark, damp ruin. As they walk side by side down the dark corridor, the hermit casually mentions that his name isn't actually Yin Dian Shangren. He turns his head slightly, his wild, greasy hair framing a face that screams, "I haven't slept since the last dynasty," and flatly states that his name is simply Dian Shangren. Li Fan politely bows, realizing the guy's double-pitched voice simply made his name sound like Yin Dian when spoken aloud. Dian Shangren leads him into a massive display room, packed with bizarre relics and taxidermy, proudly gesturing to a giant, fanged cobra that looks ready to swallow them both. But the grand tour comes to a sudden, screeching halt when the hermit stops dead in front of an empty display stand, clutching his hair, and goes full Gollum over his missing precious. Our boy looks down at the sweaty, shivering, multi-eyed dog sitting at his feet and asks if this highly valuable treasure of theirs happened to look a lot like a common bone. Dian Shangren instantly teleports right into Li Fan's personal space, demanding to know if he's seen his beloved artifact. Li Fan hands over the bone, and the hermit immediately starts rubbing it against his face in pure, unadulterated relief, while our guy looks on with a face that is a masterpiece of polite judgment. Hugging the bone like a lost child, Dian Shangren declares that he could lose every single one of his other grotesque pets, but this bone is more precious than his own life. He suddenly lowers his voice and asks if Li Fan is familiar with the legendary, cultivator-killing plague known as the immortal, mortal miasma. He explains that back in the ancient days, the miasma was only a minor nuisance that infected mortals, leaving cultivators completely immune until one unlucky immortal mysteriously caught it and spread it like wildfire. The hermit raises his arm, revealing a dark, ominous shadow behind him as he proudly declares that this very rib bone belonged to the first ever cultivator who brought down the entire immortal world. He looks at Li Fan, expecting him to be shivering in awe at this historic relic, but our boy is just standing there, quietly wondering how long he has to listen to this history lesson before he can get his questions answered. Holding the bone up to the ceiling like a cheap trophy, Dian Shangren passionately rants about how much research and commemorative value is packed into this single piece of ancient rib. He rants that if they can trace the source of the plague's mutation, they can cure the miasma at its very root, and his name will be eternally feared and worshipped across the entire cultivation world. Li Fan just stares at him in deadpan silence. The dream is beautiful, sure, but our guy knows that the odds of a crazy hermit in a cave curing a thousands of years old cosmic plague with a dog-bitten bone are basically zero. The hermit sighs, muttering that the original victim was some unlucky bastard named Su something, and that every single piece of his remains is worth an absolute king's ransom. He dramatically flings his arms wide, explaining that the most valuable piece of all, the guy's intact skull, is currently locked away inside the heavily guarded headquarters of the Myriad Immortals Alliance. Dian Shangren poses dramatically like a mad scientist, while Li Fan stands there with his chin in his hand, patiently waiting for the theater performance to end. Finally, the crazy hermit snaps out of it, blinks, and asks why our boy even came to visit this dreary rock in the first place. Li Fan gets straight to the point, explaining that his cultivation has hit a massive wall at the peak of qi condensation, and he wants to know the secret to a perfect foundation establishment. Dian Shangren's eyes light up with manic pride as he grips his beloved rib bone, boasting that when it comes to laying a foundation, absolutely nobody in this world knows more than him. They sit down at a stone table, where the hermit explains that establishing your foundation is literally building the root of your entire path, and without a solid one, your future cultivation will be about as stable as a house of cards. He points a finger up, explaining that traditional cultivators must merge with a rare, powerful, wondrous item of heaven and earth to succeed. He then asks a chilling question. Since dead cultivators naturally dissolve into these items, aren't living cultivators technically just unfinished wondrous items themselves? He whispers that some of the most ruthless powerhouses will literally kidnap mortals or other cultivators with unique talents, refining them into living tools to steal their natural abilities. Dian Shangren leans in with a wide, unsettling grin, asking if he himself counts as a wondrous item. The dark cages lining the walls feel a lot more sinister now. In this world, the boundary between a powerful cultivator and a glorified crafting ingredient is terrifyingly thin. Li Fan narrows his eyes, asking the hermit if this disturbing concept of using a living person as a foundation is just a crazy theory, or if someone has actually done it. Dian Shangren's grin widens as he slowly looks up through his messy hair. Suddenly, his flesh starts to bubble, and a grotesque, spectral duplicate of his own face tears out of his shoulder, screaming in agony. He boasts that 10 years ago, he used his own body and soul as the wondrous item to establish his foundation. Our boy watches this horror show with a calm, analytical expression, finally understanding why the hermit constantly speaks with two overlapping voices. There is literally another sentient version of him trapped inside his own ribs. As the black tar-like spirit face slowly melts back into his neck, Dian Shangren explains that everything between heaven and earth can be refined, and he calls this painful self-melting process the wondrous transformation. But he warns that the difficulty of using yourself as a foundation is practically suicidal. If you fail, you die on the spot, and even if you survive, your body undergoes some highly inconvenient, grotesque mutations. Li Fan raises an eyebrow, dryly pointing out that if he looks like a literal monster, his definition of a successful foundation establishment might need some adjusting. The hermit eagerly waves his hands, insisting that his only mistake was a slight lack of self-understanding, and if he could just try it one more time, he would achieve absolute perfection. Our boy looks away, quietly digesting the phrase, foundation establishment, using myself. He rubs his chin, asking what kind of insane benefits one would actually get if they somehow pulled off this suicidal method without turning into a freak of nature. Dian Shangren throws his head back, passionately yelling that it would allow a cultivator to reshape their body using the cosmic furnace of heaven and earth, creating the single most perfect, flawless physique imaginable. He explains that while normal cultivators search for rare swords or relics to match their element, nothing in the cosmos is more compatible with your soul than your own body. Our guy politely bows, thanks the crazy hermit for the lovely conversation, and decides it's time to leave before this lunatic tries to refine both of them into a matching set of teacups. Dian Shangren waved him off, happily shouting that he should definitely give the self-mutilation method a try when he gets the chance. Left alone in his cave, the madman tightly grips his precious rib bone, dark, vengeful fury burning in his eyes as he promises to find whoever created the miasma and make them pay. Back in the safety of his private chamber, Li Fan uses the Tiangshuan mirror to search the massive databases of the Myriad Immortals Alliance for the phrase Foundation Establishment using myself. The database reveals that while the concept isn't a secret, the entire cultivation world treats it as a total joke. But as our boy gazes at the glowing cosmic projection, a wild thought crosses his mind. Since his Huansen system can rewind reality, could he theoretically use his own time-looping soul as the ultimate wondrous item? To keep his options open, he commands his clone avatar, Lin Fan, to purchase and memorize every basic foundation manual available, piling up scrolls like a college student cramming for finals. In the end, he decides that using his system to establish a foundation is way too risky for this lifetime. It's much smarter to stick to his original plan, wait for the legendary Kanghai Pearl to appear, since his soul already spent a past life perfectly synchronizing with its ocean energy. He calculates that there are still about 7 or 8 years left before the fire giant Qi Yan arrives to boil the sea dry. To pass the time, he activates his supreme spyware technique, heavenly vision and earthly hearing, projecting his consciousness across the vast ocean. In the middle of a violent, raging storm, he spots the massive, heavily muscled form of Zhang Haobo floating peacefully in the water, his eyes tightly shut as he enters a deep state of martial comprehension. The rain and wind show no signs of stopping, so our boy leaves a tiny sliver of his mind to monitor his favorite guinea pig's progress, while the rest of his consciousness returns to his business in the Myriad Alliance. Realizing that putting all his eggs in Zhang Haobo's basket is a bad business model, Li Fan decides he needs to cast a much wider net and find more high-potential test subjects. And when you need to find people to exploit, there's only one shifty merchant to call. He conceals his presence and flies over to the 1,000-mile hall, but before he can even open the door, he hears the black market dealer Zhao Shiyuan screaming at the top of his lungs from inside. Our guy casually slides the door open, finding the merchant desperately yelling into his glowing communication talisman like a stressed stockbroker during a market crash. Li Fan smirks, asking if Zhao Shiyuan is running a charity and losing his shirt on a bad deal again. The merchant quickly hangs up, coughing to save face while quietly cursing this annoying kid in his head. Li Fan ignores the attitude and points to a beautiful, ancient bronze cauldron sitting on the counter, asking what kind of relic he's trying to scam people with today. Zhao Shiyuan's salesman instincts instantly kick in, and he proudly asks if our boy has ever heard of the legendary, ancient Medicine King sect. He dramatically explains that the Medicine King sect was once a legendary giant of alchemy, and right before the Great Calamity struck, their brilliant leader, Liu Ruchen, had a premonition of doom and used a giant cosmic arc to tear open the void and escape with his entire sect. Our boy asks where they actually ended up, but the merchant just waves his hands, admitting that after thousands of years, nobody has a clue. Zhao Shiyuan gently pats the green bronze cauldron, hyping it up as an incredibly rare intact relic left behind from their sudden departure. While the merchant is busy talking, Li Fan secretly links to his avatar Lin Fan, commanding him to search the database for the keyword world. The search results flash before his eyes, revealing that their current cultivation world is called the Xuanwang realm, surrounded by countless tiny independent pocket dimensions drifting in the void. Our boy puts the pieces together, realizing that his highly advanced profound yellow heart-refining incantation was passed down from this ancient era, long before the terrifying plague of the miasma ever existed. Zhao Shiyuan suddenly shoves the heavy bronze cauldron right into his hands, breaking his train of thought. The merchant wears a desperate, eager smile, practically begging our boy to take this legendary treasure off his hands. Li Fan blinks, calmly admitting he was totally daydreaming, and asks the man to repeat what this small cauldron actually does. Zhao Shiyuan patiently explains that the cauldron has its own pocket dimension inside, capable of continuously generating pure wood attribute spiritual energy to accelerate the growth of rare herbs by leaps and bounds. Our guy looks at the glowing relic, highly skeptical. He dryly asks why the customer on the phone just backed out of buying such an allegedly incredible treasure. The merchant's smile instantly crumbles, and he sighs that the Myriad Immortals Alliance just discovered a massive, wood attribute grotto heaven and flooded the entire market with cheap, mass-produced spiritual herbs. Zhao Shiyuan covers his face in pure financial despair, crying that the prices of spiritual plants completely collapsed overnight, leaving his legendary cauldron about as useful as a fancy paperweight. This is exactly why you don't trade on margin in the cultivation world, folks. Last time we saw our resident mad scientist Dian Shangren, he was casually growing extra heads out of his shoulders. It turns out that when you try to use your own flesh as a wondrous item, your body decides to express its creative freedom in some highly grotesque ways. Meanwhile, back in the relatively normal world of financial ruin, Zhao Xiyuan is explaining how 3 hidden wood attribute grotto heavens completely tanked the market, rendering his ancient cauldrons practically worthless. Our boy Li Fan immediately turns into the ultimate retail skeptic, flatly declaring that if these cauldrons are useless, he's absolutely not buying them. Zhao Xiyuan starts sweating buckets, frantically begging our boy to reconsider, because once this shop closes, you won't find authentic Medicine King relics anywhere else. Sensing his mark is about to walk out, the merchant deploys the classic, desperate salesman maneuver, a blowout sale of buy one, get one free. Li Fan looks at the 2 green bronze cauldrons with a chibi face of absolute suspicion, demanding to know if this is a genuine ancient relic or if Zhao is just trying to scam him out of 500 contribution points. Our guy sighs dramatically, crossing his arms and claiming he's basically broke anyway, with absolutely zero spare change to waste on fancy decorative pottery. Zhao Xiyuan falls for the bait hook, line and sinker, pleading with his favorite customer to just tell him what he needs so they can make a deal. Li Fan explains he needs a hot tip on where to find a massive group of qi condensation cultivators who are all on the very edge of breaking through to the foundation stage. Zhao's face lights up as he offers to throw in this incredibly rare information for free, as long as our boy agrees to buy the cauldrons. Playing it perfectly cool, Li Fan sighs and agrees to the package deal, tossing over the contribution points while Zhao eagerly rings up the transaction. The merchant slides over a glowing green jade slip, packed with prime coordinates, warning our boy to keep the 2 cauldrons safe and sound. Li Fan tucks his new discount pottery away and immediately boots up the jade slip to browse the coordinates. He stops at one highly specific entry, his eyes narrowing as he reads about a mysterious, legendary figure known only as the Foundation Establishment Master. With his primary objective secured, our boy turns to leave, quietly noting that even if the cauldrons are useless for farming, buying them at a 90% discount might still come in handy for some future scheme. As he walks toward the exit, he glances back over his shoulder at the merchant with a highly analytical gaze. He wonders if this Zhao Xiyuan is just another puppet clone, silently questioning where the merchant's real body is actually hiding in this massive world. Shrugging it off, Li Fan dives headfirst into the open sky, leaving the bustling city behind because he's got far more important business to handle. Meanwhile, back in his empty shop, an exhausted Zhao Xiyuan rubs his forehead in absolute defeat, lamenting that out of 36 carefully excavated cauldrons, he only managed to sell 10. The scene shifts to the vast empty expanse of the southeastern Kongyan Sea, where a single nameless green island sits in absolute isolation. According to the Jade Slip, this is the exact spot where the mysterious Foundation Establishment Master has set up his private academy. The Master is renowned for having an incredibly deep, almost unnatural understanding of the breakthrough process, despite only possessing a late-stage Foundation cultivation base himself. He reportedly has a near 100% success rate in fast-tracking breakthroughs, though proud cultivators rarely admit to their friends that they needed a tutor to pass their exams. Just as Li Fan is cruising toward the island, the mental tracker he left on Zhang Haobo suddenly starts sending back some highly chaotic feedback. Intrigued, our boy pauses his flight and projects his divine spyware eyes back over to the raging ocean, where his favorite test subject is training. Over at the training site, the violent storm has finally cleared, revealing a calm, clear blue sky above a massive wave. We get a close-up of Zhang Haobo's glowing blue eye as he quietly whispers the word wind. He stands perfectly upright on the surface of the water, surrounded by swirling, high-speed currents of white wind. He tilts his head back as the heavens open up once more, softly muttering rain. Instantly, the wind and rain collide in a massive, swirling vortex of pure elemental destruction. To Li Fan's absolute amazement, Zhang Haobo throws his arms wide and literally summons a massive, swirling waterspout directly from the ocean, laughing like a gloriously unhinged anime protagonist. But the epic moment is cut short as the muscle-bound warrior suddenly goes limp, his face slick with sweat. Our boy watches with a deadpan expression, noting that at his current level, summoning a literal natural disaster for a cool flex completely drains his battery in about 5 seconds flat. Zhang Haobo falls backward into the water like a dropped sack of potatoes, completely unconscious from spiritual exhaustion. Satisfied with the free show, Li Fan returns to his main body, flying forward with a grin as he hopes his favorite guinea pig keeps bringing him more hilarious surprises. 3 days later, our boy finally touches down on the nameless island, standing before the large gates of the only compound on the entire rock. A gatekeeper in clean white robes immediately steps up to explain the terms. Honest prices for all. Pay 2,000 contribution points up front, and make sure you brought your own wondrous item. Li Fan politely introduces himself, and the guard's eyes light up with joy as he exclaims that they share the exact same surname, introducing himself as Li Chenfeng. The guard immediately throws an arm around our boy's shoulders, whispering that for the sake of their family name, he'll hook him up with a sweet discount of 1,800 points. Li Fan's sweat drops, politely explaining that he doesn't actually have a wondrous item yet and just wants to see the master's glorious teaching style first. The gatekeeper chuckles, patting him on the shoulder and saying it's perfectly fine to watch from the sidelines, as long as he stays quiet and doesn't disrupt the class. Our boy walks down the pristine stone path of the compound, completely undetected. He enters the main courtyard and spots 5 chi condensation cultivators sitting cross-legged on the stone tiles, facing the legendary floating master. Floating serenely in midair, the master proudly explains that he chose this remote, desolate location because it is completely free from the chaotic energies of the outside world. He boasts that without the interference of Wuxian Island, the great laws of heaven and earth are incredibly pure here, allowing for a much faster breakthrough. Leaning forward with a saintly, peaceful smile, he brags that under his expert tutelage, 265 cultivators have successfully reached the foundation stage and promises his new students that they will be next. He paces around, terrified that the constant, invisible gaze is actually a final warning from some high-level cultivator. When it comes to the brutal world of cultivation, beauty and temptation are often used to mask the darkest traps, but our boy Li Fan is completely immune to distractions, keeping his eyes firmly fixed on the absolute truth of the Tao. Standing at the back of the courtyard, Li Fan observes the 5 students who look like they are on the very brink of a breakthrough, quietly preparing his formless killing mechanism to lock onto them. He counts them one by one, realizing that including his permanent link on Zhang Haobo, his current multitasking limit for tracking people is exactly 5. Up in the air, the master's peaceful expression suddenly hitches, a single bead of sweat rolling down his cheek as he feels a cold shiver run down his spine. Our boy notes with a smirk that this floating teacher must actually have some decent senses to faintly detect the invisible gaze of the formless killing mechanism. Suddenly, one of the seated cultivators lets out a dramatic roar, his body erupting with a massive, blinding flash of golden spiritual energy. The newly advanced cultivator leaps to his feet, bowing deeply to the floating master and loudly thanking him for his eternal guidance. The master smiles warmly, declaring that this first breakthrough has arrived a full 10 days earlier than his calculations. But as the student steps forward, Li Fan runs a quick scan with his heavenly vision and earthly hearing, and is treated to a hilarious sight. Despite the massive golden aura and the booming voice, the guy's body has absolutely zero condensed laws inside. His breakthrough is a complete 100% fake. The floating scam artist calmly waving his hand, gently telling the successful student to go pack his things and leave quietly so as not to disrupt the others. We get a close-up of the back of the fake student's head as he walks away, probably trying very hard not to burst out laughing. The guy flies off into the sky with a dramatic thank you, leaving behind a trail of blue light that looks incredibly professional. Our boy stands there with glowing yellow eyes, realizing that the advanced cultivator didn't actually go very far. Using his ultimate spyware vision, Li Fan watches the guy fly in a tiny, lazy circle over the ocean and quietly loop straight back to the compound. The guy lands in a secluded alley, his clean white robes billowing as he prepares to change. With a quick flash of light, his clothes and face instantly transform, turning him right back into one of the other guards or students. Li Fan stands there, completely deadpan. The legendary Foundation Establishment Academy is literally a highly organized, state-of-the-art pyramid scheme scam run by a bunch of actors. But right as our boy is enjoying the comedy, another student in the courtyard actually begins to glow with a genuine surging golden light. The spiritual energy swirls furiously around him, and this time, the breakthrough is entirely real. Li Fan chuckles internally, realizing that seeing a fake student succeed gave the guy such a massive boost of confidence that his brain literally tricked his body into a real breakthrough. The scam master might be a fraud, but the placebo effect of cultivation is very, very real. Our boy decides to stick around, spending the next 3 months quietly lurking in the shadows, using his invisible spyware to record over 40 actual breakthroughs and deeply enhancing his own comprehension. Meanwhile, his mental link to Zhang Haobo alerts him that the muscle-bound savior has reached the absolute peak of chi condensation and is currently searching for his fated chance. Through his mind's eye, he watches Zhang Haobo riding the terrifying roaring waves of the Kongyan Sea, his body moving in a strange, hypnotic rhythm that perfectly mimics the wind. Zhang Haobo floats effortlessly like a gentle breeze, displaying an incredibly high-tier movement technique. But Li Fan is confused. The guy isn't looking for a wondrous item to merge with, which is the literal first rule of establishing a foundation. He detects that Zhang Haobo is heading directly into the path of an even larger, brewing oceanic windstorm. Our boy realizes that the wild warrior has absolutely no intention of using a normal item. He is planning to use the entire raging storm itself as his foundation. His attention returns to the island, where the 3 resident scammers are currently whispering in secret because no new paying customers have arrived in days. Li Fan locks his spyware onto his cousin, Li Chenfeng, to see what they are cooking up. He uses his divine vision to look straight through the walls of their private room, finding the 3 of them standing close together in tense silence. The floaty master suddenly spins around in a panic, clutching his chest and complaining that the creepy feeling of being watched has returned. Li Chenfeng looks at him with a highly skeptical expression, asking if he's just being a paranoid coward. The master defense is that after watching hundreds of real breakthroughs, his soul is incredibly sensitive to the laws of nature, and he is absolutely sure a legendary powerhouse is actively spying on them. The third scammer tells him to stop scaring himself, pointing out that if their little academy scam was actually exposed, the Myriad Alliance would have turned them all to ash weeks ago. But the master insists on their golden rule: grab a few quick hauls and run. They originally planned to run this scam for 7 or 8 years, but now they've attracted way too much attention. They agree to pack up their bags and flee tomorrow morning, planning to head north to Yongliang Province, the territory of the 5 Elders Council, where the Myriad Alliance can't easily chase them. Li Chenfeng asks how many more points they need to finally buy the legendary sea-swallowing longevity art. The master sighs, estimating they need to keep scamming for another 50 or 60 years to afford it. The third companion steps forward with a dark, serious face, warning that their century of careful planning and the sacrifices of countless compatriots must not be wasted. He whispers about their home empire, revealing a shocking projection of a massive, many-mouthed shadow beast as he wonders how many rift-splitting whales they've raised. He mentions that the imperial princess calculated they need 100,000 whales to pull their homeland free from this world's magnetic grid. He adds that if they don't have enough whales, they can raise more later, but bringing back the Dao integration true method is absolutely vital to help the imperial princess subdue the other factions. He clenched his fist, declaring that once they mobilize the entire empire's power, they will fully detach their homeland from this rotten cultivation world within 10 years, bypassing the rule that techniques can only be practiced by one person. The 3 of them tightly lock hands in a dramatic brotherhood circle. They loudly cheer in unison, for the Empire and for the Imperial Princess. Standing outside, Li Fan is absolutely jaw-dropped. He came here to watch some basic breakthroughs, but he just stumbled on a state-sponsored, deep-cover Black Ops heist involving an entire hidden empire and 100,000 giant space whales. This world is officially insane, and our boy is absolutely loving it. While most normal cultivators are busy searching for shiny rocks to merge with, our boy Zhang Haobo is out here casually rewriting the rules of physics, surfing on massive waves of water and wind. The very next day, Li Chenfeng and his fellow deep-cover scammers quietly pack up their props and flee the island, heading far north toward Yongliang Province. Li Fan watches them depart through his invisible spyware, quietly making a mental note to pay their hidden thief empire a friendly visit in a future lifetime. A sudden, brilliant flash of golden light illuminates his vision as he brings his focus back to his own plans. Returning to Wuxia Island, our boy immediately enters closed-door cultivation, slowly and carefully digesting the massive treasure trove of insights he gained from live streaming over 40 breakthroughs. Once he's done, he examines an ancient world map, only to discover a highly disturbing truth. The vast, seemingly boundless Kongan Sea is actually just a tiny, landlocked inland sea, completely surrounded by land. To the north lies Yongliang Province, while the west and south are bordered by Jushan, Shilin, and Yuandao provinces, all of which belong to the massive territory of the Myriad Immortals Alliance. Knowing he can't stop the fire giant Qiyan from boiling the sea dry in this run, our boy decides it's time to map out a solid escape route before the water turns into a giant soup pot. Since Jushan Province is a war-torn mess and the others are too dry, he sets his eyes on Yuandao Province, which sits right next to the endless ocean and is bursting with the rich water energy he needs to refine his Kanghai Pearl. But escaping to another province isn't as simple as taking a stroll. He learns that the boundaries between these lands are naturally separated by a thick, terrifying barrier known as the White Mist. The barrier has a highly pleasant rule. Crossing it literally eats your lifespan. Mortals are too slow and would die of old age inside, while even high-speed flying cultivators lose a minimum of 30 days of their life per trip. Because of this built-in lifespan tax, 99% of cultivators spend their entire lives inside a single province, completely content with their local resources. You can use a massive long-distance teleportation array to cross over, but that only reduces the lifespan penalty to 10 days and costs a massive fortune in spirit stones. Fortunately for our boy, there is absolutely no white mist barrier separating Yuandao province from the Kongyun Sea, and the Myriad Alliance even has specialized teleportation arrays heading straight there. He smirks, realizing that once he masters the sitting mountain art, he can literally kidnap highly talented children from Yuandao province and use them as his personal, high-speed cultivation boosters. Taking the teleportation array to Yuandao province, he arrives at the breathtaking floating metropolis known as Yuandao Heavenly City, which looks like a massive mountain peak suspended in the clouds. He enters the city's central plaza, finding a massive, glowing Tiangshuan mirror that functions exactly like the one back on Wuxian Island. He notes that the Myriad Immortals Alliance basically has a monopoly on these glowing mirrors, keeping a tight leash on all their territories. Since mortals are banned from the floating heaven, Li Fan teleports down to the largest mortal city below, Zuoling, spending a measly 50 contribution points to buy a quiet courtyard to serve as his future escape hub. To make sure his getaway is completely foolproof, he boards his Taihang Arc and personally pilots it all the way back to the Kongyun Sea, carefully mapping out the safe flight lanes. By year 14 of the simulation, our boy turns his heavenly surveillance back on Zhang Haobo, who has been floating in the sky like an absolute stone statue for days. Suddenly, Zhang Haobo's eyes snap open, and he leaps incredibly high into the air, chasing after some invisible trail. With a massive boom, he flies straight into a hidden, cracked dimension in the sky, shattering the spatial barrier like glass. Inside this secret dimension stands a colossal, glowing cyan giant with closed eyes, the natural manifestation of the soul of heaven and earth, wind, holding a glowing cage of wind currents. Inside the cage, a broken black sword hilt, emitting a terrifying blood-red aura, is furiously crashing against the wind barriers, desperately trying to break free. Occasionally, a tiny wisp of cyan energy escapes from the cage, shooting out of the spatial crack and down toward the ocean below. Those tiny, accidental leaks of energy are the literal source of the massive, devastating windstorms that have been terrorizing the Kongyun Sea for centuries. The giant wind spirit stands completely silent, maintaining its eternal, invisible prison. Our boy's eyes widen in awe as he watches Zhang Haobo stand before this titan. This is the true, hidden source of all the storms. It is a literal soul of heaven and earth, representing the absolute peak of natural wind energy. The mental pressure radiating from this space is so immense that even Li Fan's main body, sitting thousands of miles away inside the Tiangshuan mirror, starts to feel his mind warp and his eyes turn blood red. Sensing the danger, the blue flame phantom spirit in his soul suddenly flares to life, freezing his desires and restoring his mind to a state of absolute, icy calm. With his mind perfectly clear, Li Fan shifts his gaze back to the struggling black sword hilt inside the cage. He observes the invisible cyan air currents constantly slashing at the hilt like millions of microscopic razor-sharp blades. Despite the overwhelming ferocity of the black aura, the wind is slowly, relentlessly shaving away at the sword hilt's power. Our boy is completely blown away, realizing that the apocalyptic storms ravaging the sea are just the accidental collateral splatters of a cosmic wrestling match between a broken sword hilt and the soul of the wind. He stares at the shattered hilt, deeply awed that a mere broken fragment of a weapon is strong enough to fight a Dao integration level force to a complete standstill for thousands of years. But the most ridiculous part of all is that Zhang Haobo actually managed to sense this hidden, higher dimensional battle and walk straight in like he owned the place. The intense, mind-shattering mental pressure of the soul of heaven and earth has absolutely zero effect on the warrior, who just stands there, quietly taking notes on how the wind and sword are fighting. The giant wind spirit continues its struggle, completely ignoring the tiny human standing at its feet, as if he's just a piece of dust. A layer of soft, glowing blue light begins to wrap around Zhang Haobo's body, humming with a strange, resonant frequency. Li Fan stares at the projection, silently admitting that in this entire ocean, Zhang Haobo is the only one who can truly be called a literal child of destiny. He realizes that with his own mediocre talent, he could live through 100 lifetimes and never stumble upon this secret dimension on his own. Our boy lets out a cold, calculating smile. It doesn't matter if he doesn't have the talent. In his next lifetime, he will simply use these monstrous geniuses as his personal metal detectors to find every single treasure in the cosmos. The Titanic wind spirit continues its eternal, silent vigil, holding the glowing cage tight in its hand. Alongside Zhang Haobo, Li Fan focuses his entire attention on the cosmic struggle, absorbing the deep laws of wind and sword. After an unknown amount of time, a brilliant, blinding light erupts from Zhang Haobo's body, and he plummets out of the sky like a falling meteor, crashing straight into the deep ocean. At the dark bottom of the sea, a massive circular bubble of empty space forms around him, completely repelling the ocean water as a glowing sword shadow flies out of his chest. Our boy watches in absolute awe, realizing that the glowing shadow is a manifestation of genuine, high-level sword intent. In just a single afternoon of watching a broken hilt wrestle with the wind, Zhang Haobo has successfully comprehended sword intent and established his Dao foundation with pure sword qi. This proves Dian Shangren's wild theory was correct. You don't need a physical item if your comprehension is strong enough. A brilliant light wraps around Li Fan as he realizes that if Haobo can establish a foundation with sword intent, then he can definitely use his time-looping truth-returning system to do the same. But to achieve something that crazy, he's going to need a lot more preparation. Under the deep ocean, the glowing sword intent slowly returns to Zhang Haobo's chest, and his terrifying razor-sharp aura completely vanishes. Our boy smiles, highly impressed by this sudden return to simplicity. Zhang Haobo immediately leaps out of the deep water, shooting straight back to the surface of the sea. Without taking a single second to rest, the warrior claps his hands together and immediately begins cultivating the sea-calming divine sword. A colossal roaring water dragon erupts from the ocean, crackling with a terrifying, hidden killing intent that is far stronger than any version of the art Li Fan has ever seen. Day and night, the warrior trains relentlessly, mastering the sea-calming divine sword to absolute, flawless perfection in just 1 month, condensing an incredible 108 floating water swords around him. Our boy watches with a smirk, wondering what the genius will do next, since the watered-down manual he gave him only goes up to the foundation stage. Will he actually be able to deduce the golden core portion all by himself? In the cultivation world, anyone who can create or deduce a brand new cultivation method is respectfully called a law weaver, a legendary status second only to a Dao integration immortal venerable. By year 16, after spending 2 solid years in closed-door cultivation, Li Fan finally steps out and decides to gather some intelligence on what has been happening in the outside world. Because the longevity heavenly venerable constantly wipes everyone's memories, he has to travel around and chat with various cultivators, reconstructing recent events from tiny, subtle clues. He records every single detail inside the Tianquan mirror, knowing that even if he forgets them in this life, his time-looping system will restore his memories in the next run. He notes a few highly interesting events. Back in year 14, near the border of Yongliang and Jushan provinces, the price of a local specialty called gilded flying fish suddenly skyrocketed by 50 times. The weird boom only lasted for 7 days before crashing back to Earth, and the buyers don't even remember why they bought the fish in the first place, which is a classic symptom of a high-level memory wipe. The second event occurred in year 15 when a massive, flaming meteor tore through the night sky and crashed in an unknown location, filling every cultivator who saw it with a deep, instinctual panic. The third major event is that the Myriad Alliance has migrated all 5 elemental grotto heavens, including Zhao Shiwan's Wood 1, into their headquarters in Tianyu province, forming a massive defense array. Our boy firmly notes this down as a prime target to exploit in his next life. Over the past few years, his clone avatar has also been working overtime, devouring massive amounts of secret knowledge from the libraries, leaving him with only 73,000 contribution points. To prepare for his next breakthrough, he plans to put his avatar into a 10-year closed-door cultivation run, utilizing both the Liuli Pearl and Spirit Enlightenment to boost his comprehension by 27 times. His grand goal is to use the original Alliance techniques as a blueprint, merge them with the insights he stole from Zhang Haobo, and create a completely custom cultivation method that is entirely free from the Alliance's control. If this massive project succeeds, he can use a high-talent avatar to deduce his own techniques, officially becoming a legendary law weaver himself. Suddenly, a bright notification flashes on his communication mirror, requesting a visual transmission. He answers it, and a glowing, friendly projection of Chen An appears. It's been 5 years since they parted at the Cloudwater Palace, and Chen An immediately flatters him before revealing a highly bizarre event that has recently occurred in the sea. Chen An explains that a massive, constantly moving wall of thick white mist has suddenly appeared in the middle of the sea, Inside the rolling mist is a colossal green ox, as large as a mountain peak, pulling a massive two-wheeled cart across the water. On the cart sits a dilapidated thatched cottage guarded by two terrifying silent figures, and from inside the house, the clear sound of someone reading aloud can be heard. Naturally, a group of curious cultivators flew close, politely bowing and asking to check out the interior of the cottage. But instead of a polite greeting, the burly guard simply stepped forward and comically beat them over the head with his wooden stick, throwing them out of the mist. When they tried to fly back, they found themselves blocked by an invisible, impenetrable barrier and were forced to helplessly give up. The next day, they teamed up with some friends and tried again, only to be indiscriminately beaten over the head and chased out by the stick-wielding guard once more. Realizing there was no actual danger to their lives, they decided to keep the secret to themselves and only called upon their most trusted friends to explore, and Chen An was one of them. But no matter how many people they brought to storm the cottage, the result was always exactly the same. Everyone just got beaten up with sticks. This hilarious routine has been going on for half a month, and the giant, moving mist barrier is starting to attract a lot of outside attention. Fearing that a high-level sect will soon show up and take everything for themselves, the group has decided to hire some smart, outside-the-box help. Chen An warmly invites Li Fan to join them near Yutong Island, promising that someone will guide him directly to the moving cart. Our boy rubs his chin with a highly intrigued grin, finding the concept of a giant green ox and a stick-wielding guard incredibly entertaining. It's time to go check out this new anomaly. Back at the mysterious green ox cart anomaly, the two red-eyed, creepy guards stand silently inside the thick white mist, ready to hand out some quality physical therapy to anyone who gets too close. Following Chen An's coordinates, our boy Li Fan smoothly glides through the thick white mist, landing directly in front of his old spiky-haired buddy. Chen An immediately starts crying on his shoulder, complaining that he's been beaten up with a wooden stick for 3 days straight, while another bruised cultivator chimed in that if he doesn't get whacked at least once a day, he feels incomplete. Chen An lets out a heavy sigh, explaining that they have tried absolutely everything to enter that cottage, and now, they are entirely relying on our boy's legendary big brain to find a loophole. Li Fan shrugs with a polite smile, warning them that since so many geniuses have already failed, they really shouldn't hold their breath expecting him to perform a miracle. Chen An pulls up a map, explaining that according to their calculations, the mountain-sized green ox is pacing directly toward the ancient, unsealed Cloudwater Heavenly Palace in the center of the sea. At its current slow and steady speed, the cart will reach the floating palace ruins in about a month, meaning their time to rob this traveling house is rapidly running out. Our boy rubs his chin, his analytical mind immediately spinning, as he wonders why on earth a giant green ox cart would be heading straight toward the Cloudwater Palace. Right on cue, another cocky cultivator tries to sneak past the guards and is treated to a hilarious, high-speed slam, getting whacked over the horizon by a simple wooden stick. Li Fan dryly asks what the whacked guy's cultivation base was, and Chen An admits he was a late-stage foundation master, adding that even a golden core cultivator got swatted away like a fly earlier, with zero power to resist. Watching the cart slowly float through the sky, our boy realizes that regardless of how strong you are, the guards swat everyone equally, proving that this place is a highly unique, rule-based, ancient anomaly. For the next few days, the gathered cultivators try every trick in the book: sneak attacks, barrier talismans, flying maneuvers, but the burly guard just keeps hitting home runs with his stick. As the days bleed together, the crowd's patience completely evaporates, and the number of people willing to get bruised for no reason drops to near zero. Li Fan stands there, analyzing the guard's patterns, and suddenly has a wild thought. What if the cottage doesn't actually hate people, but specifically only hates cultivators? He whispers the word cultivators, realizing that in this world, those with spiritual energy are basically parasites, and maybe the ancient owner of this house only accepts normal mortals. He turns to the bruised crowd and raises his arms, dramatically asking if there's any brave chi condensation rookie who wouldn't mind dispersing their entire cultivation base to approach the cart as a mortal. The cultivators immediately turn on him, angrily demanding to know if he's been whacked silly, yelling that if he's so smart, he should go ahead and destroy his own cultivation first. Only Chen An looks at him with a face of sudden understanding, admitting that while the theory sounds completely unhinged, it actually makes a weird amount of sense. But the crowd is still terrified. If they destroy their powers and become ordinary mortals, the brutish guard might literally splatter them with a single tap of his heavy stick. Suddenly, a brave, spiky-haired young cultivator steps forward, shouting that since they have the Myriad Alliance's advanced manuals, they can easily cultivate their power back later. He declares he'll take the plunge. He walks toward the cart, the two red-eyed, mouthless guards staring down at him in ominous silence. He sits down and activates his manual, forcefully dispersing all his spiritual energy until he becomes a completely normal, magic-free mortal. Standing at the back, Li Fan locks his formless killing mechanism onto the brave volunteer, eager to see if his mortal theory actually holds water. The now mortal cultivator nervously walks up to the wooden steps of the cart, his heart probably pounding through his chest as the giant guards towering over him. Instead of swinging his stick, the brutish guard slowly steps aside, opens the wooden doors of the cottage, and let out a creepy, hollow voice. "Come in." The volunteer's face erupts into a massive, ecstatic grin as he realizes he actually succeeded where thousands of golden cores failed. The watching crowd stands frozen in absolute awe, their jaws dropping to the floor. A few greedy cultivators immediately start panic sweating, wanting to destroy their powers too, while others advise patience, whispering that since the guy is immortal now, they can just wait for him to come out and rob him of whatever secrets he finds. The volunteer confidently steps through the open doors of the thatched cottage, disappearing into the dark interior. But as he crosses the threshold, Li Fan's eyes suddenly widen in pure, unadulterated shock. His infallible sky-borrowing spy radar has been completely blocked. He stares at the cart in disbelief, his mind screaming that the connection has been completely severed. Since he mastered this divine spyware, it has never failed, not even when spying on ancient volcanic puppets or massive space beasts. But this tattered cottage just shut it down like a cheap light switch. Our boy's face turns dead serious, realizing that whatever ancient entity is residing inside that small thatched cottage possesses power that completely breaks the laws of this entire era. Unaware of Li Fan's internal terror, 5 more greedy cultivators immediately sit down, destroy their cultivation bases, and happily scramble inside the cottage like kids entering a candy store. The next morning, without anyone noticing, all 6 explorers suddenly materialize on the ground outside the cottage, fast asleep like they had just survived a massive party. As they slowly sit up, the watching crowd lets out a collective gasp. Not only has their dispersed cultivation been fully restored, but every single one of them has actually jumped up by a minor realm. The crowd rushes over to interrogate them, but the lucky guys can only offer a blank stare, explaining that they just sat and read books for a day under a floating wooden slip, and they can't even remember a single word of what they read. Realizing this cart is literally a free, danger-free level-up machine, the remaining cultivators lose all their sanity, immediately destroying their own powers and rushing toward the door. Chen An excitedly turns to Li Fan, asking if he's noticed anything dangerous and if they should go in together to claim their free upgrades. Our boy lets out a perfectly fake, polite smile, lying that since he's already at the peak of chi condensation and lacks a wondrous item, this upgrade is useless to him. He gently tells Chen An to go ahead and enjoy the free loot without him. As Chen An runs inside, the 2 red-eyed guards stand in the mist, their hollow voices repeating robotic, ancient announcements about how the heavenly laws are stern and that they have obtained the law today to spread to all sentient beings. Li Fan stares at them, his eyes dark and cold. In his hundreds of years of looping through this world, he has learned one absolute truth. Nothing in this universe is ever free. This giant green ox isn't a charity, it's a giant, ticking time bomb. True power in the cultivation world doesn't look like a glowing sword. It looks like a quiet, white-haired old man who can reshape reality with a single sigh. Over the next month, Li Fan quietly keeps tally as 2 nascent souls, 6 golden cores, 19 foundations, and dozens of chi condensations all happily destroy their powers and enter the cottage. Finally, the mountain-sized green ox cart reaches the unsealed ruins of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. The green ox lets out a massive, echoing cry, treading on the empty air as it charges headfirst into the glowing, transparent gates of the ancient palace, erupting in a blinding flash of cyan and blue lights. As the light dissipates, the ox cart quietly vanishes into the palace. Driven by pure greed and curiosity, a dozen high-level cultivators fly in after it, and Li Fan immediately locks his invisible spy radar onto one of them. Through the eyes of his target, our boy's perspective shifts, and he is treated to his first clear look at the magnificent, ancient interior of the unsealed Cloudwater Palace. The mountain-sized green ox suddenly shrinks down to a normal cow, slowly pulling its cart down the corridor before coming to a complete halt directly in front of the stone statue of Qin Tong. The wooden cylinder scroll on the cart slowly floats into the air, and a nearly transparent, ancient spirit, Qin Tong's master, drifts out of it, silently staring at his disciple's pierced stone chest before softly whispering his name. The stone heart of the statue, which had been pierced through for thousands of years, suddenly begins to crack and glow. The massive stone statue of Qintong slowly, creakingly tilts its head down, staring at the fragile floating figure of his master as he lets out a faint, cracking whisper, "Master." The quiet whisper suddenly echoes like a localized clap of thunder, multiplying into thousands of overlapping voices that shake the very foundations of the palace. Deep within the ruins, inside the Grand Tai Hall, the colossal ancient turtle dragon ancestor Tai suddenly starts to rumble and shake, awakening from his long slumber. But right as Tai bares his teeth, a giant, pitch-black phantom of the broken black sword, the very same one from the windstorm dimension, materializes directly over his head, releasing a blood-red, murderous aura. Before Tai can even let out a roar, countless razor-sharp sword shadows rain down from the phantom blade, viciously stabbing into the giant turtle's neck and forcing him to scream in agonizing pain. Tai's massive body is forcefully suppressed, shrinking back down into the rubble as the transparent master in front of Qintong's statue senses the ancient shackle's activation. The master lets out a long, heavy sigh of absolute grief and regret, clutching his wooden scroll. He places his hands behind his back and slowly looks up, his tiny, transparent body suddenly expanding into a sky-cleaving, giant phantom that towers over the entire palace ruins. The giant master opens his mouth and lets out a deafening, reality-splitting roar that tears through the heavens. Why I? The sheer raw power of the shout creates a massive, visible shockwave of wind that completely disperses the clouds for thousands of miles around. Standing far away on the ocean, Li Fan is violently blown backward by the mere sound wave of the shout, grit his teeth as he wonders what god-tier cultivation realm is capable of shaking the planet with a simple scream. As the master screams the name, Tianyi again, a small, pristine white jade statue suddenly materializes in the air directly in front of his giant chest. The white jade statue cracks open, and a majestic, white-haired figure descends from the heavens, looking down at the giant spirit with an expression of absolute calm. Our boy immediately recognizes him. It is the ancient, mysterious, white-haired elder Tianyi, who gave him his medical scriptures inside the mirror void. The elder floats peacefully in the sky, his eyes warm and his long white hair blowing in the wind as he gently greets his old rival. The giant master's face warps with absolute fury, his giant transparent eyes glaring at the elder. He raises his massive wooden scroll like a giant club, screaming "Die" as he unleashes a strike that literally tears a massive hole in the sky. A massive, swirling vortex of dark storm clouds and spatial rifts instantly erupts over the palace as the two ancient titans collide. Even as giant bolts of lightning crack across his body, Tianyi stands completely untouched, smiling politely as he asks if his old friend really needs to get this angry over a simple fight. He gently dusts off his sleeves, dryly noting that being easily angered is a serious mental illness. He tilts his head, his face suddenly darkening into a terrifying, shadowy expression as he whispers that if it is an illness, then it must be forcefully cured. Outside the palace, Li Fan sees the sky turning pitch black and realizes things are about to go catastrophically wrong. He immediately turns around and flies away at absolute maximum speed. A split second later, a colossal, blinding shockwave of pure energy erupts from the Cloud Water Palace, instantly sweeping across the entire Kangin Sea. The massive wall of white wind continues to spread, tearing through the sea and shooting toward all the surrounding landlocked provinces. Our boy is swept up in the howling gale, spinning backward like a withered leaf before finally stabilizing himself hundreds of miles away. But to his shock, he realizes the shockwave had absolutely zero destructive power, only creating a very loud noise and a few giant waves. He wipes the sweat from his forehead, deeply terrified by this absolute display of power control. To lock such a reality-shattering attack solely onto the palace without spilling a single drop of collateral damage onto the surrounding sea is simply unfathomable. Suddenly, the mental connection on his tracked cultivator completely vanishes, meaning the poor bastard and everyone else inside the cottage were vaporized in a single nanosecond. Instead of running away, our curious boy decides to fly back and inspect the aftermath. He returns to the coordinates, finding the unsealed blue palace now completely dyed in a layer of ominous, pitch-black energy, with a massive vortex of dark thunderclouds gathering directly above it. The entire sky shakes and trembles as the massive ancient buildings of the unsealed palace tilt and collapse, getting sucked into the center of the dark spatial vortex. After a long, quiet moment, the entire legendary, unsealed ancient sect completely vanishes from this world, leaving behind nothing but a clear blue sky. Our boy stands there, realizing the free upgrades they were giving out were literally just bait to gather enough human energy to unseal the palace. In this world, the house always wins. Last time we checked in on the unsealed Cloudwater Palace, Qintang's master had expanded into a giant supporting the sky, screaming his rival's name. It turns out that when ancient unsealed entities decide to settle a grudge, they don't do minor arguments, they do massive, localized apocalypses. Hovering high over the peaceful blue ocean, Li Fan stares at the empty horizon, quietly noting that the palace was sealed away again, a twist of events that didn't happen in his previous run. He rubs his chin, wondering if the change was triggered by the white jade statue he sent in. He contemplates if the rogue Sikong Yi kept the statue for himself in the last loop, relying on his sneaky body-swapping trick to cheat death. But a second theory crosses his mind. What if the ancient elder Tianyi never gave the statue to Sikong Yi in the first place? And if that's true, why on earth did the old man hand it to his avatar Lin Fan, alongside the legendary heavenly medical immortal scripture? He stares into the sky, deeply questioning what kind of horrible things Tianyi must have done to make the entire Cloudwater sect harbor such absolute, world-shaking hatred against him. One thing is absolutely certain. The old man named Tianyi is far more dangerous than he originally estimated. Since his avatar already caught the elder's attention, his main body must absolutely avoid any further contact to keep his head attached to his shoulders. Deciding to take a quick break from all the world-ending stress, Li Fan travels to a bizarre, isolated rock on the edge of the sea, where waterfalls literally flow upstream along the cliffs to form a giant lake in the center. Once a month, the lake reaches peak capacity and erupts skyward like a massive geyser, shooting thousands of confused, leaping fish into the air. This weird phenomenon has been turned into the most popular lottery in the entire sea, with cultivators placing massive bets to guess which fish will leap the highest to claim the title of Fish Champion. As a massive white pomfret shoots out of the water to claim the monthly crown, our boy decides to join in on the fun, watching the crowd roar in excitement. He quietly activates his formless spy radar, locking onto the winning white pomfret to record its visual signature, wondering if this same lucky fish will win the jackpot in his next lifetime. Reaching anchor year 17, our boy looks at his system screen, satisfied that he has successfully unlocked his second starting point. But the peaceful moment is immediately ruined when he receives an urgent, red alert transmission from the Heavenly Mystery Hall of the Myriad Immortals Alliance, demanding his immediate presence to assist in a massive homicide investigation. Guided by a silent, stone-faced guard, Li Fan slowly walks through the grand, quiet corridors of the Heavenly Mystery Hall, keeping his expression perfectly blank. He enters a room wreathed in fragrant smoke, where a tall, pale investigator in gold-trimmed black robes is quietly staring at a massive, holographic map of the Kongyan Sea densely marked with red X signs. Our boy breaks a minor sweat, immediately recognizing the coordinates of the unsealed palace on the map. The investigator lets out a dry, raspy cough, his back still turned to Li Fan as he maintains a deeply intimidating posture. He suddenly turns around and waves his hand, projecting a hologram of Chen An's face directly in front of Li Fan, coldly demanding to know if he recognizes these people. Li Fan looks at the stacked holograms, his heart skipping a beat as he recognizes the exact batch of greedy cultivators who entered the Green Ox cottage with Chen An. The investigator flatly states that every single one of these people died in a bizarre accident, showing their official cause of death, self-destructing after their minds collapsed during a sudden overload of cosmic laws. Internally, our boy is sweating bullets. A mind-collapsing self-destruction is the literal signature of Heaven's killing intent, proving that the free upgrades inside the cottage were actually a deadly trap designed to harvest their souls. Keeping his voice perfectly level, Li Fan calmly admits that he indeed had a brief, casual encounter with these people on the island. The investigator narrows his cold eyes, taking a step forward as he asks a highly dangerous question. Out of all the cultivators gathered around the cart that day, why is it that you were the single, solitary person who refused to go inside? Li Fan deploys his perfect, ironclad excuse, placing a hand on his chest as he calmly explains that since he was already at the peak of chi condensation and lacked a wondrous item, a free upgrade was completely useless to him. The investigator stares at him for a long, silent moment, finally letting out a soft sigh as he mutters that our boy's luck is truly astonishing. He looks back at his glowing map, dryly noting that when the heavens decide it's your time to go, a cultivator has absolutely zero choice but to die. He waves a hand, dismissing Li Fan from the room, explaining that while the incident has nothing to do with him, the Alliance simply had to run the standard procedures for a sole survivor. But right as our boy is about to walk out the door, the investigator suddenly pauses and mutters that there is actually another, much older case they need to discuss. Li Fan's mind immediately starts racing in panic, wondering how on earth this guy can remember another case when the Longevity Heavenly Venerable's passive memory wipe is supposed to be absolute. He walks out into the courtyard, deep in thought, but his contemplation is cut short by a massive, noisy crowd gathered in front of the main pavilion. A group of eager young disciples are currently surrounding a distinguished elder with spiky gray hair and a long beard, begging to know how much longer they have to study. The elder, Grandmaster Gong Boyu, lets out a teask, crossing his arms as he scolds the kids for wanting to fly before they've even learned how to walk. He points to the beautiful, rainbow-colored light glowing in the sky, proudly explaining that this is the core area of the Myriad Alliance's supreme 7-colored defensive formation. The students eagerly kiss up to him, loudly declaring that Grandmaster Gong is easily the best formation master in the entire Kongyan Sea. Li Fan's eyes light up with a sudden, brilliant idea. He's been carrying He Zhang Hao's unfinished manuscript across multiple loops, and now, the perfect recipient is standing right in front of him. Our boy confidently steps out of the crowd, politely bowing as he asks if he is indeed speaking to the legendary Grandmaster Gong. He introduces himself as Li Fan, putting on a perfectly warm, charming smile as he claims he's been searching for the Grandmaster for ages. Gong Boryu looks at him with mild curiosity, asking what business a simple chi condensation disciple could possibly have with a formation master. Li Fan puts on a solemn, respectful face, claiming he was entrusted with a sacred duty by a deceased friend. But the second Li Fan mentions that his late friend He Zhang Hao left behind a scroll titled Detailed Explanation of the 100 Veins Formation, the Grandmaster's face warps into a mask of pure, manic shock. He lunges forward, violently grabbing Li Fan's shoulder like an absolute madman. They say that a beautiful woman is the most dangerous distraction on a cultivator's path. But our boy Li Fan knows that if you play your cards right, a beautiful woman with a rare physique can be the ultimate tool to unlock your next massive fortune. Before Li Fan can even blink, Gong Boyu's figure flickers, and he teleports our boy straight out of the noisy plaza with a loud swoosh. They materialize inside a quiet, private hall, where Gong Boyu frantically demands to see the manuscript. Li Fan hands over the jade slip, explaining that He Zhang Hao feared his life's work would be buried forever, and specifically begged to have it passed to the Grandmaster. The Grandmaster unrolls the jade slip, his eyes darting across the glowing formation lines as his expression shifts from intense skepticism to absolute, jaw-dropped marvel. He lets out a long, heavy sigh of grief, muttering that the heavens are truly envious of such a monstrously talented formation genius. He looks at Li Fan, admitting that although He Zhang Hao's cultivation was pathetically low, his understanding of arrays was so advanced that even he is gaining massive insights from reading it. Gong Boyu pats our boy's shoulder, promising to finish his work and give him a personal copy, transferring a massive reward of 20,000 contribution points to Li Fan's account on the spot. Our boy bows deeply, with a wide, satisfied grin, thanking the Grandmaster for his incredible generosity. Gong Boyu pauses, looking down at Li Fan as he curiously asks if he understands anything about the complex path of formations. When Li Fan humbles himself and claims he only knows a tiny bit, the Grandmaster hands him a heavy glowing green scroll, explaining that this is the elite, private introductory course of their hall, warning him never to share it with outsiders. Returning to his rented courtyard, Li Fan unrolls the scroll, his face lit up with absolute joy as he realizes this tutorial is infinitely more detailed and organized than any garbage textbook sold on the open market. He happily praises his late friend He Zhang Hao, chuckling that the guy is still providing him with massive financial warmth and top-tier study guides even from beyond the grave. Our boy immediately plunges into a deep state of meditation, devouring the profound mysteries of the formation paths with an insatiable, endless thirst. By year 18, he is suddenly jolted awake from his study by a faint, tingling premonition in his spiritual sense. Realizing he's been reading for a solid year, he quickly recalls the events of his previous life, remembering that around this exact year, a beautiful merchant girl was destined to catch the eye of an arrogant cultivator and get forcefully taken away. Flying high over Yellen Island, he locks his gaze onto the multi-tiered red roof of the Heavenly Treasure Tower, ready to set up his silent ambush. Inside a private room, the beautiful Yin Yueting is currently reviewing a collection of small bronze cauldrons, while her younger sister, the veiled Yin Yuzhen, sits lazily on the bed. Yin Yueting holds up one of the cauldrons, her face lighting up with a wide smile as she notes that these rare relics will fetch an absolute fortune from the local commerce chamber. Yin Yuzhen's belly lets out a loud, comical rumble, and she clutches her stomach, whiny asking her sister when they can finally go get some lunch. Yin Yueting gently pats her little sister's head, lovingly scolding her that she needs to start learning how to identify ancient treasures instead of always thinking about food. She looks at her sister with a soft, slightly worried gaze, asking what she would do if her big sister was no longer around to protect her from this brutal world. Yin Yuzhen winks playfully, proudly boasting that with her rare spirit-channeling physique, she can easily seek good fortune and avoid evil, so nothing could ever stump the two of them. She giggles, mentioning that the bad feeling she had yesterday has completely vanished, and she has a strong feeling that some incredibly great event is about to happen very soon. Sitting silently on the roof outside, Li Fan listens to their conversation through the tiles, repeating the phrase, seeking good fortune and avoiding evil. He lets out a cold, knowing smile, finally understanding why the younger sister acted so decisively in his past loop. Her natural radar is actually far more advanced than her sister's treasure physique. Our boy enters a quiet closed-door retreat in a nearby building, patiently waiting for the fated cultivator to make his move. 2 months fly by in absolute silence. Suddenly, Li Fan's eyes snap open, a sharp grin spreading across his face as he detects a familiar, arrogant aura approaching. Down on the street, a mid-stage chi condensation cultivator with gray-green hair swagger into the heavenly treasure tower, radiating power with absolutely zero intention of hiding his presence. A fawning clerk immediately bows, welcoming him as Second Master Zhao and eagerly guiding him toward the private warehouse. Inside the vault, the clerk gestures to a row of small bronze cauldrons, proudly announcing that they have gathered every single one matching his specific request. Second Master Zhao picks up one of the cauldrons, a sinister smile on his face as he notes that the bronze patterns are indeed in the exact style of that place. He commands them to pack everything up and send it to his usual spot, demanding that they keep finding as many objects with those specific style patterns as possible. The foolish clerk keeps kissing up, loudly boasting that with their high efficiency, their veiled shopkeeper will definitely grow their business across the entire sea. Right on cue, the strict shop manager lunges forward and slaps the talkative clerk hard across the face, sending him flying with a loud smack. Second Master Zhao stands there with a subtle, knowing smirk, his eyes narrowing as he locks onto the slip-up. Hovering invisibly in the sky above, Li Fan watches the entire comedy unfold, realizing exactly how the disaster started. In his previous lifetime, this idiot clerk must have accidentally bragged about their shopkeeper's special ability to find rare treasures, completely leaking her rare spirit-channeling physique to the cultivator. Once a greedy cultivator like Zhao Er catches wind of a mortal possessing a treasure-finding body, a brutal investigation is absolutely guaranteed, and there's no way a normal mortal can ever hide from a cultivator's search. Our boy's eyes glow with interest as he ponders what kind of legendary secrets are hiding behind the mysterious "that place" the cultivator mentioned. He decides to remain hidden in the sky, silently waiting to ambush the arrogant Second Master Zhao and see exactly what ancient, world-shaking treasure he plans to unlock with these bronze cauldrons. Second Master Zhao confidently swagger out of the tower, completely unaware that the ultimate apex predator of this world is currently watching his every move from the clouds. Spying on beautiful women from a rooftop might seem like a highly questionable hobby, but in the brutal world of immortals, it is literally the only way to stay one step ahead of a kidnapping. Before Second Master Zhao can even plan his move, Li Fan boots up his divine spyware, tracking the arrogant cultivator as he flies his wooden arc toward a completely empty, desolate stretch of the sea. Zhao Er arrives at a massive, sheer rock pillar jutting straight out of the deep ocean, which turns out to be a highly secure, custom-hollowed hideout with rooms carved directly into the stone. Inside his secret cave, the cultivator unloads his newly purchased bronze cauldrons, lining them up alongside a massive, identical collection of relics with the exact same, mysterious pattern. Once his precious pottery is safely tucked away, Zhao Er flies back to Yilan Island, while his massive rock pillar base slowly, silently retracts back into the dark depths of the ocean. 2 days later, the creepy cultivator is standing on the roof of the heavenly treasure tower, looking down at his targets like a vulture waiting for lunch. Inside the room below, Yin Yuzhen is happily clinging to her older sister, completely oblivious to the fact that they are currently top of the local immortals' kidnapping list. Zhao Er smirks greedily, whispering to himself that with the little girl's legendary spirit-channeling physique, collecting the ancient relics of that place will be a total walk in the park. Suddenly, our boy Li Fan materializes directly behind his shoulder like a literal horror movie ghost, his eyes glowing with a terrifying blue light as he asks where exactly that place is. Zhao Er panics, but before he can even think about running, Li Fan instantly wraps him in a massive glowing green web of his bug-binding net, locking his muscles in place. Our guy pats him on the shoulder with a friendly, terrifying smile, suggesting they head over to Zhao Er's secret hideout to have a nice, peaceful chat. Grabbing the paralyzed cultivator by the collar, Li Fan leaps off the roof, shooting straight into the dark night sky. Zhao Er dangles pathetically in the air, his face pale with absolute horror as they zoom over the ocean. He panics internally, realizing that this terrifying stranger is flying with perfect, pinpoint accuracy straight toward his top-secret, highly classified underwater hideout. Landing on the water, Li Fan casually releases the green bug net and smiles, dryly asking if the host is going to invite him inside to sit down. Zhao Er looks at our boy's terrifying calm expression and realizes he has zero power to resist. He mentally weeps over his entire life's treasure collection, which is about to get forcefully inherited. Putting on a sweaty, fake customer service smile, the cultivator quickly nods and says it would be his absolute honor to invite the senior inside. He claps his hands together, forming a rapid succession of seals to activate the ancient array. With a massive roar, the colossal, straight rock pillar rumbles out of the deep sea once again, spraying water everywhere. Waving his hand toward the open stone door, Zhao Er politely gestures for Li Fan to enter first. Li Fan walks inside and immediately plops down on a stone chair, looking about as relaxed as a tourist on a luxury vacation, while the cultivator stands nervously on the side, rubbing his hands together. Our boy closes his eyes, calmly asking if he needs to ask his questions one by one, or if Zhao Er is going to be a good boy and honestly confess everything on his own. Zhao Er plays dumb, chuckling nervously while sweating buckets as he claims he has absolutely no idea what the senior is talking about. Instantly, a freezing blue light erupts from Li Fan's hand, wrapping Zhao Er's legs in a heavy, solid block of blue ice. Li Fan leans forward, his voice dripping with icy amusement as he asks if a mid-stage chi condensation body can actually survive getting shattered into tiny, frozen ice dregs. Zhao Er grits his teeth in agonizing cold, desperately holding on to his pride as he refuses to speak. Our boy let out a cold, sharp smirk, finding the cultivator's sudden display of loyalty to his secrets highly amusing. He waves his hand, and several of Zhao Er's beloved bronze cauldrons slowly float into the air, surrounded by crackling blue flames. Li Fan hovers them directly over the rifts, dryly asking what the host thinks will happen if his entire life's collection is turned into ash. Our boy clenches his fist, releasing a sudden, devastating wave of spiritual pressure. With a massive echoing crash, the floating bronze cauldrons are violently shattered into millions of flying, glowing shards. Zhao Er lets out a hysterical, blood-curdling scream of pure agony, watching his entire life's work get vaporized in front of his eyes. But a split second later, the blue flames flicker, and the horrific scene completely dissolves. The cultivator blinks, panting heavily as he looks down and finds his bronze cauldron sitting perfectly intact and untouched on the floor. The entire destruction was a flawless, terrifying mental illusion. Li Fan looks down at him with a warm, shadowed smile, gently suggesting that if he doesn't want to experience his brain melting again, he should probably start talking. The broken cultivator immediately folds, screaming that he'll tell him everything. Panting on the floor, Zhao Er explains that he spent his entire life hoarding these antiquities because of a massive secret he discovered back when he was still immortal. He whispers that deep in the dust of history, long before the current era, there once existed a highly advanced, lost civilization in the Kongyan Sea. He gestures to his cave, explaining that every single one of these patterned antiquities belonged to that lost, ancient era. Li Fan examines a large cauldron, dryly pointing out that while these things are ancient, they seem to be completely ordinary mortal items with zero magical power, making them totally useless to a cultivator. Zhao Er nods in agreement, explaining that the bronze items themselves are indeed worthless garbage, but what is truly precious is the massive secret attached to them. He leans in, his voice trembling with excitement, as he asks our boy if he's aware that buried directly at the bottom of the Kongyan Sea lies a vast, ancient network of building ruins.